Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Macedonia 2025 Summit. Today we have amazing sessions lined up for you. And before we begin, let me remind you to scan the QR code on the badges and use Slido to ask questions and be active, because the winner at the end will win a watch. Our first session today is titled Guardians of Integrity, Tackling Government Corruption for a Prosperous Future. And we'll be hearing from some amazing speakers. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the moderator, Alexander Krzalovski, and the speakers. The floor is yours.
Okay, I hope this works, obviously, and good morning to all of you, and welcome to the second and last day of this Macedonia 2025 Summit, that we are starting with this panel on tackling corruption in the government, Guardians of Integrity, and we have our panelists here in 1 hour approximately, as one of them has to fly out right after the session. We'll try to talk about this hard topic. I know most of you partied hard yesterday and last night, but we have to work even harder today to justify that. So without further ado, I'll introduce the speakers for the panel on my left side. First, apology that Eka Gigauri from Georgia is not here. I was not able to come because of the protest going on in Georgia again around laws tackling corruption and money laundering, so we excuse her. And unfortunately, it's only male panel, but that will survive this, hopefully. So, Mark Boris Andrijanic from Slovenia, former Minister for Digital Transformation, but also with insights in digital policy, as they say, now in Kumo.ai. From the speaker yesterday, you heard Vanya Josifovsky, so they are on this interesting endeavor. Then we have Sasha Dimitrov, who is a lawyer specialized in international arbitration. And as far as I know, Macedonia has quite a cases on the arbitration courts, unfortunately. And from the US Embassy, at the end, Jason Corley, who is legal advisor, and as I heard, federal prosecutor in Texas. And Sasha is also from Texas, so I hope Houston will not have a problem today with the session. So, as you know, myself, I'm director of the Macedonian Center for International Cooperation, a local foundation, probably by budget currently the number one in the country, that works a lot in helping other non-governmental or non-profit organizations, and in general civil society development, but also in last few years working a lot in corruption. We are managing currently the biggest program that USAID is supporting in the country, Citizens Against Corruption, and there is another one, Partnership Against Corruption. So the focus of the US government is quite a lot on tackling corruption, that according to our researchers in the last 3 years is the problem number one in the country. And we had an elections a few days ago, and as if you followed, the rhetoric was a lot about tackling this problem and fighting corruption and prosecuting wrongdoings in the past. I'll not debate now, but maybe later in the panel. So let's start with Mr. Andrijanic here, who has experience in the region, in Slovenia particularly, and even we used that part of that experience. We brought another minister with the current government, outgoing government started. We brought the minister that made the transformation in Slovenia about the civil society, and this government promised to do the same, but after 7 years, nothing of that. So let's hear how to do it, or how it was done in Slovenia, and how digital transformation helped fight corruption as well in Slovenia. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question, and congratulations to the organizers for a truly amazing event. I'm super impressed and I can't wait to come back. Now, obviously corruption is a depressing issue, but I'll still try to be a bit optimistic. Why? Simply because we have very effective tools to fight it. And these tools are oftentimes digital. And we've seen it being implemented again and again, even with countries that have, believe it or not, worse issues with corruption than Macedonia. And in particular, I would like to single out not Slovenia, luckily, but Ukraine. So Ukraine has done an incredible job in digital transformation in the past couple of years. They've done two things in particular. First of all, they implemented the most advanced digital government app in the world. It's a government in a smartphone concept, which allows you to access all government services with your smartphone. Everything, from ordering new documents to getting the building permit, from using your app to identify yourself instead of, bearing a physical passport or whatever else. And let me tell you one interesting piece of fact. During the previous Football World Cup, over 2 million Ukrainians were watching the finals over this government app. It's just an amazing thing. It's open source, and it's waiting for governments around the world, including Macedonia, to implement it. This is one thing. The second thing is e-procurement. They've enacted several years ago a platform called Prozoro. I'm talking about Ukraine still. Prozoro managed to decrease corruption, according to international estimates, by 25% and lower the procurement budgets by 10%, saving Ukraine over $3 million a day. So this platform basically allows for online bidding, and it scrutinizes over 4,000 bids for different kind of procurement processes a day. So if Ukraine was able to do it, I'm very certain that Macedonia can do it too. And again, these are tools that are open source and are waiting to be implemented by the new government, and I can't wait to help them out in doing so.
Well, thank you. I hope so too. And as at one point we were kind of presented as leaders in digital transformation in the previous government, and I think Marta Tomovska was one of the speakers on the previous summit, so she's helping Serbia instead of Macedonia, but hopefully we can combine these efforts and get back to tackle corruption here. Let's move in the first round to Sasha Dimitrov now, who is following how corruption affects the businesses and how businesses are deciding where to invest related to the issues of corruption. So he has a presentation, so he will come and he will ask you some questions during that. So basically, the first question will be how corruption is measured internationally and how these companies are, foreign companies are considering to invest based on also those things. Sasha.
Yeah, so usually I give this presentation at legal conferences, but I understand there are some lawyers here, but frankly I would bore the audience out of their minds if we talked about cases. So I want to approach this from a different perspective, which is how do businesses make decisions? How do foreign businesses make decisions to invest in Macedonia? And I think the best way to summarize it is perspective versus perception. So perception is what I perceive. Perspective is looking at it from your perspective, in other words, how you see it. If you look at the perception of corruption from the Macedonian government, we have a new government. There's going to be judicial reforms within the first couple of months. I think everyone hopes that they're successful. And from that perception, will that fix the corruption problem? Certainly it's a start. But from the perspective of a foreign investor, the decision is really different. The question for a business person, if I'm going to invest in a foreign country, I want to have certainty. I want to control risk. I want to be treated fairly. So what's my business exposure if there's corruption in my investment, and how's that going to be affected by the government? One example is Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. Venezuela had amazing oil fields, and Chevron, Exxon, all of these U.S. companies came and invested billions of dollars in developing these oil fields. Hugo Chavez came into power and took them away, nationalized all of them, and that investment disappeared. So how do you evaluate those kind of risks because of political corruption or political influence? And what recourses do I have? One more example, I do a lot of work for the energy industry, and some of the best oil and gas in the world comes from Nigeria. The purest oil, plenty of it. When Exxon from Houston decides he wants to enter into concession with the Nigerian government, one of the most notoriously corrupt governments in the world, they'll enter the concession, but the Americans don't want to go to the Nigerian courts if something goes wrong with the deal. The Nigerians don't want to have a jury trial in Houston, Texas. So they decide on something different, international arbitration. And what it basically does is controls the risk. For those of you that don't know, international arbitration is a private dispute resolution. And what we agree is, I'm going to pick one person that's going to decide the case. You're going to pick one person that decides the case. And those two are going to pick a third person. And these are private individuals. They're going to choose a neutral set of laws, so not Macedonian laws, not American laws, but let's say English laws. They're going to go to a neutral place, London, so there's no influence. And that decision will be binding upon the parties. We'll talk about enforcement of that later. But the question here is, if I'm a foreign business person and I want to consider the safety of my investment, the certainty of my investment, how do I measure corruption? Notoriously difficult to measure, but there's an organization called Transparency International, and it created something called the Corruption Perception Index. Remember, it's perception versus perspective. But the Corruption Perception Index is based on independent surveys of NGOs like the World Bank and other think tanks. And what they basically did was ranked 180 countries and gave them a score from 0 to 100. Think of they call it the Corruption Perception Index or the CPI index, CPI. And the score of 0 is it's like a school exam. If you get a 0, that's terrible. It's a very corrupt country. If you get 100, you're perceived as having very little or no corruption. So here's a question for the audience. If you put up the first question, from 0 to 100, 0 being the most corrupt, 100 being the least corrupt, what do you think is Macedonia's CPI score? All right, we have the results, and they are 35 wins. Let's put up the first slide of the PowerPoint. The answer is 42. Out of the 180 countries ranked, Macedonia is ranked 76th in terms of corruption perception. Now, what's interesting is if you look at the table, and if you keep up that slide number 1, go back? Yep, right there. If you look at that chart on the side, it changes over time. In 2017, we had a corruption perception of 45, but there were a number of scandals. There were a number of government scandals that changed the perception of corruption in Macedonia, and it went down dramatically. In recent years, it's gone back up, but the perception index, based on the ongoing corruption in the country, changes, and it's public information. Let me have another audience participation question. How does Macedonia compare to her neighbors? If you'll answer those questions, who's more corrupt and who's less corrupt? Interesting. Let's put up the second PowerPoint slide, please. Macedonia is 42, Serbia, higher perceived corruption of 36, Bosnia, 35, Albania, 37. And take a look at the surrounding countries, and it kind of gives you the idea if a foreign investor is going to choose in the Balkans or in the surrounding area, and they're doing a business evaluation, what's the perception of the safety of that investment? And let's just, for the fun of it and the context, let's take a look at the least corrupt countries. Please put up question number 3. Of these, which do you think is voted with the lowest CPI, the least corrupt country in the world according to Transparency International? The answer,
Nobody was
Denmark, number one, least corrupt. On the CPI index, remember there are 180 countries ranked. Denmark is ranked as number one of the 180. Singapore has a score of 83, ranked number 5. Canada, number 12, ranked with a CPI of 76. United States, ranked number 24. Now, here's the question. What does that mean as far as international arbitration, as far as this ability to sue outside the country? There's an increased number of cases. In Macedonia had 12 years ago, something interesting happened. Macedonia had never been sued in international tribunals. It had never had a foreign investor sue them outside of Macedonia in an international arbitration tribunal. The very first 2 investor cases started about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. There have been 10 since, but the most interesting thing is the last 4 years, 5 were filed. 250% increase over the last 5 years. And the message seems to be that foreign investors may not trust Macedonian courts. So the perception index, I think, is a wonderful way of measuring risk, and certainly in comparison to surrounding countries and when a foreign investor decides where to put their money. Yeah.
Thank you for this, and I can add actually, because we do a bit more in-depth surveys on corruption, which are not only based on perception but on real experience, and based on that, Macedonia is somewhere in the middle of the Balkan region, but all region is quite low, as we saw also in this index, and one of the main indicators is that 36% of the people were asked for a bribe. So every third person was asked for a bribe in Macedonia, and 30% gave the bribe. So almost everybody actually participated. It was very low resistance on corruption. We are in the middle. There are some countries that are worse, that are some countries that are a bit better, but quite far from this. But we'll come to that, because we also have already some questions. But let's hear from our first speaker, Jason Corley, from the U.S. Embassy here, who serves as a legal advisor. And as I told you, United States is putting quite a significant effort, because I follow how they fund these programs around the world, and Macedonia is now one of the targeted 10 countries in the world with significant, it's about $18 million investment, let's say, or programs that are intended for fighting corruption strictly in Macedonia, not in the region, but for Macedonia. So they perceive as well, probably following the index, that this is a problem number one to be tackled. So from your perspective, Jason, how this international collaboration or cross-border cooperation can contribute in fighting corruption and lessening the burden here in Macedonia, and maybe having your legal background, what the legislative framework what can be done with the legislation to reduce the possibilities for corruption in the country.
So first of all, thank you from the United States Embassy for the invitation to be here. It's really wonderful, and the opportunity to speak with everybody. My background, I'm a federal prosecutor back in the United States. I worked in South Texas on the border for a number of years, and then in Houston in the organized crime section for a number of years, before being detailed to the Middle East on counterterrorism work, and then I was reassigned here to Skopje. It's wonderful being here. I've been here 5 months. I love this country, so I'm still learning it, but it's good being here. To your first question on international cooperation, I think there's 2 different categories for that. The first is international standards and norms and development, which is my responsibility here, bringing my experience from the United States as a federal prosecutor to this country and providing training and development and assistance to prosecutors and judges here. And I think there is quite a bit of international cooperation in that arena in terms of development. Sometimes there may be too many cooks in the kitchen, to be honest with you, but that type of cooperation is obviously important to bring up the standards and norms in countries that have partnerships. The other cooperation is equally important and probably goes unseen, and that's the operational cooperation. So there's a mechanism called mutual legal assistance. In the United States, the Department of Justice's Office of International Affairs handles requests for mutual legal assistance, and they are very busy. As a prosecutor in the United States, most of the evidence that I need in most of my cases are going to be pieces of evidence in the United States. If I want to do a stored communication search warrant for people's Instagram accounts or Google accounts or whatever it is that I want access to, it's located in the Northern District of California. I submit a search warrant to Google, I get access to that stuff. For countries around the world that want access to social media evidence, which is becoming increasingly important in all prosecutions, those requests have to go through the Department of Justice, which would then facilitate the requests for that evidence. Likewise, you're not going to have many corruption cases or organized crime cases without money laundering. And that's a conversation I've been having with folks here in this country. If there's corruption and abuse of office, or if there's organized crime charges, there's going to be money laundering, and you have to follow the money. And increasingly, we're seeing the money in the form of cryptocurrency. And there's only a couple of countries, 3 or 4 countries in the world that can engage in crypto tracing. One of them is the United States. We are capable of doing that. Now, it depends on the case. Obviously, it's a resource-intensive endeavor to engage in cryptocurrency tracing, and so you're not going to do it on a run-of-the-mill case, but we are capable of it. And increasingly, we are seeing criminals engaged in money laundering avoiding the United States on dark web marketplaces and other entities that utilize cryptocurrency for criminal activity. They're avoiding the United States because they know of the availability of crypto tracing in the United States. But to go back to your initial question, international cooperation for money laundering is paramount. You're going to need bank records, and increasingly the money is moving across international borders into different banks. You're going to need the skills and the tools to engage in that financial tracing, and that's some of the things that I'm trying to bring, some of the aspects of what the DOJ does that I'm trying to bring here to increase the pursuit of the money, so to speak, which is how DOJ approaches those types of cases, and there are always going to be an international element to that. To your second question, I'm actually less concerned about legislative reform than I am about protecting the judiciary. One thing in the United States that we hold dear, and I don't think many Americans give it much thought, it's just accepted as the way it is that the judiciary in the United States is a co-equal branch of government. They are equal with Congress, they are equal with the president, they stand on their own, and they vigilantly protect that. And that position of the judiciary is over 200 years old. It goes back to a case called Marbury versus Madison in 1803, when the Supreme Court under Chief Justice Marshall asserted their equal stature with the presidency and with Congress, and the independence of a judiciary to stand alone and be able to provide for themselves without political influence is probably, I think, the key issue here outside of legislation that needs to be addressed.
Well, thank you for that comparison, but as we know here, somebody joked in the morning that we should hire you as a public prosecutor for Macedonia because our last one is in jail now. And we are far from getting that independence of judiciary, unfortunately, even after heavy investment from, I think, at least 10% of the 1 billion that the United States government put in Macedonia in these 40 years was for reform of judiciary. But unfortunately, we are not there. Maybe it will take 200 years, but hopefully we can do it in 20.
Hopefully 2.
No. But we'll come to that. Let's move back to Mark, as there are some interesting questions already posed here. And one is combining actually what Sasha presented as a CPI index, and it says that actually Ukraine ranks 104th in that index, so quite bad. But you are presenting their case. Maybe it's a recent thing that is going on. So maybe to elaborate more on that, and maybe link it to your own work in Slovenia, how your experience in Slovenia shaped the fight against corruption or promoting good governance in Slovenia, and where Slovenia stands in comparison to this Ukraine software, let's say, or model. And so, for all, just before you go, there is one question that probably wants to tackle the gender balance. So the question is, how many women are included in your anti-corruption team? So think, all of you think about the role of women in the fight against corruption.
So again, there's no silver bullet. I think what you need is a holistic approach that's all-encompassing and aims at strengthening the judiciary, digitizing your public service, and so on and so forth. And I think what we usually do, and it's a mistake, is try to reinvent the wheel. Instead of just looking around the world and seeing what works, and just copy it. It's not a crime to copy a good idea or a good software solution or a good, judiciary system if it works in a similar setting super well. Now, I would basically add to what Sasha was saying. You see some countries around Macedonia that actually are perceived as being even more corrupt, but are actually able to attract a lot of foreign investors. But those foreign investors, of course, are not coming from the US. They're not coming from Denmark. They're not coming from Slovenia. They're coming from China. They're coming from Russia. They're coming from other places that, know their way in this kind of environments. But that's not the kind of investors you want to attract if you want to become, a super prosperous, modern, and equitable nation. Now, I was talking about digital tools that I think are super important, and let me give you an example. So it wasn't Ukraine that came up with digital government. It was actually Estonia. So today in Estonia, like in Ukraine, you can basically manage all of your public services online. You can get married online. A couple of months ago, they even enabled you to get divorced online. This was before that reserved for, an in-person meeting with the official. Now you can do it all. You can buy a house, open a business. That's it. I think cutting out the middleman is supremely important, because if government services are online, if they're automated, they're not just more convenient, but they also, decrease the opportunities for any kind of corrupt bureaucrats to demand any kind of extra pay. So this, I think, is important. And when you're talking about digitalization of public sector, just think of the transformation that Uber brought to the area of transportation. If you remember how it was a long time ago in most countries to order a cab in a foreign country and to be faced with a very inconvenient surprise at the end of the ride when you got the bill and so on. So in a way, digital is the way to go in terms of increasing transparency. The second thing that was important for us as a government in Slovenia is really to try to, have less of a public service, but better paid. Really try to introduce meritocracy, allow the system to be flexible enough to have the possibility of rewarding the hardworking, the good bureaucrats, so to speak, and also to fire the ones that aren't performing. If you're stuck in a system where, there's no difference whether you work hard or you're corrupt, then good things won't happen. So I think trimming the public sector and really upgrading the pay of your public servants is an important lever towards corruption. Thirdly, in many countries across the Balkans, state-owned enterprises are an incredibly important and detrimental source of corruption in general and political corruption in particular. We've seen it again and again, and that's why I'm definitely not a fan of state ownership. I think state should focus on the services that are absolutely essential to the citizens and do them well. But what we're seeing in many of our countries is that states are failing at their basic cause or basic services, yet again trying to manage complex corporations that span from tourism to banking and insurance and so on and so forth. So again, you need a holistic approach. In Slovenia, I would say we were extremely focused on corruption in healthcare. That's why we established a digital bidding platform for all the procurement within our public healthcare system. It was a success, and it also enabled different hospitals to team up to procure different kind of services or goods together, rather than each of them being on its own. And all of this is done online. Again, we're not there yet, but it was an important step. And when the new government will be formed, I think for them it's super important to map those best practices and take some stuff from Singapore, from Ukraine, from Estonia, and of course from Slovenia.
Thank you, and I hope the new government will take you for advices on this topic and think about the following question from the audience is like what prevents our government in doing so, in digitizing, but think about it. We'll move now to Sasha again and turn back to international arbitration and to hear a bit more on how does international arbitration attracts or detracts investors and deter corruption, and how it can be used for economic growth to link these two goals of zero tolerance of Macedonia 2025, zero tolerance on corruption and achieving economic growth.
You know, I described earlier what international arbitration is, but there's really two types. There's commercial arbitration, which is basically the contract between two parties where three independent people decide what are the contract rights. But for foreign investors, it's a brand new tool. It's not brand new, but there's a tool that's specifically done for foreign investors that are going to invest in a government. And it's called investor state, investor being the foreign investor, the state being the government. And the rights don't come from just the contract. They actually come from treaties. There are treaties that Macedonia signed, 42 of them with various countries, where it said that if your people, let's say Macedonia and Germany, the German government and the Macedonian government agreed that if a German investor comes to Macedonia, they were guaranteed certain rights regardless of what the contract says. Similarly, if a Macedonian investor goes to Germany, they are guaranteed certain rights under the treaty regardless of what the contract says. And these treaties are incorporated into the federal law of the government. So, for example, it is Macedonian national law to give German investors that kind of treatment. Why is this effective? Because if I'm a foreign investor from Germany, from the United States, from wherever, I now have a level playing field. I have now reduced the business risk of being a foreign investor in a country that has perceived corruption. It takes the process out of the local courts if I have a concern from the local courts, and takes the influence of the local government, but it also puts affirmative obligations on the government. These international arbitration, again, is governed by treaties, and there's a couple of treaties that are particularly important. One's called the New York Convention, and the other one's called the ICSID, or the Washington Convention, and here's what they do. They're signed by, the New York Convention is signed by 172 countries, and if you could put up slide number 3 in the PowerPoint. These are the signatory countries that have signed these various conventions. These are the countries that say we will recognize each other's arbitration awards. So, for example, if there's an arbitration award against Macedonia or for Macedonia, every one of these countries will enforce it if Macedonia or the investor has assets in that country. What does that mean? That if there's, let's say, a payment in US dollars that's coming from Houston to Macedonia, or a payment coming from Germany to Macedonia, using the US example, I can go to a New York state court and get an order to an intermediary bank that if there's any payment going to the government of Macedonia, it will be arrested on the spot. And I will get notice without notifying the government saying, I just arrested $25,000. Do you want to keep it? No. Go again. Now there's a payment of $3 billion going to someone. Do you want that? Yes. And they'll arrest it immediately. And now the government has to show up in a New York federal court and explain why it should be released and not used to pay that foreign arbitration award. All of a sudden, enforcement doesn't come under the Macedonian judiciary, but it comes to the countries that have signed this, and they, by law, are required to recognize arbitration awards and to enforce them. Why is that important? Remember, when you have a private person, I'm an arbitrator in some cases. I don't have an army, I don't have the sheriff, I don't have the ability to go to your house and make me pay. But what an investor will do is go to the local court, convert my award into a judgment, and that country will use its laws to take the money, the asset, a rig, whatever that the Macedonia, whoever is being sued, has in that country and used to pay that foreign investor without interfering or using the local court. That is a huge hammer. The other thing under the ICSID Convention is it's run by the World Bank, and the World Bank may withhold loans to the country if it doesn't comply with its arbitration obligations. Another huge hammer. So if I'm a foreign investor, now I have options to minimize my business risk, to make sure that what I'm owed is paid, And by the way, there are firms that specialize in this kind of enforcement. My firm, for example, represents the victims of the Madoff Ponzi scheme. For those of you that don't know, Bernie Madoff had a Ponzi scheme where he would ask people for investment, particularly Jewish investors, and if you gave him $1,000, he would pay the second investor using your $1,000, but there was actually no return, and the whole thing collapsed. Billions of dollars lost. My firm was hired to collect the money for the victims. We've gone to over 130 countries and have collected $14.5 billion, have appeared in nearly every court in the world to get this money back, recovered 70 cents on the dollar. People specialize. The best example I've heard of this, if I want to find your money, but people are good at hiding money, we will subpoena Amazon, using your example, and your daughter bought a purse on Amazon. According to the Amazon records, how was that purse paid for? By credit card, Citibank. Okay. Subpoena Citibank. How does Citibank get paid for the credit card bills? Bank of America. Let's subpoena Bank of America. Where's your money coming from? It's very easy to trace the money, follow the money, and collecting on these judgments, collecting on these arbitration awards that are converted to judgments is now become really a state of art in the legal profession. But it's also a tool for the government, and here's why. Going back to the corruption index, it attracts investors. It attracts investors because I now have a right not only under the contract but under treaties. As I said, Macedonia signed 42 bilateral investment treaties, and each one of them has a different standard of treatment. Some will say, I will treat you the same as I treat a Macedonian investor. Some will say, I will treat you better than Macedonian investors, and I will give them rights that Macedonian investors don't. And some give something called the most favored nation treatment, meaning that, let's say this is a treaty using the German example, that Germany has a most favored nations treatment. So if the German investment is taken away, Germany now gets to look at the 42 other treaties that Macedonia has signed with Vietnam, Qatar, whoever else, and choose that treatment for their investment. Incredible, powerful tool. Now, the problem with corruption is it can be used both as a sword and a shield. Obviously, for the investor, it's a sword, because if you say, the government took away my investment, I now have a sword in a way to fight back. But for the government, it's also a shield. How do these prior people that came in, how did they get the contract? Did they get it through corruption? Did the foreign investor bribe somebody to get an illegal contract? It is a complete defense when the country is sued in international arbitration to say, that's an illegal contract. That is an illegal contract that was not obtained following Macedonian law, and we are not obligated to follow it. And I think the message the government can basically send is, we're a safe place to invest. The reason is this: we're going to follow the rules. And think of it in terms of any business that has success eventually gets sued. I think that's certainly true in America. And if you're being sued by your best customer, you're going to treat that very differently than if you're being sued by your investor. So if Macedonia is sued by a company that has an investment, that values that investment, that wants to keep that investment, I think they send a message to foreign investors by the way they treat claims against the government when that valuable investor sues. For example, under the Exit Convention, there's a cooling off period. There's a certain number of time, I believe it's 60 days, maybe longer, but each treaty has a different cooling off period where neither party can do anything. It's an opportunity to negotiate. So imagine you're a business and you've been sued by your best customer and you want to keep that relationship. You want to keep the mining concession alive. You want to keep the deal alive. You want to keep the investment still in Macedonia. This is an opportunity to negotiate. I'll give you the concession, but we have to change the prices. There's a reason that we had a problem with the concession. So why don't we negotiate a further profit for you on the back end, but you'll make a further investment in the country now. You can make it right, and the message that sends to investors is, we're going to treat this like a commercial relationship, and we're going to come up with the best solution. If it's a competitor, in other words, using my example before, somebody that got their contract by bribing a foreign official, if you're a company and somebody bribed your best salesman to get a contract and got outrageous deals, you would say, this is not an enforceable contract. He didn't have the authority for that deal. He obtained that contract by illegal means, and we're not going to honor it because we do business honestly. We don't tolerate corruption, we don't enforce corruption, and we don't allow contracts to go forward with corruption. So that contract is not enforceable, and the government is fully protected. I think what you need is, I had a client once said to me, and frankly, this is experience over 30 years of practice, clients don't care at all about legal theories. They want commercial solutions.
And I think international arbitration is a tool for foreign investors and the government to create partnerships, to create commercial solutions, and basically combat corruption by using this really unique international arbitration process.
Thank you, Sasha, and I hope this next government hires you, as the current government estimated that we lost by the previous government between 500 million and 5 billion euros in 11 years. I don't know how much we lost in these 7 years of this government, but there are a lot of money to be traced and recovered. Unfortunately, this government only recovered 1 million, and they said they'll put up a counter on the Triumphal Arch there, but it never worked, as there were nothing to show. So hopefully that changes, and maybe you help in that. Think about later on, when we have time for questions, that there are 2 questions about why to trace all these payments, why not to use cryptocurrency when we have it now. So think about it. But we move to the last issue, let's say, with Jason Corley here, about the cultural aspect of the corruption and cultural challenges, and we saw what is the perception, and I told you that almost everybody which is asked for a bribe thinks it's better to pay it to finish the job, to get the job done, instead of waiting long days and months to get some permit in a regular way that might never come. So what are the challenges in corruption when you see it, how it works in the United States, and then you come here and hear all these very different cultural elements, let's say, of the corruption, that is very accepted and the resistance is very low. How you deal, and what is your experience with effective strategies of changing that behavior, let's say, or understanding of corruption in the country?
So I've been thinking about this, and I think that ultimately it comes down to people believing in the country and believing in the system. And I think people tend to remember stories better than just talking about principles. And I'm from Texas, so I like to tell stories. So I'm just going to tell a story for a minute. Because I thought about this, and I think this is the best answer that I can give. A number of years ago, when I was working in South Texas, for those of you who are not familiar, South Texas, there's a river, the Rio Grande River, that divides Texas from Mexico, and I lived about a mile from that river. There were nights when I was there with my family that if we were out front, we could hear the machine gun fire across the river from Matamoros with the cartel battles that were going on. It's still violent, but at the time that I was down there, it was hyper-violent, but significantly more violent across the river. It's just a river dividing people. The population isn't really all that different. In South Texas, especially in Brownsville, the population is 96% Tejano, Mexican-American. It's Spanish-speaking. It's just a river dividing it. And so I want to share vaguely the perspective of a cartel boss on a culture of corruption. So there was a case that a friend of mine prosecuted where he indicted the son of a major cartel leader in Mexico. And apparently, the son put out a hit to have my friend killed. And it was called off by the defendant, the person who had been charged, the defendant's father, who ran the cartel. And apparently, the reason that he called it off, he gave 2 reasons for it. The first is those prosecutors in the United States, this is apparently what was said, those prosecutors in the United States have integrity and they do the job right, and we don't kill people like that. That's first. And second, do you have any idea what would happen down here if you killed him? It would destroy our business. They would send the damn army down here. Okay? And I think that encapsulates how to correct a culture of corruption. You have to believe in the people doing the job, they have to have integrity and character, and they have to do it for the right reasons, and the bad guys have to be afraid of the consequences. And I think it's that simple, and I don't even need to talk that much longer about it.
And there is a broader debate, even me and Mike discussed about impunity and chasing or blaming the previous government officials instead of focusing reforms and not really get obsessed by that. And there is one question about that, not to blame the government or so. I'll actually go back to you because you're coming from the United States Embassy, and I've mentioned all this funding that is coming to our country. So, what are your expectations? How to that, especially of the new government, how to tackle corruption, and what would be the expected results in the, let's say, this term of coming 4 years? And the similar questions is for Mark. How long it would take for new Macedonian government to implement all this digitalization, and especially in relation to fighting corruption? So whoever wants to start from the two of you, or even Sasha can join. Yeah.
You want me to start it? Or it doesn't matter to me. Go for it.
So I think one important asset that Macedonia has, and you are a living testament to that, is an incredible diaspora. You have amazing young people who studied at top universities around the world who need to be pulled back by being basically offered top positions, not just in your leading corporates, but also in judiciary, public service, and so on. It's all about strengthening the institutions. Your private sector is very vibrant, your entrepreneurs are incredible, but it's the public institutions that lack credibility and efficiency. What we did in Slovenia, and I'm very happy about that, we managed to bring one of our most respected international legal scholars back from abroad. He has a PhD from Harvard and Oxford, and now he sits on our constitutional court. He's one of the best judges. He's not the only one, but you know, it takes a concerted effort to bring these people back, simply because their alternatives abroad are so much better. So they need to be offered an opportunity to deliver real change, to create an impact, not just to have a title that sounds good. So I think this should be top priority of this government, bringing in some of the, incredible brains that Macedonia has around the world. When we're talking about corruption, I think the perception is different across different generations. A couple of generations ago, they called corruption as generosity, as part of culture. Luckily, our generation is very different. We hate it. And that's why I have hope, not just that, things will improve thanks to the actions of the new government, but especially because of the new generation that has a very different attitude towards corruption. You asked me about digital transformation and implementing the two tools that I mentioned, meaning the digital government app and platform, as well as the digital procurement platform, give or take 2 years, if the government starts working on it in the next couple of months. It's all there. These efforts are actually very generously supported by the US government and USAID, for which I'm grateful. And I've been working with USAID on a number of cases around the world in implementing this project. It has been done, it can be done, and it will be done.
Thank you, and I hope we have representatives from the upcoming government in the audience, and this challenge of 2 years to actually do it and digitalize. I know we have quite a lot of resources locally because there are many Macedonian companies working out, as outsourced software companies for American market and others, so we can do it here. But also I think one of the reasons for existence of Macedonia2025 is exactly what you are saying, to link the brains that are out of the country and to help the country improve. So Jason, back on the question, we know what are our expectations, that we reduce and at least a bit improve on this scale of corruption, but what, especially with so big investment in anti-corruption, what are US government expectations in the fight against corruption from including upcoming government?
I mean, from my perspective, I think as I mentioned earlier, with the judiciary, valuing the independence of the prosecution offices and the judiciary in as non-political positions. Back home, somewhere in a storage facility, I don't know where, is my deputization, and it's signed by Eric Holder. That was who hired me with the Department of Justice, and I worked I met him once, but I didn't really work for him, right? He was high up in the government. But in the 10 years that I've been with the Department of Justice, I've had 5 United States attorneys that I've worked for, including acting U.S. attorneys. I've worked for Attorney General Eric Holder, Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr, and now Merrick Garland. And it's been a change in political parties, and it's been a change in partisanship, and none of it ever has affected my work. And I think that my hope is that North Macedonia values the importance of an independent prosecution office and judiciary to do the job ethically and legally.
Well, thank you, and good luck to all of us with all of that. Hopefully we get. And Sasha, maybe in the last 2 minutes, we have a lot of money to recover, let's say, and you pointed out maybe to highlight some case, and I'll mention to link what Mark said about public companies. So one of the most mentioned in the public and by NGOs in Macedonia is the Regbitol energy company that contracts, government contracts of public company for excavating the coal, is actually one of the main flow of money to political parties or to corrupted politicians. Second, which is linking actually American companies, these corridors that we are building, that people are saying the last one we made was 6.3 million per kilometer. Now we are contracting a company for 15 million per kilometer, and obviously there is no logic in that. So how to tackle these issues, to get into the details and try to recover some of this money that are already spent on probably corrupted cases.
You know, I have 1 minute, 4 seconds left to answer. What I found something interesting, what you were talking about, is the Metamoris example, that there's consequences. Yeah. And I think there's a definitive plan for the government to use. You know, there are consequences, and international arbitration imposes very heavy ones. The idea being that there's recent claims that have been filed against the government where the claims went from 10 million to now over $1 billion. Imagine if that company is successful. I'm not talking about the merits of it or whether it has any merits to it. But if Macedonia is forced to pay $1 billion, it would cripple the national budget. So the question is, what do you do? And I think the country's already started to take some steps. My understanding is that there was a law in the past that if a government official is tied to a bad contract, he was prosecuted criminally. As a lawyer, what that means is my best witness won't talk to me because they want to completely disassociate themselves from the process. That law's changed, where now all of a sudden we can work together. I think to recover money from the past, I think there has to be due diligence. I think there has to be consequences for the people, not criminal consequences, but certainly civil consequences and possibly criminal consequences, because if you're acting criminally, you get severe consequences, severe punishment. But the government's perception, and I keep going back to the word, the perception that the government has to give is that we're going to take affirmative steps. We're not going to tolerate it. And we're going to make it easier for companies to do business, but we're also going to make it easier to defend ourselves. So that when there's been money taken from the government illegally in the past due to past corruption, we're going to create a process that makes it easier for the government to recover that money, to follow that money, and to be able to recover it without putting the handcuffs on the lawyers and the people who are trying to achieve that result.
Well, thank you. And that's nicely wraps up this session, as Mark has to run to catch the plane. And Macedonia 2025 prefers punctuality. With this, I'm closing this session and thank our panelists and you for the honest. A lot of food for thought, especially for the new government to do a lot of things in the coming years. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. I think we all would have liked that to go on a little longer. Unfortunately, somebody actually is heading to the airport right now, which is kind of why we had to stick to the original time. We've got one small little change. I'm going to invite my good friend, my panelist yesterday, and board member Jorge up to the stage for a quick, long overdue announcement. So, Jorge.
Okay, this is the first time somebody pronounced me Jorge, but
That's fine.
I'm coming across the river. Just out of the schedule, just 2 minutes. We at Macedonia2025, we support young entrepreneurs. We support people who want to develop business, and we are proud that through our support, one guy who started with a pen and pencil in his apartment reached the stars and working with celebrities around the world now. But here at Macedonia2025, we are also giving thankfulness and thanks. And today we want to give a great thanks to a person whose family left from Bitola to Wollongong, Australia, and then to Chicago. And that person is big in size, bigger than me, a gentle giant, as I want to say, but with the even bigger heart for Macedonia. So from all of us board members at Macedonia2025, we want to invite Mike Sklamowski, and thank you for your leadership in the last 3 years. Thank you for what you have done for Macedonia2025. It was busy 3 years, and we want to give you a small gift. We asked our renowned artist, Satya Grabulovsky, to custom design a gift, one of a kind for you, because you are one of a kind for us. Thank you, Mike. Please come to the stage.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm now 2 for 2 the last 2 years of mispronouncing names, so I guess that's just a theme. Thank you, I wasn't the president this time, so that's good. You gotta make jokes yourself sometimes. All right, so following that, excited to introduce our next panel with Andres Kostal and Borko to discuss the challenges and opportunities in the automotive industry. So, gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you all for being here today for another session of exciting discussion on topics that bring what's happening in the world and what's relevant for our country. So this session, more precisely, will be about the automotive industry and trends in the mobility industry in general. And we have a great pleasure to speak with Mr. Andreas Kostal, a family-owned businessman, an investor in Macedonia, and also a very successful businessman. So we'll start, Andreas, with probably what's maybe on everyone's mind. So today, if we go out on the street, we'll see, of course, fuel vehicles, some hybrids, some EVs, and maybe even a hydrogen car. 5 to 10 years from now, what will this audience drive? What will the European consumer drive?
Well, before I start to go into the difficult task of projections for the future, I would like to start by saying thank you for having me here and for inviting me to this great conference, and not only today, but also yesterday to the great event, to the great evening event, where my colleagues and I were actually expecting that we would be coming into a very quiet atmosphere with people drinking some coffee, maybe a glass of wine, and didn't expect such a party. It was really wonderful. Thank you so much for that. So, and now towards the difficult part of this question. I think we are all aware currently there's huge uncertainty regarding the future development, and especially in this year there's been some turmoil in the automotive industry regarding the future outlook. If you would have asked me last year, the projection and the consensus of the projection would probably have been stronger, but I think honestly speaking we should not be mistaking that in such transformation trends, they will never go linear. There will always be cycles going up and down. There will be some cycles called exaggerated expectations. Then there will be some times of, coming back to reality to a certain degree, and even maybe a little bit exaggeration to the downturn or to the downward side. But in the long run, the trend is still going to be stable and going to be real. So starting from where we are currently, if you allow. In the world, last year, the share of, I will call it non-ICE vehicles, so vehicles that have been powered with something else than a combustion engine for gasoline or for diesel, has been already at 25%. A big part of that has been driven by China. And if we look at Europe and where actually the European market has been standing last year, the share of non-ICE vehicles has been at roughly 17%. So the global share has even been higher for alternative cars for new registrations. If we're looking forward, I will choose a year in between your questions, so I will choose the year 2030 if you allow, to see where we're going to stand. And you've asked for this audience, so I will frame it for Europe. The expectation currently is that for new car registrations, the share of non-ICE vehicles will roughly be at 60 to 65%. This is including BEVs, this is including battery electric vehicles, this is including hybrids, this is including fuel cell vehicles. Fuel cell vehicles will only have a very minor share at that point in time. Expectation is that if it comes to the point for a real market penetration, this is still further down the road. And also from somebody from the automotive industry who's involved in the current developments of the customers, I kind of can confirm that. Of course, everybody is working a little bit on it, but the stronger power, the stronger force is still on the pure electrification and hybrid topics currently. The second important topic, though, is when we're also considering it from a sustainability perspective a little bit, that we should not only be focusing on the new car registrations. So just to give you a feeling, last year in Europe, we roughly had a volume of 19 million new car registrations, depending upon which source you look at and likes. When we are looking at the total amount of vehicles that are actually driving around in Europe somewhere on the road, we have an amount of 250 million vehicles. So from a sustainability perspective, I think it also does make sense to not only think about the new car registrations and the share of battery electric vehicles, but also to consider what possibilities do we have in order to reduce the CO2 emission of the existing fleet. And this would then be a point where, for example, e-fuels are coming into play and are becoming important, because then we would be able to also lower the current base or lower on the current base of exhaust pipe emissions, let's call it. And nonetheless, taking my projection, and it's not really mine, it's also what you can read in different prognosis institutes, we will probably be around 60-65% of non-ICE vehicles in 2030. However, this is then most likely only going to cover, with the years in between, a share of roughly 20% of the existing fleet. So 80% of the existing fleet also in 2030 is still going to be ICE. So with regards to your question, most people in this room are probably still going to be driving ICE vehicles, but an increasing share is going to be driving electrified, battery electrified, and plug-in hybrids.
Thank you very much. Did we do a poll to see what the audience... Can we see the results? The question is the following. What do you think you will drive in 2030? A fuel vehicle, hybrid, battery-powered, or hydrogen? Okay, we'll give it 20 more seconds. So, are you able to see the results? Yes, you can see them there.
A little bit too small.
So two takeaways. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your views. So two takeaways. One, clearly most people believe that ICE vehicles are going out, but more people believe in hydrogen than electric, at least this consumer audience. How do you explain this? Because you said that you didn't bet on hydrogen. Nope. It was a hybrid. Ah, my bad.
Hybrid.
Okay, in that case, it's aligned with what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm very glad about that. No, yeah, but maybe to tackle that question very briefly. Hydrogen, if you look at the, hydrogen clearly does have the advantage of ability to store the energy, which is of course a problem with regards to electric vehicles. So the density of electricity or energy that you're able to store in batteries are to a certain degree limited. Of course there's going to be further technological developments, and I'll give you a brief example about that if you allow. But the energy intensity that you actually do need, and thereby associated also the costs that you actually need in order to be generating the hydrogen that you then afterwards use for mobility purposes on the road, is much worse than compared to the energy efficiency if you use battery electric vehicles or plug-in or hybrids or plug-in hybrids. So this is one of the reasons why I really don't believe in a fast penetration of hydrogen vehicles on the road. And maybe, if you allow, just one more topic regarding, and I'm doing a little bit of a commercial for our company, you need to forgive me that, please. If you allow just one perspective regarding the technological development, to have an idea about that. Yesterday, we have been in our plant here in Ochit looking at our latest and newest development for onboard chargers. So those are products which allow you to actually be charging your electrified vehicle or your plug-in vehicle. And we look at that product, and it kind of has the shape of a shoebox, you could say, with power electronics in it. And if we look at the development, 10 years ago, we have been able to fit a power density into the shoebox, let's call it, of 3.6 kilowatt. If we look at what we are able to fit in there today, we're able to fit in 11 kilowatt into the same size. Yeah? And if you just look at this technological development, which means you're able to charge faster, you're able to charge your car faster. If you just look into that technological development, what has happened in the time frame of 10 years, by increasing the power density by the factor of 3, yeah? And try to extrapolate that a little bit, and also try to extrapolate that a little bit with regards to the development on the battery side. I think that clearly shows that big parts of the disadvantages which we still currently see, and they are existing with regards to electromobility, are going to become less important. And this is why I'm also a strong believer regarding the new registrations.
Thank you, Andreas. So if that is the case, that would mean that the industry will be significantly disrupted. EVs are built differently, they require different services, they're repaired differently. What opportunities does this transition toward battery vehicles unlock, let's say for companies in Macedonia?
Yep, thank you. So I think really when you have a transition like that, out of my perspective, that of course offers the possibility for companies to engage into new fields, into new technological fields, where you don't yet have to compete with the incumbent industry, basically, where there's already established players which have huge economies of scale and existing technologies, and. So with regards to that, I think the possibility to really be setting up businesses that are focused on the technologies that are needed for electrified vehicles, that are not needed for ICE vehicles, would offer the opportunity to kind of start from a level playing field, or kind of a greenfield approach, actually. But of course the time is ticking with regards to this. Just if you once again allow to take our company as an example, for that. So I know there's always a lot of discussion regarding for example, development in the Chinese automotive industry, and also with regards to the European automotive industry, also yes, automotive industry, when considering electromobility. One decisive factor out of my perspective with regards to a competitive supply chain also for electrified vehicles is that you don't only have one technology or one step of value creation located in one spot, and otherwise very dispersed around the globe, all the other topics. This is, for example, one reason why we are also very happy with our activities here in Macedonia for power electronics, because we, for example, do have one of our suppliers for those shoe boxes, as I call them, so for the housings, which is actually really quite close by. This is offering us really a competitive advantage in order to be able to be playing on a level playing field, let's call it, with our Chinese operations, but also with the Chinese operations of competitors, because this is one thing where China has really grown strong. They are not only focused on one technology or on one production step, they really also cover the complete value chain. This would be, out of my perspective, an opportunity for Macedonia. There's at least one road that we are taking here in Macedonia, where we are happy with the development currently, but I think also other companies would be able to strive for the same.
Thank you very much. Now we have lots of interest from the audience, a few questions from me. So now I'll be asking short questions. So, one, Macedonia's automotive industry is probably the crown jewel within the manufacturing sector. And it primarily serves European manufacturers. In the battle for the EV market between Europe and China, who do you think will win, and what's the implication for Macedonia's industry?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I very briefly touched upon that topic already. Honestly speaking, I think the battle is on. And once again, out of a supplier perspective, that battle is not that bad, to be honest, if you are able to serve customers independently from the question if they are originating from Europe, from the US, or from China. Yeah? So therefore, for example, if Chinese car manufacturers are gaining in market share, and we as a company are also serving the Chinese car manufacturers, this doesn't have to be a negative development for us. I think generally, two topics out of my perspective are important. The first one would be, of course, global competition needs to follow some global rules and needs to be on a fair basis, on a level playing field. If that is not the case, and this is part of the discussions which are currently going on, then of course there is the possibility to regulate the industries, to impose some tariffs or whatever, in order to try to come to a more level playing field. Now, I think we've probably all witnessed that in the US, the tariffs have just been increased significantly for battery electric vehicles coming from China, up to 100%. And this would be my second topic, beside the level playing field. We should not be making the mistake as an industry to try to hide from competition and to try to hide from technological competition by putting up regulation. Out of my perspective, this doesn't work, and I think we have seen some proof for that in the past, that, for example, I'm sorry, I'm German, so I'll refer to the German automotive industry. The German car manufacturers have been able to deal with the new and upcoming competition in the past from Japanese car manufacturers, have been able to deal with the new and upcoming competition from Korean manufacturers. There was the rumor and the expectation that Indian car manufacturers would impose a huge competition, and now we have the Chinese car manufacturers which are coming up and which do pose a big competition. We should not be hiding and shying away from that. We should be openly and on a technological basis tackling this and trying to tackle this. The worst thing, out of my perspective, would be if we try to put up barriers in a global industry, try to put up barriers, try to hide behind these barriers, don't face the technological challenge, don't face the technological competition, and then in a couple of years, in 5 to 10 years afterwards, see that we have the inferior products. I strongly believe that if we are open for the competition and for the competition for the best product for the consumer, we do have all the capacities which we actually do need in terms of engineering, in terms of production know-how, and in order to be ahead in the race and in order to win this race also. Nonetheless, once again, also, we as a supplier are a global company. We do serve European manufacturers, American manufacturers, and also Chinese and Asian manufacturers. We are happy if our customers are successful and are gaining market share. But the worst thing out of my perspective would be if we shy away from the competition and try to hide behind hurdles, behind regulatory hurdles.
Clear, thank you. Few questions from the audience are around the sustainability impact of EVs. Basically, what is a less polluting solution, EV car or IC car? I'll frame the question in this way. If you take the pollution, CO2 emissions, of the total value chain from the moment that the materials are mined to the moment that the car is parked after X years of use, which car will emit less, IC or EV?
I'm not a 100% expert on that, but due to my knowledge, we have already crossed that point where where BEV vehicles actually are over the entire life cycle from including the production up to the recycling point in time, let's call it, have become more efficient with regards to their environmental footprint compared to ICE vehicles. That had been a little bit different a couple of years ago, but as far as I know, the trend has already turned into favor for the BEV vehicles. And once again, of course, it highly depends upon where the car is manufactured, how it's manufactured, how much are you driving the car, and. But in general, that point has already been crossed where electrified vehicles are the more environmental friendly solution from, how's it called, from cradle to grave.
Thank you. Now moving beyond the automotive and speaking to you as a successful business owner and owner of a family-owned business. You are leading a $4 billion company that's part of Germany's Mittelstand, the economic driver of Germany's economy that includes hundreds probably of companies like yours. Could you share the ingredients behind your success and what could be some lessons learned that you would like to pass on family-owned businesses here in this room?
I'll give it a try. Thank you very much for that. So maybe, if you allow, just one remark regarding the history there of our company. So our company is not really a startup. It's not really new. So my great-grandfather has founded our company in the year 1912. So you can see there has been some time for the development that we actually did take. But I think considering the time frame that I'm able to observe, I started to work in our company in the year 2008, and at that point in time we had a turnover of roughly 1 billion euro, and after that we're able to grow that up to almost 4 billion, like you have said. I think a couple of topics have shaped the way forward. I think one is we have always tried to focus our activities around technological development. So we are a very, very technological driven company with high complexity with regards to our products and also with regards to our production processes. We've done so, of course, always based on the needs of the market and based on the needs of our customers, but of course we've done so in order to try to have some competitive edge compared to other companies. When we engage into new fields, we try to identify areas where we are able to draw upon those core competencies that we have from the technological side. Giving you an example about that, it matches actually to the electromobility. So we started as a automotive manufacturer and automotive supplier, sorry. And then when we considered to also diversify a little bit and try to build up other areas, we identified the area of photovoltaics, of solar business, of renewable energies. So instead of moving, for example, into the area of producing solar panels, we decided that based on our electronic competence, we would be engaging into building up photovoltaic inverters, which then do convert the energy that's coming from the panel so that you can feed it into the grid and so on. So focus on our core competence, our technological core competence, and try to grow from that core onwards. Interestingly, later on, we've done that exactly the other way around and incorporated that competence that we built up in the photovoltaic area back into the automotive area, why we were able to serve the market for electromobility, actually. So this would be one. Second topic is we try to be long-term focused. This is also why I'm not so worried about the current dips that we do see in the market with regards to battery electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, because in the long run we are convinced that the trend towards sustainability, renewable energy, regarding CO2 emissions and is going to drive the right technical solution forward, which is currently, and of course we need to be open, electromobility and hybrid vehicles. So try to be long-term focused and not jump from one mood to the next mood and change company strategy based on moods. And the third thing out of my perspective would be, even though we are quite old as a company, we still have a very small circle of owners, a very small group of owners. So we've always stayed 100% in the family ownership. We've always tried to follow the strategy that not one decision should be so risky that the entire company is put at stake and is put at risk, because of course there's always the risk that we might take wrong decisions as well. And that small group of shareholders, of owners of our company, which are all family members, are very, very dedicated to, and are very, very loyal to our company, and are thereby enabling that long-term orientation. Yeah, so we do not need to be jumping from one investor conference to another to justify the result of the last quarter and to justify what we did in the last quarter, but to also sustain certain market turbulences by being long-term oriented and having that solid ownership. And this is really, out of my perspective, a big fortune for our company.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Now, maybe final question regarding your presence in Macedonia. So you have invested more than 100 million euros in our economy. And you had other choices, I'm sure, when you were making these decisions. What made Macedonia win?
I could make it very easy, but I know that he doesn't want that. That I just point out one person right now, so I won't do that. No, I'm kidding. But very frankly speaking, Macedonia and the people and the team that we have been in contact with at that point in time was extremely, extremely active at that point in time in trying to really very sincerely listen to our needs, understand our business needs, understand what we are targeting for, and trying to identify possible solutions to cater those needs. Now, of course, that doesn't always work to 100%, but that was, out of my perspective, really exceptional and really outstanding, also compared to other countries, which at the same point in time we have been looking at in parallel. So this was really exceptional. And maybe on a more general term, also looking forward a little bit for us as a business, it was important at that point in time, and also going forward is important into the future, that we do have, and that was also one topic that came up on the panel discussion, which was here before, that we do have a certain transparency, stability, and continuity with regards to the regulatory framework in which we are operating. So you've mentioned we've invested 100 million euro here in Macedonia, roughly 100 million euro. We can't just take that away tomorrow and put that somewhere else. We don't want to do that, yeah? But we also can't. We are not able to do that. Therefore, as a long-term oriented business, this topic of stability and of transparency is very important to us. That was the second part. The third part actually was that we were convinced that we do find a very talented, motivated, and highly qualified basis for employees here in Macedonia. So we're located in Ohrid, and that we would, we always call that big fish in a smaller pond, would also have the possibility to attract good talents and good people for our company, working together closely with, for example, universities and so on, to find the right people for us to also develop our people, because in the end, of course, it's the people that are driving our business further. And this would be another topic. So also going forward, focusing on education, yeah, and focusing on strengthening education in collaboration maybe with companies like ours and others, dual education, technical education. This is something that is of importance. Then one more topic, the certainty that we could rely upon a reliability with regards to the fulfillment of contracts on a timely manner that we have agreed upon when we set up our company was important to us, and also going forward will be very important to us and is very important to us. And those were some examples that were driving our decision. And last point maybe, if you allow, regarding that topic, I mentioned that the value chain is important for a company like ours and for an industry like the automotive industry. Now, we will never come to the situation that every single component that we need, for example, I was talking about our onboard chargers. In an onboard charger, you roughly have up to 3,500, 4,000 components in there. We won't be able to have every single component localized in Macedonia or in Europe, so there will be the need for some imports, let's call it. Having the possibility to be engaging and acting together with the authorities to try to identify ways in order to reduce tariffs, just so that we are on the level playing field with the EU, for example, was also one important milestone, one important development going forward, and will also continue to be important to us.
Thank you very much. I'll use the 2 minutes that Jole took with a final question. So now, if there were 2-3 other companies from the German Mittelstand who would be looking to invest 100 million today somewhere in the region, what would you advise our government to do to make sure that Macedonia wins again?
Mm-hmm. Really, I think one thing that stood out was the not passive but active engagement of the team, of the Macedonian team, that was actively advertising Macedonia as a location or as a potential location for investors, and that was really actively engaging into the discussions and really trying to understand the needs of the individual companies, or at least of our company. This would really be one very important thing which I would advise. Then second, once again, which I mentioned, the topic of stability, transparency, and a little bit calculability going forward, reliability going forward. The topic of adaptation to certain global rules is important for global companies, I think, and education. Education in order to, our business is a people business. We are highly dependent upon our employees. And we do need high qualified and highly loyal employees. This would be the next topic. And on a very personal note, once again, if you allow, it would be really great, for example, if the highway between Skopje and Ohrid would be finished.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the discussion. I conclude with the last point that you're kind of pushing Victor to go back to his roots, but that's a follow-up discussion. Thank you, everybody, for your attention, and I hope it was a useful session. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Of course. And now I'm pleased to introduce our next session, FDI Frontiers, Strategies to Attracting Investments in the Global World Era. Joining us is our board member, Victor Mizo, and two esteemed panelists, Eileen Sharp and Martin Kaspar. So welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm glad that we are transitioning from the previous discussion. Actually, both discussions this morning were somewhat related to attracting investments and what can a country do in terms of being more efficient, digitalizing, reducing corruption, and at the same time, Mr. Andreas Kostal, who happens to be my boss at the same time, gave relevant information how and why a country is chosen. So I'm very glad that today we have two very esteemed panelists who will give us their perspective on what and how a country can think about attracting investment, but also how can a company think about choosing a location where to invest. And first we have Eileen Sharp. Eileen Sharp is coming from Ireland. If we think globally, from a country perspective, who has been the most successful in terms of attracting investment and transforming the society, I think Ireland will be the showcase. and not only in Europe, but in the world. And Eileen has been working for the IDA, which is the government authority responsible for attraction, for nourishing, for reinvestment and economic development of the country. She's been working for almost 30 years, started her career as a marketing representative in Hong Kong, and now she's a senior member of the executive leadership team, and I think she can give us the country perspective, how our country, which is an island off of an island, became one of the highest countries with the GDP per capita in Europe. And we also have Dr. Martin Kasper, a German gentleman who comes from the business sector. He's a corporate development executive in a German Mittelstand company, but at the same time, he's a thought leader on international business development, on attracting of FDIs, and on expertise on investment promotion agencies. So he can give us perspective from the practical standpoint, but also from an academic standpoint, what is the forefront of FDI attraction. So I'm going to start the discussion with Martin, actually. Martin, let me ask you from a company's perspective. You think about new investment location. You're looking at various countries in one continent, in multiple continents. What are the main aspects? How does the business think? What are the main drivers that you expect governments, locations, cities, regions to not only present themselves, but what type of information you're looking for before you make that initial, let's say, decision of 3 to 4 countries that you go into the deep dive?
Thank you. Quite a difficult task to follow Andreas Costal, who largely stolen the thunder on that question already, so this is really difficult now. I think there are 3 points corporates like myself would really be looking at this point in time. One is sort of the regulatory environment within which you're sort of operating, and sort of the regulatory environment the country is in or offers you as a corporate. The second is access to talent. How do I find people, and how do I find qualified people? And in terms of thinking about IPAs, to me, one of the most important things is aftercare. And I would argue at the same time, this is probably one of the most neglected areas within IPAs. In terms of the regulatory environment, if you think about sort of Western-style, liberal, open economies, there is, I would say, a really good example, that being Singapore. It's very open, very business-friendly. And at the moment, there is sort of another end of the spectrum, if I could say so, and that is the European Union, because it is going into some sort of regulatory overdrive at the moment, with a whole range of different regulations coming out. And if we're thinking about governments, and if we're thinking about IPAs, I think this is really important, and this is the reason why I'm bringing it up here. You really have a major role to play in this. You really can sort of change the course of the decision of an investor, whether they go here or whether not. If you look at it from our perspective, if I go into Singapore, this is super easy. They're at rank number 2 in the Ease of Doing Business Index. I mean, literally everybody can set up a factory in Singapore, a company. I mean, if you can't do that, you probably shouldn't be in business. If you think about Europe, and sort of the countries of Europe are very disparate. I mean, some are relatively easy and straightforward, others are really, really difficult and relatively low in the ranking, in Ease of Doing Business ranking. So you start with a difficult situation already, and now you have a volley of regulation coming out, one after the other, sort of the supply chain law, the deforestation regulation, the sustainability reporting, the taxonomy. I mean, there is a regulatory tsunami hitting the companies that is really difficult. But that's sort of the silver lining on the horizon, in a way, I would say. Difficult times are always fantastic opportunities to differentiate yourselves. This is the legal context within which we're working. But as an IPA, if as a government, you can help companies, if you can do capacity building, if you can do support, if you have special advice on this, you really drive investment in your direction. And I don't think I'm putting it too strongly when I say the regulatory environment at the moment has the impact of direct or redirect investment flows. If you're really helpful, if you're really supportive, you're actually redirecting investment in your direction. The second point I'd said is sort of the access to talent, and I don't think there is a great surprise in this. I mean, the demography of Europe being what it is, it's really difficult to find talent, to find employees, and it's even more difficult to find well-educated people. And sort of I'm taking a leaf out of Andreas Kostal's talk up here just a minute ago. And this is a purely personal opinion, and you probably totally agree with me on this, but I know that makes for more interesting panels, I guess. I would say forget about fiscal and financial incentives. They have their point in certain instances, but if you spend that money on education, you're so much better served. If you have a business context that works, it's so much more useful. I mean, I won't lie to you. As a corporate, if there is free money at the table, we take it, gracefully so, and maybe even mumble something about the importance of incentives. But I will not locate a factory, a smart factory, if I don't have the people that can run it. I don't locate a factory where there isn't the market to sell my products. And incentives don't change that. And I think we talk way too much about incentives and we talk way too little about education, and I really would urge you to change that. And a very brief last point, and that is a personal bugbear of mine, aftercare. I find it fascinating that there is report after report coming out of UNCTAD and OECD saying, depending on the country, between 50 to 70% of FDI flows are the reinvestments of already existing foreigners in the country. And the same reports say 3/4 of the budget of IPAs goes into promotion, goes into lead generation, goes into marketing campaigns. I mean, it isn't true forever. If you're a small country, you need to draw attention to yourself. Absolutely true. I'm not entirely sure why Germany, the US, or the UK feels the need to draw attention to themselves. I mean, money would be so much better spent on either facilitation or on aftercare. And in a political sense, I get that. And it's wonderful to have the ribbon-cutting ceremonies, it's wonderful to have the great names. But at the end of the day, I think you need to decide whether you want to have investment flows or new nice headlines. And in that, I don't think there is a better investment for a country than having a really strong aftercare department.
Thank you, Martin. I tend to agree with quite a few things that you said, but I'll follow up with a couple of questions. Let me ask now, Eileen, from a government perspective, from an investment promotion and investment facilitation agency, how you look into these things that Martin mentioned, but also what has Ireland done? Give us a little bit of a history. You started as an authority, I guess, in the late 40s, and then with some transformation from the 60s to today. So over 60 years, Ireland has been working in this process. How did Ireland develop from a country of those years post-war, post-World War II, to where you are today?
Well, first of all, thank you, Victor, and thanks for inviting me here today. And just to say, Mr. Costel, it really is a pleasure to be on the same stage as you. The Costel family are investors in Ireland for many, many years, and they're very, very valued. And if I can also just mention a very good close colleague of the Costel family and yourself, Chris Saunders, who invited me here, and just to acknowledge Chris's presence here today. Okay, well, I thought about this, how I was going to approach it actually, Victor, and I think the first thing is to say that from, I suppose, like what is FDI to Ireland, right? IDA Ireland, it's a government agency where our mandate is to find, develop and build, which I was very impressed with your aftercare reference, because that is 50% of our energy goes into aftercare, so I thought that was very interesting. And the whole ethos behind it is, one, to provide jobs, two, to provide economic impact for Ireland, and three, opportunities for the people of Ireland. So I think to understand the sort of the economic impact, which is so important in terms of FDI, I did bring a few numbers, which if you don't mind, I'll have to read. And these are some of the latest figures. So in terms of direct employment, IDA-related companies employs 300,000 people. These companies, the economic expenditure on an annual basis is about 35.8 billion. So you can imagine what that does to an economy. In terms of annual spend by FDI companies in Ireland, it's 3.8 billion per year. The FDI companies are responsible for 383 billion per year, with an annual capital investment of about 15.5 billion. Now, I know I'm rattling off numbers. And in terms of R&D, we talked about shifting and evolving, roughly 1.4 billion per year. So that has a really big economic impact in Ireland, and the purpose of those numbers was just to say it's really important. It's really important. And IDA takes its role very, very seriously. And it takes its role very seriously in terms of working closely with its investors such as the Costal family. We're very structured, we're very organised, we've been at this a long time. So in terms of geographies, essentially there are 4 geographies. There's the United States, there's Britain, there's the Europe, and then what we call growth markets, which is everywhere that doesn't fall into the first 3 categories. Our main market is the United States, and we have people all over the US. In UK, our main office is in London, and in Europe, it's in Germany. Germany is a very, very important market for IDA. And then outside of that, we have our what we call growth markets. So within that, we have 3 tiers, but probably the primary markets are Japan, India, and China. I heard the reference to China earlier on this morning about Chinese investment. Chinese investment has been very good to Ireland. We only went into China in 2003. So in 2018, we secured the largest greenfield investment into Europe, went into Ireland, and that was 1.7 billion in the biopharmaceutical space. So there are some very important there is some very important business coming out of China as well. So I suppose that's our geographical stance. We operate vertically in terms of sectors. Our primary sectors are engineering and green economy, technology-related business, life sciences, both biopharmaceutical, pharmaceutical, as well as medical technologies, and then international financial services is a big business for us. And then horizontally, we work with these companies across a whole range of businesses from end to end in the value chain, really, from research and development right through to end delivery and across. So I'm rabbiting on a bit, actually, Victor. I suppose just to finish this segment by saying we're doing very well. Last year we brought in just under 250 investments into Ireland, of which a significant portion were new name investments. Of that, about just slightly over 50% of those investments went into what we call regional locations. That means locations outside of the main city centres. So a lot of work in terms of strategic planning and delivery goes into ensuring that we continue to deliver on those numbers.
Thank you, Eileen. Martin, if I can go back to something that you stated, and please elaborate a little further. Your point of view about incentives versus talent. A government can say, okay, yes, we have certain talent, certain knowledge, but it takes time to develop talent based on the needs of the investors today and based on the needs of the investors in the next 5 to 10 years. Just because you'll invest a lot in a new engineering department in a university does not mean that the engineers come out 2 days from now. So sometimes the government can say, well, I'll throw a lot of money at them for training, of job creation grants, whatever, capital investment grants, and maybe on the tail end they'll bring expats at the beginning, versus the long-term sustainability of talent creation. How will you view that from a perspective of an investor?
Absolutely true. I mean, there is a pot of money and you can only spend that money once. I totally get that conundrum, but if you don't start with education at some point, you will never get to that point. And I think it's probably also important to recognize the perspective the business community is taking on these things. If you see that steps are being taken in that direction, I think that is also considered. I mean, the money you spend on incentives is kind of gone as soon as it is out of your bank account. There is no additional value other than the company being there, which is a value in its own right. If you use that money on education, I think you have a number of different benefits. A, you have a better qualified workforce, which stands you well in the global competition for investment, but also in sort of the slightly more longer term. We're standing on the precipice of a new paradigm. We're standing sort of on the verge of a new time, and we don't really quite know where we're going. Are we going for full robotics, IoT, lights out factories, and everything is sort of automated? Are we going for asset-light investment? Are we, I don't know, is there a remnant of globalization still there? Do we still have global production networks? What we know is that sort of the way how we do business is changing and is automating, and you can't sell yourself on being a low-cost location. You need to sell yourself on knowledge, you need to sell yourself on expertise, because this is where we're going. So I would call that sort of an insurance into the future as well. If you spend the money on incentives, you have companies who might decamp the year after that. There is zero insurance. So I think you need, and I think that is generally true for investment promotion agencies, and I think IDA is a perfect example for that. You need to think like business people. You need to speak the language of business people. You need to understand what drives them and how they operate. And that is what sort of should determine what you're doing, and maybe not the easy way of sort of shoving money across the table and then, I know, having a wonderful headline for the next year.
Very, very interesting point that you made at the end, because I want to ask Eileen on that. People in the investment promotion agencies should think like business people. How are you organized? In many instances, especially countries maybe in this region, in the Balkans or in Eastern Europe, how do you delineate between politics and a professional agency? How do you find the right staff with the right skill set to be able to speak to all these companies with various fields you mentioned, from engineering to life sciences to financial services? I assume those people have to have professional knowledge and expertise, not just to be regular civil servants in order to be able to speak with those type of companies.
Yeah, Victor, absolutely. We take it very seriously. So, you know, Michael mentioned education. So most of our people would be educated to master's level, and we'd have a significant portion of people with PhDs, you know, because we know that to send people out to talk to potential investors all over the world, you need to be credible. You need to be credible. And to be credible, you need to have the knowledge, and to have the knowledge, you need to go to school and you need to be educated. So it all comes back to there. In terms of politics versus business, we're business focused. We don't get involved in politics at all. In terms of our structures, you know, I think Michael spoke about regulation. You know, some regulation is good, right? So for us, you know, we are an independent agency, but we report into a government department. The government department is headed by the minister. There's a very short line between our clients and the decision makers, the policy makers and the decision makers, and we believe that has been key. as we have developed and evolved over the year. So if Mr. Costal, for example, has an issue and he wants to discuss it with either the Minister or the Prime Minister, we'll arrange that in days. So that short line between emphasising the importance of the investor to the politicians is very important. The other thing I wrote down when Michael was talking there, like knowledge expertise, it's absolutely critical. But we like to go on the journey with investors, okay? And that journey can have ups and downs, okay? It can have ups and downs. And you need to stick with the investors in the bad times and work with them in the good times. I think on the question of incentives, I think it would be a wonderful world if incentives weren't needed, right? But sometimes the reality is very different. Okay, I totally agree with Michael that you don't want to go down the route of lowest possible denominator and cheap is best. But there's a reality to business as well. That means that financial incentives can be very powerful. And they can be very powerful in a knowledge and expertise sense. So if we look at the way business is evolving at the moment, and we look at things like digitization, and we look at efforts in the sustainability area, being able to provide, I wouldn't call it even incentives, I would call it support to companies to be able to accelerate their digitization program, to accelerate their decarbonisation program, that's all good. That's all very good. The world of incentives has changed a lot. So the competition in terms of incentives is different. And a lot of it is down to research and development and very highly sophisticated operations. The incentives don't, you're absolutely right, Michael, they don't, that's not the decider. There's a whole myriad of factors, and I agree with Michael that the education, the quality of the workforce, the availability of the workforce, the flexibility of the workforce, knowledge and expertise, they're the critical component.
Martin, I think you want to say something on the incentives, but as a follow-up also I want you to give a little bit of more in-depth this definition on how do you think the aftercare relevance is important? Because in many instances, I think a company invests for the first time and everybody's happy, but nobody thinks in the background how many other things are needed for the people that work in that company to persuade the headquarters that that's a good place for reinvestment, and then what can, both from a business perspective but also from a government perspective, used as an encouragement tool for that growth and reinvestment.
Yeah. Okay, so if I can have a comeback on 2 points. One, your question about the IPA. And I think it probably is best if you have both in there. If you have civil servants in there who manage to get you through the regulatory maze, who know how the government works, and you have business people in there who speak the language of the business people, understand, okay, this is where they're really having a problem. And I think only if you have both in tandem, it works really well. If you have agencies that are sort of purely staffed by private business people, I don't think they're not particularly efficient. If you have them purely staffed by civil servants, I don't think they're very efficient. It's the combination of both. In terms of incentives, totally agree with Eileen. It is super important to define what we understand as incentives. And if it is capacity building in terms of allowing for digitalization, if it is training activities, I have no problem with that. If it is purely shoving checks across the table, I don't think they're particularly efficient and they're not doing much. So in that respect, I mean, incentive is always a bit of a catch-all term, and I think the nuance is sort of in the detail. But sort of if you attend IPA conferences, I don't know, or if I go into a country, and I always find that quite a curious moment. You go into certain locations, you talk to the people of the IPA, and if the second sentence is, oh, by the way, you have incentives, I always have this slight lingering feeling, so what's wrong with you that you need to talk about money in the first two sentences? So if you get the business context right, you can talk about that very late in the day, it doesn't really matter then. As for your question about aftercare, well, it's a difficult one. I think first and foremostly, stay in touch. Over the last 14 years, I've built 9 production plants for the group I'm working for. Of those 9 production plants, we have 1 country where the IPA is keeping in touch with us. In 8, we haven't heard of them. So as soon as you have the ribbon-cutting ceremony, as soon as you've signed on the dotted line, whoop, they evaporate. And I think that is not a good way. In particular, given the fact that, as we said, the majority is reinvestments. So as an IPA, you need, A, to really speak to the people on the ground. What are their problems? What are their gripes? Do they have difficulties? Because when it comes to reinvestments, there is the whole topic again. How do I get the permits? I mean, what's the whole scenario again? If you're not in the conversation, if you're not there, and most companies have, say, 5 different locations in Europe, if there is one location that is super eager, it's probably going there if you need to expand your capacity in Europe rather than somewhere else. I don't think I can overemphasize the importance of an IPA. And Mr. Costal said exactly the same thing if you listen to it. It was the active engagement, it was the eagerness. Because again, if you look at it from the perspective of a corporate, you go in another country, you don't know the rules of the game. I mean, there are the known knowns. You know what you need to do, you just need to do it. There are the known unknowns. I know I need to pay taxes. I have no idea how I pay taxes in Macedonia, but this is why God invented the tax advisors. So I go to them. The dangerous things are the unknown unknowns, the problems of which I don't know that I have them and I need to deal with them. And that is what IPAs should focus on. At the beginning when you get into it, but also later on. And it is the continuous contact with the local entity, but also with the headquarter. Because if you're a local entity and times are bad, companies are probably cutting down on production plants. And this is the moment where suddenly the local management and the IPA are the best buddies because they're fighting both for exactly the same topic, to keep that plant in that country alive. So it is a question of the perspective. But the most important thing is stay in touch. And the best reason to stay in touch, which is an ongoing problem, is the education, is the talent, is how do you educate people. And that goes back to what you said at the beginning. If governments create special courses on engineering, on cybersecurity, whatever, this is a wonderful reason to keep talking to those business people in your country.
Thank you, Martin. A couple of questions from the audience, but also what I wanted to ask. You mentioned about taxation. First of all, Ireland for a very long time has been known as a country in the European Union with flat tax of 12.5%. And I think that was something that was very important in the whole process, especially at the beginning, in the FDI attraction. Recently, we're one of the last 2 countries in the European Union and within the OECD group that were reluctant but ultimately accepted the global corporate tax, minimum corporate tax of 15%. We as a country have had flat corporate tax of 10%, and large companies, not only ours, but many other FDIs in the country, now have to start adapting to these new rules. What does that adaptation for Ireland mean, and was that the big hurdle to give up your lower tax rate?
Just by way of clarity, there wasn't any reluctance. There was, these things need to be worked through, so that wasn't an indication of any reluctance, and Ireland has fully embraced it, genuinely fully embraced it. And just a point of clarity as well, at the beginning it wasn't 12.5%, it was actually 10%.
Okay.
So, okay, just by way of clarity. So, actually, you know, of course, it represented a big change. You know, it represented a big change. But what we found, actually, we have circa 1,400 clients, and I would say the vast majority, and by the vast majority I mean with a number of very small exceptions that you could go on one hand, all of the clients embraced it. So it wasn't problematic, and I think it wasn't problematic because of what Michael said earlier. The operating environment, what investors value is the totality of the operating environment. One aspect of that is tax. But the critical portions are the enthusiasm in the country, within the government system for business, skills, availability of labour, support and help with the right type of building, land, infrastructure, capacity, water, power, etc. So there's a totality of reasons why investors come in. But do you mind if I go back to something Michael said, because I think it's important in terms of the follow-through. So the way we manage that in IDA, and we've been reasonably successful, half of our resources are actually dedicated to managing, minding and building investment from existing investors. So as soon as an investor is landed, an executive is allocated to that, to work with that company, and that executive is given some targets that they need to reach, whether it's upskilling on digitization, on training, on decarbonisation, or expanding in terms of numbers. So the emphasis on managing the existing clients is just as strong, arguably stronger, than new name investments. So I'm absolutely agreeing with what you're saying.
Thank you. Martin, what about local supply chain and integration of the local economy with the supply chain when you go in a new country as a new investor? How easy is that? Is that the job of you as an investor? Is that the job of the government? Or is that a joint cooperation in order to get there over time?
It is super important, and I think the way how the world is changing, it is getting more important still. For a very long time, we sort of operated on global production networks. We tended to have very long supply chains, and we sort of shipped goods around the world, either within the group or sort of from trusted suppliers. The more you can integrate into the local economy, the better it is, because you sort of massively shorten your supply chain, which significantly increases the stability of your business. In that respect, yes, absolutely. I would, and that is, in my view, that is always the case with pretty much everything we're talking about in terms of FDI attraction. It depends massively on the type of company you're talking about. The smaller the companies are, the more Mittelstands companies, sort of, excuse the reference to the German worldview, sort of the more Mittelstand the company is, the more likely it is that you have close integration with the local community around, because you don't have everything in-house. If you think about Siemens or the big corporations, they have fully complete integrated supply chains within their own enterprise, and obviously very often favor their own manufacturing sites. So in that regard, I would say smaller companies tend to be more effort for IPAs, tend to be more cumbersome because they don't know the rules of the game quite as well. There's no more explaining. But all along, for sort of the stability of the local economy, I think they're a better deal for you.
Eileen, we've been operating in a new geopolitical global environment, especially that has been the case since February 2022 with the onset of the war in Ukraine. European Union has started and really sped up the whole process of investment screening. In which way member states of the European Union are going through a very thorough process of checking where the investment is coming from, whether that's Russia, Belarus, China, etc. We as a country also are in the process of going through and implementing, most likely in the near future, an investment screening mechanism that will comply with the European rules and regulations. We know that the Americans have been doing that for probably 30, 40 years. How is Ireland living in this environment? You mentioned very important Chinese investments are coming there. Is this something that is about national security, or is this about development where you really make a right decision what type of investment is allowed in the country and what can benefit the country?
Well, we are in the process, like yourselves, of actually implementing the investment screening protocol in line with EU regulations. It's important to remember, of course, that investment screening is about all third countries. It's not necessarily about one country or another. It's applicable to all third countries. So for us, we are absolutely apolitical, and as I said, the bulk of our investment comes from the United States of America. The second highest investor for us is Europe, and within Europe, it's Germany 1, UK 2. Europe is Europe, the geography didn't change. And we're also seeing significant investment now from the Nordics. And then within the context of the East, Asia and Japan. So we are absolutely apolitical.
Thank you. Martin, when you're an industrial company, you go to a new country, certainly that's because of manufacturing first and foremost. But how do you think about that new location to potentially be an engineering, an R&D center? How long does it take to make that type of decision? Because the value addition that is created in the country, the type of jobs and the skills that are generated are certainly more important from the government side, but also for your side, that means longevity of being there. It's not about best cost location for X amount of time, and then later on you may pack up and leave.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. As you say, we're sort of in a complete rejigging of the logic we're doing, and there are several points that come into this. If you are in different continents, you have different preferences and different sort of technological approaches to certain things. So you need to have R&D capability, more D than R in that respect, sort of to adapt the products to the local demands and local requirements. On the other hand, and you're sort of referring to inward investment screening as well as outward investment screening, there is the element of how much IP do you want to risk in certain countries where there is a higher likelihood of that idea being replicated somewhere in the market.
And just coming back with the last question for Eileen, something from the audience, referring back to the first panel today, how does your agency, or how does Ireland as a country fight corruption within the government, within the agency, on the FDI-related front? Is there what do you do to impose some systems that there are no special favoritism towards certain companies and people asking for kickbacks, etc.?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. Okay, so getting back to
We're in Eastern Europe, so please explain that doesn't happen. How does that not happen?
Well, we live in a regulated environment. Okay, so we have protocols that are applied that would mean these things simply don't happen. I'm not explaining this very well, but we live in a regulated environment. Now, I don't think we're over-regulated. We're appropriately regulated. Okay, so we have a series of protocols that we need to adhere to, and that our teams adhere to. Quite honestly, I've been doing this a while, and I have never once met an investor that is looking for a kickback. Not once. So I have no experience in it, and my organization has no experience in it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, Martin. And hopefully this was an interesting and valuable discussion for Macedonia as a country going forward to learn from the best how to attract FDIs in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the video you're watching now is from our online platform, Connect to MK. Connect to MK connects Macedonian businesses with experts from the diaspora. I strongly encourage you to sign up to this platform to help Macedonian businesses grow. If you're an expert, and if you're a Macedonian company, we encourage you to sign up so that we can match you with an expert. Now it's time for a lunch break. Please feel free to... Coffee break, sorry. Coffee break. There's coffee outside on the second floor, and the rooms for meetings are on the first floor. See you soon.
To the crowd people that may not know, this is pretty easy. We've got John Beetove and Chris Pavlovsky, both board members and CEO of Rumble. So let's go.
Good morning. I like that music. Kind of got a little vibe to it. I'm back up. I wasn't expecting to be here today, but I am so honored that we got this guy to Skopje. We used to come to this conference every year, and Chris used to be here, but he literally probably has more miles flying the world, or at least North America, than almost anyone I know other than Joe Biden or Donald Trump. So he has done an incredible, incredible job building a company called Rumble. Chris is the founder, chairman, and CEO. It's a public company. It's got a market capitalization of $2 billion, which is quite incredible. You would all know its flagship property is rumble.com, dedicated upholding everyone's right to free expression. It's built its own cloud and advertising marketplace, which are two strategic planks Chris has taken the company to diversify and strengthen it, and to get away from the big three in terms of controlling the data highways. Both products are used by Trump's media company, Trump Media and Technology. Chris is a finalist for the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Award in the past. He co-founded another company here that we're proud of in Skopje called Cosmic, and I'm going to ask him about that as well, which is a global IT business with over 100 employees and offices in Macedonia. And after launching Rumble in October, he led a seismic movement in the fight against digital censorship, which is really, I watch Chris, and if you see him, whether he's on TV or streaming or whatever else, you don't know whether he's passionate driving as a CEO of a public company, or passionate about the message against censorship and fighting for free speech, which is the best way to work, is when your passion and your work intersect in terms of what you do. Rumble has challenged government overreach and corporate media censorship around the world. In places, I said, my daughter's getting married in France. I said to Chris, you come? And he goes, ooh, France, I don't know. Bad country. Brazil, New Zealand, Russia, China. I'm going to ask him a little bit about China. Rumble is the tip of in the spear in the fight for everyone's human rights to free expression. He was recently named one of the 50 best freedom fighters in the world today by the UK Journalism, and Chris in the eighth position of a great company just behind some of the other media entities. So, welcome to Skopje, Chris Pavlovsky. But even better, welcome to Skopje, Chris's Dero. Dero. Stani. Stani. All right. As I get organized here with the questions. Chris, your journey from founding Cosmic right through to Rumble has been incredibly remarkable. We're all very proud of you. How did it all begin?
So, yeah, it began over 2 decades ago. I was building websites out of my parents' basement, and around like 2005, I was in the video space very early on, prior to like any video sharing platforms being around. And I remember getting a message from one of my high school friends at the time, and he's like, hey, check this site out. These guys are going to dominate. They got all of this funding from Sequoia. And that site was YouTube. From that point on, post 2005, we all know the story. YouTube took over, got integrated into Google search, and basically dominated the market. So it wasn't until about 2010, 2012 that I started to notice that the incumbent big platforms out there were starting to preference like large creators, corporations, brands, and kind of forgetting about the small guy, the friends, family, aunts, and uncles. And by 2013, I decided to start Rumble. And by the way, the guy that told me that YouTube was going to take over in 2013 gave me Rumble, the domain name, as my 30th birthday gift for free and said, go beat YouTube. True story. So in 2013, we started Rumble to basically take on the incumbent platforms, in particular YouTube, by helping the small creator get the monetization tools and distribution tools they were no longer getting on YouTube. Fast forward to 2020. It was the summer of 2020. I'm a Canadian, born and raised in Toronto, Canada. I get a phone call from the ranking member of the US House Intel Committee. And I'm like, holy shit, am I under investigation? Like, that was a pretty interesting call. So, but he calls me and asks me just a very simple question. He's like, Chris, if I bring my content to Rumble and I search for my name, am I going to find it? And I'm like, yeah, thinking I'm under some kind of investigation. I'm like, yeah, absolutely, you're going to be able to find it, Mr. Congressman. It was, at the time, it was Congressman Devin Nunes, who was formerly the chairman of the House Intel Committee and then ranking member when the Democrats controlled the House.
He was getting blocked by some tradition.
Well, he was on YouTube, but the thing is, and this is the remarkable thing, and this is kind of like what exposed a lot of things, is that he comes to Rumble, I think it was in August of, middle of the summer, August-ish, and he comes to Rumble and he uploads his content, and within 2 to 3 months, he gets like 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers on Rumble. But here's the kicker. He's been on YouTube for 4 years at this time. He's got road signs promoting his YouTube channel in his congressional district, and he only has 10,000 subscribers.
Why?
That's the big question, right? How could that happen? So he comes on, and then he explodes. Dan Bongino ends up coming on. The entire conservative world ends up coming on. And this same thing happens over and over. Jim Jordan has more on Rumble. Everyone. It happened to basically most of the creators that came on that were in the conservative side of U.S. politics. And we ended up dominating the conservative side of politics in terms of video by early 2021. And the question is why? Like, I personally can't say exactly what it is. It's some type of censorship. It's some type of shadow banning. I just know what we do on Rumble, and we're not participating in any of this type of biases and promotions of specific content or creators or stopping people from finding people, etc. So you can call it whatever you want. The facts are the facts, is that, you know, you came to Rumble and you grew way faster than you did on YouTube, and you were able to now reach your congressional district a lot easier if you're a politician or if you're a huge creator and a Fox News host like Dan Bongino was at the time. He was able to reach his audience on Rumble. He's got like 3 million plus subs on Rumble. He only had like 600,000-700,000 at YouTube. So it happened to everybody, and it just took over. So by 2021, we took in our first investment. It was around May. This is kind of when we dominated the conservative side of politics, by Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance, and Vivek Ramaswamy was also part of that investment round, along with a few others. And that was our first investment round. And then what we noticed post that, I would say closer to the end of the year of 2021, we started to have a lot of like free speech advocates on the left start coming to Rumble. We started to see people like former Democratic presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard come to Rumble. We saw Glenn Greenwald come to Rumble. And it kind of just took off from there. And then 2022, you saw the Bitcoin conference in Miami get censored and taken down by YouTube. Then all the crypto guys came to Rumble. By the end of 2022 to 2023, we started to see all the young guys were starting to get fed up with censorship. We had like the #1 guy in hip hop, Academics, come to Rumble. We have the #1 guy from YouTube, iShowSpeed, come to Rumble. Kai Cenat from Twitch. So it became like a tidal wave of people coming to Rumble just because they were fed up with what was happening on the other platforms. And it's just simply like the secret ingredient here was just being fair, treating everybody fairly and not picking and choosing, or not doing anything to suppress voices and allowing people to be authentic. People really want to be authentic. They don't want to be fake. And I think what you see a lot in corporate media now in these days is that there's a lot of fakeness. There's a lot of people with agendas. There's a lot of people trying to say things to make other people happy. And authenticity is really appreciated in today's world, and that's why Rumble is where it is today.
Okay, so you got big tech who were throttling or regulating, controlling what us average people were watching when we went on YouTube or whatever else. What about governments? Where are they in this? Like, what roles are they taking on?
You know, this is probably the most disheartening thing I've had to deal with. I was just testifying last week in front of the U.S. Congress Foreign Affairs Committee, and it was about a government in the government of Brazil. So you're probably not familiar, a lot of people might not be familiar with the politics in Brazil, but they have a Supreme Court, I guess the highest Supreme Court guy is Alexander de Moraes, who's just unilaterally jumping in and making decisions without like court cases coming in. He's kind of just at the top saying, we want to ban this guy, we want to ban this guy, and sending us letters and trying to ban people on all platforms. A lot of platforms are complying, some are not. Well, I would say we're the only ones that are not complying with that. We've actually pulled out of Brazil entirely because of the demands of censoring, political opposition, which we find appalling in any world. So what we're seeing around the world, and this kind of is super disheartening, is that the censorship by governments around the world is getting worse. It's getting a lot, what's the word I'm looking for? It's becoming a lot more overt. They're not hiding it anymore, whereas they used to hide it, or they could have hidden it, but now they can't hide it because you have platforms like us that will just like say, hey, look what's happening, this is wrong. So it's happening around the world in multiple different countries, and it really kind of, the one thing I've really realized is I've really started to appreciate America and the United States and how they uphold the Constitution, especially the First Amendment. And there is no place on the planet that's like America when it comes to this, and that's like a huge appreciation of mine now, realizing that, because the rest of the world is really going down a slippery slope. I can name a litany of countries.
So Chris, have you withdrawn from some countries, or are you blocked in some countries?
Both. So China was the first one to block us. Typical communist country. That's what communist regimes do when they want to get rid of other voices that are against their regime. We're also blocked at the IP level in Russia. So Russia blocked us, they actually blocked us about a week ago. They turned us off completely. We've left the market of France, and we've left Brazil, and we're in fights right now with the New Zealand Health Ministry. This is an interesting one. Australia, India, and I'm sure I'm missing some. But the New Zealand one is really interesting because we get an email from New Zealand that's basically asking us to remove a reporter. It's a reporter reporting on a whistleblower, and this whistleblower came from the health ministry, and the whistleblowing report, which it was with respect to COVID, that the New Zealand Health Ministry was lying about COVID data, and now the health ministry is coming to us trying to silence the reporter. This is akin to the Pentagon Papers in the 1970s that was ruled obviously in favor of New York Times and freedom of the press. Like, this is a fundamental principle. Like, you can't go after the reporter reporting on a whistleblower. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to silence reporters in New Zealand, of all places. So you're seeing it in New Zealand and Australia and France, and you're really like scratching your head and saying, what is going on? And now you're seeing these censorship bills come into the UK and the ones proposed in Canada. And you really sit back, like I said, America is like really the greatest place in the world when it comes to the First Amendment and upholding this like this human right. And I think people don't realize that freedom of expression, the ability to speak freely and be authentic, it's not just a constitutional value, but it's a worldwide human right. The UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 19 has freedom of expression as the human right. You don't have civil rights movements, you don't have women's rights movements, you don't have any movements without freedom of expression. This is like the core fundamental cornerstone of democracy and freedom. And it's something that needs to be like protected around the world in every country as much as possible. Otherwise, we're going to go down a really, really bad path, and history has shown us that.
All right, I'm going to make a left turn and ask you, what's your connection to Macedonia?
So, well, he's the one right there. It's my dedo, and both my mom and my dad are from Macedonia. My mom's from Mariovo, and my dad's from Prespa, where my dedo's from. And I came to Macedonia, I think 16 when I was 16 years old. Fell in love with it from that day. And I've been coming, I'd like to say almost every year. It hasn't been. I haven't been in a few years now, but I came very frequently. I invested in Macedonia with Cosmic Development. I put a business here in 2011. And now Rumble is investing like annually $3 million into particularly Bitola, I would say, in terms of employment there. So yeah, very connected to here.
Could you see yourself investing more here, and under what circumstances, or what would it take? What are the characteristics you either like about the market, or that you'd like to see changed for you to be able to deploy more capital here?
At this point, the way I've kind of run businesses, I really don't look for help from governments. I want governments to get out of my way, stay far, far away. When I invested in Macedonia, I didn't get any help from any governments when I first came in 2011. I did it all on my own, and the government stayed out of my way, and they've stayed out of the way since I've been here, which I appreciate, and I think that's the best model for me, is just a government that stays out of the way, and I'm very keen on investing more. Obviously, Rumble is a growing company, and we're investing $3 million a year, and that's growing. Over the next 5 years, that'll be $15 million plus into Beetle alone, which is that's assuming we don't grow, and I have plans to grow. So hopefully, it's a lot more than that.
So someone's asking, Chris, is the Rumble app available in Macedonia, and if not, why not? It's available or not available? Jola says it's available.
I think it's available on iPhones. And if it's not available on Android, I will fix that immediately. It is? Okay.
Here's another question, Chris. How do you regulate hate speech on your platform? Right? Now all of a sudden you have to be censor. And I know that's one of the great things about how his business plan. It's all about free speech, but it's not about hate. So you can't do whatever you want.
So I have a question for you. What is hate speech?
I'd say being overly discriminatory for certain elements of society and things like that derogate or lack respect to a point. So
I think this is like the fundamental right to free speech is absolute, number one. The idea of banning people and censoring people for something that someone deems as hate is very difficult to define, because
Okay, but if someone puts up like a Hitler video or whatever, you're not going to allow that.
Yeah, that's like horrible. But when we're speaking about free speech and we're speaking about the First Amendment is absolute. When it comes to Rumble and when it comes to other platforms in general, like X, there's policies that you don't allow anti-Semitism, you don't allow racism, you don't allow various different types of inciting of violence,
But I think the question is, how do you, like where? Is there someone sitting in an office? You got a group of people, like how do you know when to say, you know, we're taking that video down?
Yeah, so, well, that's coming from over here. That's our largest team right now the largest team in Rumble overall is in moderation. And most of that team is here in Bitola itself. And they're, taking down thousands and thousands of videos that violate Rumble's terms of service.
Someone's asking, can you elaborate on the demonetization policies at Rumble and how do they differ from YouTube in terms of making your money?
Yeah, so the monetization policies on Rumble are a lot different than YouTube. You're monetized on day one on Rumble, whereas on YouTube, I think you have to have like 4,000 hours, certain amount of subscribers, etc. Whereas on Rumble, you're monetized on day one. You can start earning on day one, and you can get paid on day one. So there's no long lift to get monetized on Rumble.
Do you sense any changes coming from governments which would obligate traditional news in terms of how they can moderate or control their platforms?
Repeat that?
Do you see any changes coming from governments or legislation in democracies which would moderate how traditional news puts out its content on their platforms?
Yeah, so we saw that happen in New York. New York State wanted us to report hateful content, I believe it was. So any hateful content that came on Rumble, we had to report. Number one, what do you define as hateful? Do you dislike that person? Or do you like that person? Like, is that hateful? So that was very difficult to even define. And we challenged that in court in New York State, and we won that legal challenge. So to answer the question, yeah, it's happening everywhere. Obviously in America, in places like New York State, in the First Amendment, we're able to win those in court. They're obviously appealing, but there's also bills like in the UK, and there's bills in Canada that are Bill C63, I believe it's called, that's trying to, the Online Harms Act, that's trying to like regulate what hate speech is. But like, I think that's like the difficult question is, what is, hate speech is such a generic term. And like, when do you hate someone? Does that count as hate speech? Like, who gets to decide?
So
that?
what do you call it?
You have to be specific, like inciting violence. Like, if you're part of a terrorist organization, you have to get very specific about the guidelines. I think one of the issues that happened is that, a lot of conservatives a lot of people on the opposite aisle would accuse them of hate speech when they would say something that they believe, whether it's a religious belief or whether it was whatever they wanted to believe. They would always use that word to kind of try to censor the other side. And I think that's like one of the things that I think the platforms got wrong in the last 5-6 years, is that they over accommodated every complaint, and it got so bad that they ended up censoring like valuable voices and authentic speech rather than focused on like what it was 10 years ago. So Rumble's terms and services are no different than the way YouTube was like in 2013 and 2014. It's very similar. But what happened is that like, they started adding in new policies. You can't talk about an election in a specific way. You can't talk about vaccines in a specific way. Everything got regulated, and people's opinions around these topics started becoming suppressed.
Okay, so we talked about kind of the USA being the beacon of free speech, in the Uber example. What's going on with Mother Russia? How are they treating you? What's happening there?
We're banned in Russia. Just lights out. We're not available in Russia. Not our choice. That's the Russian government or whatever institution that managed that. They turned the lights out on us. And China as well did that. They were the first. But Russia's the most recent place that we got banned. So, that's a really good question, is like, if Rumble's banned in Russia and YouTube is not, what is YouTube doing with the Russian government?
It's a great question. And far beyond me to answer. Okay, so now you're running a public company. You got these moderation teams that are in there. You're trying to draw ad revenue. Like, how do you balance it all? Where do you draw the line yourself in terms of where the focus is?
Yeah, so when we went public, like, and I think this was really important to all our shareholders, we raised money on the idea of protecting freedom of speech and protecting, being against this whole cancel culture type of environment. So when we went public, based on that, our shareholders expect us to protect that and to really uphold that. So that's like a core mission value for us, is to really protect that as much as possible, to be the tip of the spear when it comes to that. When we did it, it wasn't cool at all. I was under attack relentlessly by the press and from around the entire world. And then obviously when Elon stepped in and started doing the same thing, it became cool really fast. It's made things a lot easier in terms of like the attacks. The attacks are a lot less now, which is great. And now it's become cool. Everyone kind of likes authenticity again, and free speech has become cool again. So now as a business, what we've done is obviously we have to continue to maintain being the tip of the spear for freedom of expression, but we also have to operate a business and, drive revenue and, do quarterly reports and earnings. I just did my earnings last night, and I flew in straight right after my earnings to here. We've launched different lines of businesses. We got into the cloud business, and our first cloud customer was Donald J. Trump's DJT business. We're in the cloud business now, working with lots of people there. We've opened up the Rumble Advertising Center, which is also Donald Trump's business is using that as well. Even TMZ started testing it, and Drudge Report's using it. So we've built an advertising marketplace, we've built the cloud, and we have the Rumble video platform. So we have 3 core products. Obviously, the Rumble video platform is our banner product that's upholding free expression, and the other 2 products are what we're looking to drive the revenue.
On your earnings, you mentioned your studios as another. What is that, a 4th leg, or is that part of video?
That's the 4th product. It's the Rumble Studio is a way for everybody to very easily go live. It's more of a software that people can use to go live. And what excites me about that is that it is going to connect with the Rumble advertising system so that creators can very easily monetize their live streams directly from the studio. So it's 4 main products, but the 2 main products that will drive the revenue will be the Rumble Advertising Center, which connects into the studio, and then obviously the cloud business.
I mean, the questions are flying in, so I'm trying to pick some good ones here. Here's a good one. So I get why you're banned in Russia and China, but why France?
So France asked us to ban Russian news sources, and not because of anything, not because they violated our terms of service, not because they, did anything wrong on our platform, but simply because France didn't want any Russian news on Rumble, and obviously that's against our terms, it's against our ethos, and we said no, and they threatened to turn us off.
We're getting the hand signals, but I got another good one here. And you personally feel guilty sometimes when you're putting something out there that's untruthful.
No, first off, what's truth? All right,
great question.
No, it is a good question, because what's true yesterday, it might not be true tomorrow. Look at Galileo. Galileo was put in prison for thinking the world revolved around the sun, and very quick, today, we know the world is around the sun. Things change, and it's not my job to be a scientist, to be a political professor as a platform. It's not my job to tell someone who's right or who's wrong. My job is to build a video platform where everyone can give their opinions and be able to, express themselves authentically. The minute that I step in and I think I'm an authority to tell them what they can and cannot say, is the minute I become like is the minute that's not something I'm ever interested in doing. I think everyone here is entitled to their opinions, and what someone believes on one side and what another person believes on the other side is always going to be different. It always has been different, and that's what's created amazing things in society. That's what has led amazing movements, civil rights movements, women's rights movements. That's what leads to these things, because one person thinks a truth is their truth, and anybody that thinks like that is on the wrong side of history, and I promise that. I've seen enough, I've read enough history. That's the wrong place to be, and I think all the platforms, by trying to do that, is completely wrong, and I'm totally against it. So no, I don't feel bad, because I'm not the guy that's going to look to see whether it's true or not, and I'm not the one to be able to make that distinction if it's true or not. And
well,
I think that would be very wrong of me to do that.
I want to thank you for coming. I know he did get his earnings call out yesterday, got straight on a plane and came here. A quick anecdote. This kid was begging me to meet with him like in 08 or 09, whatever, and I finally meet with him. He's going, hey, it might have been 05, whatever. I'm Macedonian, I got a business over there. I want to join Macedonia2025, I want to help out. He's been whether you show up or you don't show up, we understand how crazy it is. You've always been supportive. You support our youth tech conferences. You do everything else. You are a great Macedonian patriot. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us.
Thank you so much for being here, Chris. I know that people from all over the world actually came to the conference to watch this session, to watch you. So thank you. Thank you for coming. Just to note that our summit videos will be on the Rumble video platform as well as on YouTube, so you can watch them there. And now, it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce the next session, Global Supply Chain Resilience, Exploring Strategies for Building Resilient and Adaptable Supply Chains in the Face of Global Disruptions. What a long title. Please welcome to the stage our board member, Borjan Borazanov, and the speakers. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a pretty boring panel. I mean, I know we are the only thing between you and lunch next, and after these exciting sessions in the morning, I'm pretty much aware that the attention span might not be there, but we will try to get as boring as possible, right? You know.
We'll give it our best shot.
Yeah, operations is boring by definition. So let me give you a flavor. I mean, the title is so mouthful that even I don't get all the buzzwords that are in. But let me share a story from yesterday. You know, so the first thing that I saw when I woke up was the title. You know, Biden trumps Trump. And I'm like, what the hell happened again, right? You know, so, and then I see that, you know, the new wave of tariffs are involved, etc., right? You know, so the direct implication for me as operation professional is that, you know, the plan and the strategy that we were working for the last year, you know, we should throw it away because of the basic assumptions are completely off the table. But then I ask, you know, what's the timing, right? You know, why is the timing of this tariff right now? I mean, the elections are so far, you know, there is no immediate effect there. And then today in the news, right, you know, Putin visits China and they proclaim partnership lasting for generations. I'm like, oh, probably it was, you know, the timing had to do something with it. Which means that also we need to revisit our China strategy as well. So a lot of homework for me, but before I go to introducing the speakers, I also want to say hi to everybody from my third, let's say, news since yesterday, right, our third panelist, a dear friend from McKinsey, sent me a message. I need to cancel last minute. My daughter decided that she will come to this world 2 weeks earlier than planned. I'm like, okay, really happy for you. So congrats, Dinu, and welcome, Mela. Welcome to the fun world of operations. And then we talked with Nikica, and how you don't get excited with all these things happening and plans changing all the time. So simple enough, right? We are boring, right? In operations, we are so used to it, so we need to adapt. So I think it's a bit of a long introduction to the panel, but I hope I introduce some of the topics that we will try to touch. We have extreme pleasure to welcome Erjan Prešova, Business and Strategy Manager for Kia Europe.
Correct.
By the way, the only person that ever dunked over me. Very competitive person, one of the stars of the cadet basketball team long time ago, and truly one of the proud Macedonians in automotive business for more than 15 years. Welcome, Erjan. And we have Hans here with us, also one of the esteemed professionals. We heard about Costal. Hans is having the dual role like everybody, right? It's not enough to have only one job, right? You need to have at least two. So Hans is the Chief Operating Officer for the full Costal Group, but also President for European business. So I'm hoping that we will try to illustrate some of the things which are going on at the moment. Okay. I know we had a script for this one and we changed it, right? Plan A, B, C, right? But we will improvise as always. But let me start with Erjan. Congrats on yet another profit year, right? Hyundai and Kia for me are one of the surprises, I would say, in automotive industries in the last 6-7 years, right? Since you took the title of #3 producer in the world. Do you know that, right? Toyota, Volkswagen, and then it's Hyundai, so no Detroit 3, no other German OEMs, it's them, right? So I think they're really killing it, especially in Europe. They grew 18% last year, I think, and they're one of the few, actually, OEMs which is fully utilized, meaning that they're producing at capacity more than 300,000 cars in Europe and over half a million engines. So right. The question is, how do you do it? Everybody's complaining, everybody's crying. Business in Europe is bad. How do you do it?
Well, first of all, thanks for the introduction, and I'm really pleased to be here with you. You make a good point. I mean, we've been riding a wave of success for a while now. And it's been going since, I would say, 2005 onward. And to be frank, we really thrive in times of challenge. And we really cherish those moments as a company and as a group. Back in the world economic crisis in 2008, this is where we did the first jump in terms of performance and sales results. Literally within 3 years of that period, gaining a 1% market share in a very stable and very, I would say, saturated European market. Following that, now with the COVID crisis, with the semiconductor crisis, we also made another leap forward. And yeah, we broke the 600,000 mark for the first time last year, reached record profits, and in also a very challenging environment. Now, how did we achieve that is a bit more complex, so it doesn't happen overnight. It's a mix of the way we do business and the culture of Kia. So first and foremost, during those quantitative growths, we had not focused that much on quality. So what we did from 2013 onward is really focus on improving our capacity, improving our throughputs, building infrastructure in terms of sales and service networks, but also work on our CRM system, digitalizing our operations, and improving overall customer centricity. So we were building the foundations for a sustainable growth in the future as well. Now, we are also a very lean organization, and we're very agile, so that helps us move quite quickly from assessment to decision, to proposal to decision, to execution. It goes quite fast. Just to give you a fun fact, on a profitability level per head of employee, we are #1 in the world. So it's Kia, Hyundai, and Ferrari afterwards. So in that sense, that's one of our, I would say, keys to success. And now finally, once the pandemic hit, what we did is, at that time, we really got closer to our customers, to our partners, but also to our suppliers. And our factory in Žilina is arguably one of the best factories that Hyundai has in the world. And what the engineering teams, what the procurement teams there did was really get closer to our suppliers and to that level to really work on a micro level on what we need and how do we match capacity, production ability, and what we needed at that time. Even going that far as to help with liquidity, help with supporting survival, literally, within that period. So we believe that those, let's say, relationships that we have, both with our customers, with our retailers, with our partners, and most importantly, our suppliers, are our keys to success throughout those challenging times. And we try to build on that going forward.
No, you're not giving away all of your secrets, but I have some follow-up questions on this one that I will come back. But you know, Ercan mentioned COVID. Hans, I can imagine we've been through a lot of things since COVID, and it's what, 40 years, right? You know, it seems like it was yesterday or last century, or depends how you look at it. But since that, right, you know, the chip crisis, the plastic resin shortages, Red Sea, Houthis, etc., etc. So, can you share some war stories? I think war stories in terms of what did you learn during that period? What made you stronger?
Yeah, well, in fact, it's true. It's 4 years ago since COVID. You know, on the one side, I don't know how you feel, but on the one side, it feels like it was yesterday. On the other side, it feels like it was already ages ago. So it's really indifferent. Well, and the last 4 years have been, in many dimensions, crazy, and I'm sure you can all relate to this. I want to pick out probably two things. It's not going to be COVID. Many people picked on this already. I want to pick out two things that I think, at least for me personally, but for sure for my responsibility and our organization, really had a significant impact. I'll start with the Ukrainian war, because I guess sometimes I feel we don't talk about it enough anymore. Just to give you guys a few numbers that you probably can relate to. As you maybe know or don't, Costa, we do have, I never what to say, we have two facilities. We have two facilities in the Ukraine, and we are not on the western part. We are right in the middle of the country, southeast of Kiev, for your orientation. And we have around about 950 associates there. Of the 950 associates, around about 308 are eligible now to be pulled in to do their service, whatever that means to that individual. Of the 308, 266 received already a kind of letter to prepare them to be ready anytime soon. And you all guys can follow the news. Ukraine is looking for another, 500, 600,000 soldiers. Gives you impression of what the pressure is there on an individual level as well as on an organization level. I have already 70 employees that already serving, and we have lost already 2 individuals. I mean, just these numbers, that's just 1,700 kilometers away from here. So it's in the middle of Europe, if you want to say so. I will never forget that day in February 2022 when that started. And I admit it, I'm the first one to admit it on the day before it happened. And if I'm the only one to admit this, I was in that camp to say this is not going to happen. I was convinced this is not going to happen. It was, for me, unthinkable. Well, how wrong can you be? So, just 1,700 kilometers away from here, and just to bridge to the gentleman who was sitting here before, freedom of speech, super important. I agree with many things. But just these few numbers I've been reading to you guys is telling you that freedom of speech is important. Well, peace is probably more important. If there is no peace, and I'm not making this political, I'm not going to get involved into this. It's just the circumstances are what the circumstances are. It's so terrible. We can't do business. People cannot live their lives. They cannot make their own decisions. It's terrible from A to Z. So it's really, really, for me, that was probably the negative highlight of the last 4 years. And you know what? The most frustrating thing of all this is there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. I'm in contact with these guys all the time with my people there, but there's nothing sensible I can do. That's the one thing. And the second thing for sure was the semiconductor crisis. As we are a fairly large company that uses a ton of those. Looking at my dear customer here, that was really a struggle. When that all kicked in, that really drove a curveball on all of us. And I would say some of the lessons learned I had from them is that, one, you should never feel too safe about the supply chain. So, what you thought is safe, you can learn different the next day. Number 2 is what I've also learned on this is we're all in the same boat. And I really say this with all the respect to my customer. We're all in the same boat, don't forget this, because if we don't give you any parts, you will not sell any vehicles. What I've also learned is that if it really has to happen, there is a strong bond between suppliers, in our case Tier 1 suppliers, and our customers, because if we wouldn't have not figured this out together, I don't think there would have been any winner at the table. And of course, also a lessons learned is that, not talking about winners and losers, but our customers, the OEMs, they had that magic choice of, with a limited supply of parts that can be more or less used for everything, to build that kind of portfolio that suits them the best. As a supplier, I don't have that choice. I have to supply what's necessary or what I got asked for. And I know many of my colleagues of different suppliers, and they had a tough time with being directed to pick and choose whatever is wanted instead of what was contracted on. But if you have a limited supply, what choice do you have? So that was a difficult period of time for all of us, but I would say more difficult for the suppliers.
Thanks for that. I mean, certainly clearly remember that period, and maybe we can follow up. But before we go to the debate of single source versus dual source and, long or short, etc., question to Ercan. I mean, back to Hyundai and the electrification as a secular force in the automotive industry at the moment. By the way, Honda and Hyundai are Hyundai actually, right? It's one of the silent winners in that race, I can say, right? There is a lot of talk about Tesla, etc., but just check the stats of who is selling more EVs than the traditional OEMs. but it's a completely different product, right? You know, it's a completely different value chain, right? You know, it's supply chain, you know, end to end, etc. Right? You know, so how do you design that, or what are the differences between the traditional ICE and the EV?
Well, first of all, I mean, as an industry, we've chosen EVs as the future, right? So we're already on that path, and we're moving forward. As you may be aware, the major component of an EV is the battery, right? So it accounts for more than 30%, on average, 30% of the value of the car. So, well, costs are paramount. So controlling those costs is really key to success. And frankly speaking, in terms of cost parity between EVs and ICE, we still haven't reached it. Also, in terms of just going to the war in Ukraine and all the challenges that happened, that led to also a deterioration of the total cost of ownership of EVs. And total cost of ownership is something that usually fleet companies look into when they do their purchases, so the overall life cycle usage, not only purchase, but also usage of the vehicle. And this is the time where the EVs and the TCOs there deteriorated beyond. Otherwise, it was actually working in the right direction. We definitely believe this is the right way to go forward. And as it was mentioned earlier by the panelists, this is the way forward. And both legislation and development are drivers of this change. So for us, going back to the cost, is going to be key to kind of manage that ratio and try to do the best out of it. I mean, we've had very good products. We've invested a lot in our product portfolio. In the next couple of years, we'll be launching a plethora of new EV models. We've had success with the current ones. So the EV6 was the car of the year in Europe, EV9 the world car of the year. So all very successful models. However, the catalyst, the driver of their change was governments and regulation, right? And from that perspective, we would rather move towards a natural demand rather than a stimulated demand. And this is where we look for research and developments and innovation to accelerate. I mean, we've made strides in terms of battery technology, battery management systems, and the qualities of those parts. However, I mean, this will bring us definitely closer to that user experience that we are accustomed to the one easy to use vehicle as the ICE is, and such needs to be the experience when you're using an EV. And so the developments there are going to drive the change, and we look forward to those. On the other side, we as a traditional OEM are at a disadvantage a bit compared to the pure EV manufacturers, just because we have to maintain those two lines. It's both ICEs and EVs. So we have to diversify in that sense and still be on the cutting edge of development of the EVs while maintaining all of our ICE, petrol, diesel, hybrids, plug-in hybrid vehicles in operation and technologies. So, however, we're making good progress. I think we're staying competitive and staying on top of the game, and we'll look forward to doing that in the future. So, but it is key that we provide that ease of use and peace of mind and address that range anxiety with the customers, throughout this period.
Okay. Hans, are you doing any turbo onboard chargers for Kia yet? Or?
No, it's all fine. I mean, Mr. Costa was here upstage where he was asked also, what's the future, EV, not EV? Well, the short answer of this is I don't know. Nobody does. But I agree wildest with him that, we'll see, but let the market decide instead of putting too much governance over it is always rather a good idea than a bad idea.
Yeah. Can you reflect a little bit on the ongoing relationship between the OEMs and Tier 1 or Tier N suppliers, right? I mean, as a context, right? These guys are making huge profits in the last 2-3 years, which also, myself being in the supplier shoes, we cannot probably be in the same sentence there. I think there was some, consensus in the automotive industry that, once the OEM are making money, that the suppliers will make money, and in the bad times we will go through the suffering together. But it seems that has changed right now. Can you comment on that?
Well, I could collaborate on this all day. How much time do you have, guys? No.
20 minutes.
No, but I mean, the facts first. Most of our customers, one of his Skia, are all, listed companies, so they have to show what, the money they make and whatnot. In the supply landscape, that's a little different. So, but these numbers are obvious, and it's probably fair to say that, many of the OEMs had really record years, record quarters, it's easy to read, you can Google it. I can say this much. We didn't. They have something in common, and many suppliers didn't. Out of that very reason that, we don't have that, and I mentioned this in the first point, we don't have that luxury of pick and choose whatever we would like to sell because it's best for our portfolio or best for our P&L. We need to pick and choose whatever our customer tells us this is what we need, the parts that we need. And fundamentally what the supply crisis did, or the semiconductor crisis did, is it fundamentally made the market smaller because there was just fewer semiconductors available, and so fewer cars were to be built. Well, as a normal Tier 1 supplier, you're really depending on volume. It's that simple. Volume is the it. Of course, product mix is it too, but volume is much more important. Well, with our customers, it's volume too, but there the product mix is of essence. Now, we got faced with, whatever we need to deliver, but it's in any case less volume, so that was not good for us. On the other side, what I also have to affect is that some of the semiconductors got twice as expensive or 3 times as expensive, and we have many, almost to say all our customers really supported us. I really need to say we found good agreements to cover these extra costs, because without that coverage, it would have been impossible to keep the supply chain up and running. I think that's a fair statement. So, good agreements. And you know how this is. You think you know your customer until really bad times come up. Then you really start to know each other. And it's a fair statement to say that we have, not in all cases, but in many cases, strengthened the relationship to our customer base throughout this very difficult period. Well, one of the questions is always, and I got this asked all the time, is the end consumer, or whoever needs to pay, willing to pay for more resilience in the supply chain? Besides the fact that this is a really difficult question, this is just like if you ask the end consumers, do you prefer less sugar in your yogurt, or should it be less fat, or should it be more healthy, or should it be better for the CO2 footprint or whatnot? Everybody with a microphone in his or her face going to say yes, of course. But when you stand in front of the fridge and you pick and choose, what do you pick? You pick the sweet and fatty stuff. That's the reality. So exactly, are the final customers are willing to pay more money for more resilience in the supply chain? Well, if you ask them, they're going to say yes. If it's going to become true, it's going to be a no. It's that simple, because it's an untangible thing. What is more resilience in the supply chain mean? Well, they just realize this if whatever they want to buy is not available anymore. Then, of course, they're willing to pay for it. But once everything is running, it's running, so they're not willing to pay for this. So this is what makes this question so difficult. In the end of the day, and you mentioned it, cost matters. Like it or not, and we need to be cost efficient also in the supply chain.
Yeah, and I think that that's also one of the fundamental differences in being successful versus not, and especially touching on the highly utilized facilities that Kia has. So let me try to switch, and we have some interesting question coming from the audience as well, but I'll connect it with, I think, your favorite topic, Ercan, right? Favorite, quote unquote, right? ESG and the impacts, or let me frame it, you know, what's driving your investment decisions, especially right now in Europe. I mean, a lot of is going on in terms of industrial policies, both in the States and in Europe, you know, tariff, non-tariff barriers, etc. But focus more on what's coming in the next two, three years in terms of environmental, etc. So, what's your thought on this one?
Well, it's something that keeps me busy these days, I have to say, in the last 2 years already. But yeah, just stepping back a bit, where this is coming from. Obviously, the European Green Deal that was approved back in 2020. It's one aspect of it, and it had an overarching goal. It has an overarching goal of making the European Union climate neutral by 2050. Now, we have also the Fit for 55 package that is addressing greenhouse gases, and it aims to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases by 55% by 2030. So within these two packages, there's a plethora of legislation, directives, regulation that requires OEMs, manufacturers, and suppliers alike to report on, well, to first of all adhere to reporting and compliance requirements, to report on their supply chains, report on different aspects of the overall value chain. We just recently mapped out kind of the overall legal landscape and how what can impact us in the coming years, and we've identified close to 70 different regulations that impact our business in various shapes and forms. And I'll just mention a few that might be also quite, I would say, would relate as local manufacturers, local suppliers would relate to. One being the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSRD, so-called, and this is where the OEMs, suppliers alike, the companies are required to report on how their business impacts the environment, right? Next one being CSDDD, or the due diligence, so the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is looking into the supply chains and the human rights, whether they're being adhered to, preventing child labor and such. Then we have legislations like the ELVR, the end-of-life vehicle regulation, the life cycle assessments, battery passports, vehicle passports, you name it, everything that's related to kind of tracking all the raw materials, as it was mentioned earlier, from well to tank. But basically what it says is, starting from the sourcing of material to the building, to the usage, till the end of life of vehicle, we are required to track all the raw materials, how they're being, how much of it is put in the car, how they're being recycled, reused, repurposed, how the end-of-life treatment is being done, and how much of it is being reutilized into the production of the new vehicle. So, just if you look at it, you know, all this regulation has the great intention, right? Is to bring a level playing field, as it was mentioned before by Mr. Costal. And however, we need to bear in mind that over-regulation is a danger that we may step into. And all of these requirements are presenting a very large burden on the OEMs and on the entire supply chain. So is the customer willing to pay for that? That's a good question. But we have to do it. And we need to adhere to that. And this is what's going to drive our investment decisions, right? So we need to localize a lot of the supply chain in Europe. We need to, this is going to drive our manufacturing decisions. This is going to drive our relationship with our suppliers. Is what we're required to be supplied from where, because we need to adhere to Euro 1 regulation that requires us to produce in Europe. And just to give you an example of how that impacts our business, just recently, at the end of last year, in France, the Green Industry Deal was introduced. And in essence, it's imposing a carbon tax. So you get incentivized for the sales of your EVs based on the carbon footprint of your vehicle. So we would have two very similar vehicles produced by Kia and Hyundai, one being produced in Europe, the other one in Korea. One gets the incentives, the other one doesn't. So that puts a lot of pressure on us to manage where we source our cars from, where we source our parts from, the batteries, and all the necessary equipment or parts to build those vehicles. However, that comes, again, at what we mentioned earlier, at a cost. And this is what we need to be diligent about managing, because we believe that the customer doesn't deserve the extra charge. We want to provide that same experience between ICE, and that transition to EVs need to come natural, but it needs that, that boost from the governments as well. However, yeah, that's the driver, I would say, in bottom line driver of how we make our investment decisions and how our relationship with our suppliers develops.
I have two follow-up questions. One of them will be for the end, but trying to wake up some of the people in the audience. Let me try to see if I understood what you just elaborated with a lot of popular buzzwords in the industry there. But let's say if I'm a humble small supplier located in a non-European Union country called Macedonia, would I be able to sell to you in the next 2-3 years?
We are looking for European suppliers, absolutely. And we are looking for suppliers, including Macedonia as well. And as you're familiar with, we are actually looking, and we're always looking to expand our supplier base in Macedonia. We had a project running last year just on that topic, and we already collaborate. We collaborate with Johnson Matthey. We collaborate with Costal that already produce in Macedonia. So we definitely look forward to more investments in the region to be able to benefit for that local production and overall be compliant with the requirements that are imposed on us.
Good. We have 9 minutes. The second one is for the end. Hans, maybe on a different topic, but not so far away. There was a lot of talk about technology, artificial intelligence, and what strategy should be implemented, etc., etc. How do you see operations and this type of technologies going together, or what's your crystal ball there in terms of adjusting your strategy and utilizing some of the most advanced technologies to be more resilient, adaptable, or deliver?
It's a good question. Well, the fortunate part is that fundamentally I believe at Costal we really have a good strategy, not just for operations, for everything. I think our strategy, we just worked on it, that is giving us all good guidance. Fundamentally, to really come down to what this means to operations and supply chain and whatnot, I think we always did and continue to put more effort in fundamentally, from the region to the region. Of course, there's going to be exceptions of it. Some stuff is just not available in Europe or in the Americas, or maybe sometimes even in Asia. A very good example are the semiconductors. You can long say from the region for the region. Well, there isn't enough semiconductors within Europe that would satisfy the demand, not at all, because Europeans and maybe also to a certain degree the Americans, we've missed that train that has left the station a while ago. And, you know, that's really strong in Asian hands. And I'm not saying this is particularly bad, it is just what it is. Of course, what I would love to say is that, you know, we are, from a supply chain point of view, free wherever we want to source without any political complications, let's call it that way. But that's just not reality, okay? That's just not what it is. For the sake of all my customers, I need to be very careful. I need to be balanced. I cannot put too many eggs in one basket. I cannot source everything from out of China. Just imagine what would happen if, you know, picture it by yourself. You know exactly what I mean. So this is the reason why we really try to follow up as close as possible from the region for the region. Again, within limits. But again, there are exceptions to it, and some stuff can only be sourced or organized globally. But fundamentally, if I read our customers, if I read the political landscape in which we operate, I can see that viewing everything purely out of global is not fitting anymore. Because that one-fits-all thing that, I don't know, was, 10, 15 years ago, I feel like we left that stage. We have to accept that, Asia, China is a little different, it works a little different. And I'm not saying good or bad, it's just to accept the fact the way they make business, the way they have their understanding is a little different. And who am I to tell the Chinese people how to conduct business when in China? This is nonsense, really. And some of our dear customers also accepted the fact that, we need to see this different. Same thing in the Americas, same thing in Europe. So I think the three regions have differences. They need to be run a little different. Regulation is very different from region to region, so the business circumstances are different. So therefore, our fundamental strategy of really running the world with fundamentally three regions is appropriate and good. And from the region, for the region, is something, with exceptions, that fits us, I assume so, fairly well.
Yep. And maybe just a follow-up, region for the region, it seems to be the dominant one across the industry, or emerging as the most effective one. But in terms of systems or managing data or managing demand and having that transparency, do you see a trend of maybe integrating the systems across the value chain, where OEMs will be sharing actively data with you, so you can, or it's still dog-eat-dog type of environment?
What I would love to say is that we have figured out the system that I know perfectly well what happens today and tomorrow within our Chinese operations, and I have super transparency about the data. Our ERP system runs just like a glass ball and whatnot. Who am I? You would be it's not true. Artificial intelligence is going to help us run that mass data for the future much better and much more efficient, no doubt. And I also agree that suppliers and customers, especially when it gets to demand of the final customer and market trends and mega trends, we need to work much closer together with data to understand the trends and to be prepared for it, because it's of no value if my customer understood the mega trend but didn't tell any one of the suppliers, and how do you serve then? Well, not at all. It's that simple. But are we there yet? No. No. It's still difficult, but I think there's a common agreement, not just here, there's a common agreement in the market that data intelligence, understanding the data, creating knowledge out of mass data is the it for the future. Artificial intelligence is going to help us, but there's a long way for us to go. There's a long way for us to go.
Thank you. 3 minutes out, final one. You know it's coming, right? You know, but it's not from me, it's from the audience, so I'll read it. Given anti-globalization in Europe and the role of the East in the EV industry, would Kia be looking towards investing in battery cell production in the West? Or let me add a little bit of a twist, because we had really good sessions in the morning. What this guy sitting in the audience need to do for you to invest here in Macedonia?
Well,
I'm now interested in that answer.
Yeah. well, first of all, looking at how things have developed, we'll be looking. First of all, going to your first question, battery manufacturing, we're not in it. So we work with our suppliers for that purpose. We have long-standing agreements with multiple suppliers on that, and multiple manufacturers of batteries. We don't have the R&D, we don't have the background, so we're definitely not in that game. So, however, most of our supplier partners are already investing in Europe. So from that perspective, I think that alignment in terms of what is required for us to do business together, it's already there, right? That understanding, let's say, big picture. And I fully agree with you. We need to do a much more work to align on those predictions going forward. And frankly speaking, to do business in Macedonia, I don't think that's a problem, right? I think we're already looking for supply out of Macedonia at this point. Whether a company invests here or in the region, we are willing to work with them. And we are, as long as it fits our requirements, as long as it fits the necessary, I would say, supply standards, our manufacturing standards, and I don't see really a blocker from that perspective. So we're really looking forward to, and as I said, we were scanning additionally the market last year, and we continue to do so in the future for companies that we can extend our business relationship with going forward. So as I mentioned, the regulation forces us, but also the cost factor forces us, right? And we think that we have very good quality labor, efficient manufacturing, and Macedonia provides a very good both cost base, but also a base with a qualified workforce that allows the likes of Costal, the likes of Johnson Matthey to invest here and work with OEMs like Kia and Hyundai. Yeah.
Okay, maybe. You just said maybe, right?
Maybe. Not really.
There is still chance. Okay, I think we are up, and I hope we managed to bring the boring life of operations a little bit closer to you. And yeah, thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Great job. Couple quick announcements before we break for lunch. First and foremost, those are awesome sessions this morning. Thank you all for being here for all of those. One important thing about this summit that we need to shout out, though, is to thank a lot of the sponsors that helped put this event on. First and foremost, our premium sponsors, Imperial Tobacco, Hulk Bank, and Triclav. Our strategic partner, the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. Our gold sponsors, Coastal, who we just saw up there, Visa, Alkaloid, IW Connect, Image PR, Liberty, and Privara Skopje, and Nexsense. As well as all of our other sponsors and partners. Their generous support has made this event possible, and we could not have done it without them. So, I know I'm a stickler on time, so I'm telling you this with the idea there's only 2 more sessions left and then a special speaker coming at 4. So if you want a seat for the 4 o'clock speaker, I recommend you're back here exactly at 1400 hours. Otherwise, I'd hate to say I told you so. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1400. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. So up next, we're going to be awarding some awards. But before we do that, I'm going to ask you all to please scan your QR codes for Slido. And there should be a question there for you to describe the summit in one word. Only one word describe the summit. What is the buzzword of the summit? So just type it in. Okay, all done? Great. And now, I'd like to invite to the stage our co-founder, Mitre Kutanovsky, and the rector of the University St. Cyril and Methodius, Professor Biljana Angelova, to say a few words and award the Atanas Bliznakov Certificate of Excellence to 13 top achievers with a GPA over 9.5. Mitre, welcome.
Thank you, Galina. You know, it's tough to see with all these lights. I appreciate all of you being here. One of the things that Sophie and I are thankful for is the award that we received from the president and being nominated by the Macedonian Board of Directors. So greatly appreciate that. And it left an impression on both of us that our journey isn't finished. We have to continue to support our mother country and the vision that we call him Dedo Tam, Dedo Atanas Bliznakov had for his foundation. The foundation was formed in 1977, and primarily his goal was to educate kids that were in need of financial support. And that vision, that mission continues. And Sophie and I are fortunate to be here and be able to provide that support. Currently, we have 134 recipients of that award, which is $2,500 a year. It might not be much, but for kids that come from different backgrounds in Macedonia, it means a lot. So we will continue to do that. The foundation is managed by a group of people. I'm kind of the chair of that, making sure that the investments are appropriately invested. And we use only the dividends and interest. And all the money is invested in the U.S. marketable securities. When Rumble gets in the Fortune 500, we'll be happy to invest in Rumble as well. I am delighted to give this award to people that succeed, and whether in business or in academia. People get motivated by three things that I've learned in my life, at least. First one is money. Money motivates people. Second one is what I call marbles. That is, athletes get trophies. In business, you get things written down, the marble part. And the last thing is chalk. Things that are written down on whether it's plaque or just a note that says thank you for being an employee of an organization, or recognizing somebody's most valuable day. Anybody know what that is? What is a person's most valuable day? I'm sorry? Who is it? I said Friday. Friday? Wrong answer. It's very simple. I need one person to answer it, and there's a reward for that answer. What is it? Birthday. I just happen to have $100. Yes, you answered right. It is also a great pleasure to work with the new leader of UKIM University that has a vision. And by the way, she is the second woman in the last 75 years to lead the organization. and that is Professor Biljana Angelova. So I would like to invite her to say a few things.
Благодарам за најавата и можноста да се обратам на овој форум. Денеска имаме 13 наши студенти кои што ќе бидат наградени од фондацијата Атанас Близнаков. Атанас Близнаков е фондација, како што напомена предходно господинот Кутановски, формирана 1977 година со две гранки, едната во Македонија, другите во Соединетите Американски држави. И денес и во оваа пригода, уште еднашка да го споменеме името на нашиот ценет иселеник Атанас Близнаков, кој што оставил големо наследство на нашиот универзитет Свети Кирил и Методи во Скопје. Делот кој што беше во Македонија рече си дека е исцрпен во сите овие години, од 77 година, па рече си еве до денешни денови. Меѓутоа, фондовите кои што се наоѓаа во Соединетите Американски држави долги години беа практично и недопрени. Со помош на господинот Митре Кутановски пред 6 години, во 2018 година, успеавме да ги одмрзнеме овие средства кои се наоѓаа во банки во Соединетите Американски држави и денеска да ги направиме достапни за нашите студенти. Целта на оваа фондација да го унапредува високото образование на национално и интернационално ниво, да стипендира студенти, да ги поддржува нивните образовни процеси. УКИМ е најстар универзитет во државата, најголем државотворен универзитет, каде што студентите ни се на прво место. Меѓутоа, се она што е создавано во овие 75 години, тоа се огромни вредности и ние таа традиција имаме обврска да ја негуваме и да ја продолжуваме. Меѓутоа, светот околу нас се менува, глобалното обкружување динамично се менува. УКИМ мора да се менува, да се трансформира, да се отвара. УКИМ станува универзитет препознатлив на меѓународниот научно-истражувачки, високообразовен простор, отворен универзитет за отворено општество. Ние се грижиме за нашите студенти. Не само за тоа да стекнат најдобри професионални знаења, ние ги подготвуваме не само за нивните идни професии, ги подготвуваме во улогата на одговорни граѓани на ова општество. И она што посебно е значено и да го напоменам во оваа пригода, е тоа што се наоѓаме во очи нашиот јубилеј 75 години од основањето на нашиот најстар и најголем универзитет, 24 мај. И токму во очи во оваа наша прослава имаме низа активности, универзитетот исто така доделува од своји собствени фондови, ги наградува најдобрите студенти, имаме и други фондации на универзитетот, меѓутоа оваа ќе истакнам како посебно значајна. Сакала уште еднашка за крај да ги поздравам нашите студенти, да им посакам од ова место, да продолжат да бидат љубопитни, да истражуваат и да учат, затоа што само знаењето ќе ги доведе на онаа разина на која што посакуваат. Ви честитам уште еднашка и ви пожелувам многу успех и во професионалниот и во личниот живот. Исто така во оваа пригода благодарност до Фондацијата Македонија2025 и до господинот Митре Кутановски, кој што овозможи да ни се олесни процесот на одмрзнување на средствата од Фондацијата Близнаков во Соединетите Американски држави. Благодарам.
Okay.
I just want to point out the rankings of these students that are getting the award, and I want to make sure that we're transparent. This money that we're giving out today does not come from the foundation. This is Sophie Shu's budget. I'm telling you. She's already surpassed the record of Imelda Marcos of over 3,000 shoes, so she doesn't really need it anymore. So we're there. So we're happy to give this award to all the students.
Мила Ѓорѓиевска. Александра Исајловска. Софија Јовановиќ. Михаила Лазаревска. Petar Petreski. Kliment Sinikoski. Anna Sofronieska. Michael Stojkoski. Lucia Tonković. Tiana Toszewska. Anastasia Ozunaska. And last but not least, Jovan Bozinovski has a 10.0 GPA. The last recipient. Congratulations, everyone. Now I would like to introduce the next session, Leveraging Digital Health Innovations for Enhanced Medical Services in Southeast Europe, led by the founder of Emerging Europe, Andrew Robel. Andrew will be joined by three incredible speakers. And throughout the session, don't forget to use Slido to ask questions. Here I would like to note that on our YouTube and Rumble channels, we will also have, as part of this panel, a video addressed by Lucid Kushev from Boston University. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we will not be able to play that video, but it will be available on our Rumble and YouTube channel. So Andrew and speakers, you have the floor.
Wow, wow, wow. Isn't that stage amazing? It's so good to be back here, I have to say. I wasn't here last year, but I'm super happy that this year I made it to Skopje. And this time we're going to talk about health innovations. So if I look back at the last couple of years, I see two major things that sort of triggered the development of digital innovations, and one of those is obviously COVID. So, sorry, I was running upstairs, so I'm kind of breathless now. I'm so excited. Yeah, so let's say I'm so excited, but I'm actually breathless. You know, when you oh, that would be actually amazing.
In the meantime, I have an objection. I mean, it was very unfair to put this session after all these beautiful brains and beauty. So, Andrew, next time before the award.
Yeah. But you know, you all guys had lunch a moment ago. So now I very much hope that you will be also participating together with the panelists, and we're going to have a great session. So going back to what I was saying about those trends that I see over the last couple of years. So obviously COVID was number one. And I want to ask you, who back in 2020, when COVID or lockdown started, who of you actually used telemedicine for the first time ever at the time? Oh, so you are the predecessors of all those who started using, because if you look at the McKinsey data, you will see that just between February and April, the number of people who used telemedicine actually grew 78 times. So I'm glad to see that all of you actually used that before that. But if I translate that into the Central and Eastern European experience, you can see that there's a Polish startup that actually became a unicorn back in 2021 because of the scope of services that they offer, which is actually online appointments. So the other thing that I see being a trigger of digital health innovations is obviously AI. I think I've used the word or the acronym AI this year way more times than I did in the previous years. But if I were to ask you, who of you would trust a diagnosis that you get from a doctor that was actually generated by AI, how many of you would actually be okay with that? Okay. Hopefully we're gonna get, okay, I can see some hands, yeah, also on the stage, that's great. Again, if we look at the emerging Europe region, we will see that we actually have a very interesting startup in Hungary right now. It's called AIP Labs, and they want to, they actually describe themselves, and I need to read this to make sure that I do it correctly, as an artificial intelligence pioneer building the world's leading AI engines and infrastructure, including a digital hospital. And they are quite popular, especially in Spain right now. So these are some of the topics that we're going to talk about during the panel, but I also want to relate to the future, because the COVID pandemic itself was a huge disruption for the healthcare system, and we need to be prepared for more. So that's what we're also going to talk about. So let me now quickly ask my panelists, 3 gentlemen. I can assure you that there are fantastic women founders in the health tech domain as well, but today we just happen to have 3 gentlemen. I'll ask them to briefly introduce themselves and give us a little bit of the context, how you guys are linked to the healthcare system. So I'm going to start with Igor in the middle.
Thank you. My name is Igor Zulewski. I'm born and raised in Skopje, Macedonia. I'm a cardiologist and the founder of Cardiology Centers of the Netherlands and Heart for Health. My connection to medicine is obvious. CCN is a private-public organization, and we are the biggest supplier of cardiovascular care outpatient clinic in the Netherlands. We have 14 clinics in the Netherlands, but we're expanding abroad. We have Canada, Serbia, and we are developing in Croatia, Slovenia, Poland, and Romania at the moment. The idea is to become the biggest cardiovascular platform worldwide. At the moment, we see about 300,000 patients annually, and digitalization is basically the solution, because to my most sincere opinion, I believe that healthcare is a social right, and access to care is social rights, and the only way to face the pandemic which we have in demand in healthcare is to make healthcare scalable, and the only way to make healthcare scalable is by digitalization. So being a hardcore cardiology company, we decided 15 years ago to become a digital company as well. So we do have a big portion of our activities are in the field of IT.
Perfect. Dalibor, can we
Hi, so I'm Dalibor, I'm the CEO of Sourcex. We are a Macedonian-Australian company. Not many people know it, but Macedonia actually has a fully integrated medical record. The system here is called Intermission, and the same thing was taken up in Serbia. So we have taken the ideas and essential learning that was developed here and exported it to the world. We currently have national and private customers in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Croatia, and South Africa. Soon to be Namibia, it's the market over there. And we're intending to expand to the United States this year. I fully echo Igor's view that digitization is the only way to get the right scale in healthcare. And, you know, it was a good point about AI. I mean, there is a conflation right now of aging populations, of a general dearth of cadre coming through sufficient to manage and to deliver the services needed by today's healthcare systems here in, you know, emerging Europe, as you term it, but just globally as well. And we have to make it digital and we have to make it automated, and that's what our company does.
We're going to talk about Macedonia's role in that, you know, healthcare ecosystem as well, and what kind of, you know, what kind of role can play going forward as well. And the last one, but not least, Arbor.
So I'm Arbor Shehu, born and raised in Kosovo. Actually, I spend most of my time also here in Struga. I know who is from Struga here. So my mom, she's from there. Is that staying kako Struga nema druga or ima druga? Yeah, great. Ima, nema, okay. So I completed medical training in Kosovo, and then I moved to the United States to complete my master's at James Madison University. And then after that, COVID hit, and then I moved at Johns Hopkins University, Pulmonary and Critical Care, working closely with CDC and the White House to provide them biweekly recommendations for the public health after the COVID cases dropped, fortunately, and then I moved to a biopharma, to AstraZeneca. My role is to help the team to fight the cancer as a cause of death.
Fantastic. So we're going to start by, or I'm going to start by asking you about the trends that you think are really essential in what is going to drive innovations in digital health globally, in Europe, and also in Macedonia. Anyone wants to start?
Well,
Igor, okay, go ahead.
Being in the field, facing patients almost every day, I mean, what we see is that the hospital as a concept is outdated. In former times, in hospital, you would enter the hospital and there are two ways to get out, alive or dead. But in our days, we are so good in hospitals that we keep people alive. And we are getting older, but older with a lot of comorbidity or diseases. Meaning that the pressure in the hospital is fully changed from inside of the hospital, outside of the hospital. Because on one side, the entrance, the access to care, the demand in diagnostics is unsufficed. But on the other hand, with every treatment, and we do thousands of treatments every day, we create a new chronic patient which will stay in the hospital until the rest of their life. And the hospital as a concept is not made to serve this demand. So, and as I said, healthcare is one of the most important pillars of every society. And as I said, I truly believe that it's a social right. So access to care will increase the demand, the demand in digitalization. Basically, digitalization is the only way to meet this demand. So it's a necessity.
So how do you feel about this digital hospital that I mentioned before?
Well, again, it's a necessity. We run a virtual hospital. We don't call it digital, but virtual hospital for many years, and it was basically generated by the need to serve all the chronic patients. Mm-hmm. Because there is a big mismatch between the demand and the supply, and in cardiology, that's the most beautiful part of medicine. You cannot wait for cardiologists for 6 weeks. I mean, if you can wait for cardiologists for 6 weeks, you probably don't need one. So you need your service now. And when we treat the patients after they becoming chronic, we make appointments with them in six months or a year. But when they have complaints, they go to the emergency room, which is a very inefficient and very stupid way of working. So basically, the human body is a source of biodata all the time. And we have to bring this body to a silo called hospital, and somebody in white coat have to tell you what the readings are. But on your iWatch or any other brand, you have more data now than we had in our coronary cardiac unit 10 years ago. So basically, if you combine this development in the technique with a bit of digitalization, there's the answer to your question, and it's a necessity. A virtual hospital is the only answer where we can help patients with two hands, not on one patient, but with two hands on thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of patients.
Thank you very much for that, Dalibor.
I might dive in here. I fully echo Igor's views. I mean, the way I'd say, because we try and sell, in the sector, and I have to work on the marketing a little. The move has to be from fixing to management. Like you say, if you can wait 6 weeks, you don't need to wait at all. The problem is to get to a point where you never even need to be within the 6-week window. So all of these data have to be processed somewhere, and the way that this is managed in digital healthcare to date generally has not kept up. Digital healthcare has been a digital tool next to a device. Igor has the right idea to move all of this out into people's watches and devices. I wear a smart ring, partly as market research, to see what the future holds. At some point, we are all going to be generators of telemetry. And no one is yet ready in healthcare. These AI models have nothing to train on. Most historical records are paper. Mm-hmm. The best and most long-term structured medical record in the world, and this will surprise you, is here in Macedonia. Because for 12 years, every single diagnosis and referral and prescription in this country has been attached to structured data. It's not a huge amount of structured data. There are more complex clinical processes out there. But there is actually a gold mine of data here that can be used for the initial level, before we get to the telemetry. This comes after. But the point about the global trends here, AI may get there eventually, but firstly, there is not enough to train on. We are generating it now, but also no one really knows what to do with it all the way yet. It's obvious in concept. You put some sensors on, they'll start telling you something about the human body, and so on. But there was a cultural moment in Australia recently, which I fully disagree with. They said, one of the medical colleges said, we do too much radiology in this country. We should scan people less. And I'm sitting there like, what are you, nuts? We should scan people more, much, much more. We can't. It's infeasible, it's impractical. Mm-hmm. And they said, as a medical profession, we may jump at shadows and react to unnecessary studies. Are you scientists or witch doctors? I was not allowed to say that to them. Please don't repeat that to any of your Australian doctor friends. Most of them are excellent, but some of there's this older mentality that must be replaced. Like Igor is saying, get the telemetry. You know what you're doing. You're not going to jump at a shadow. Modern medicine has to adapt to more data and more canny analysis of this data, ideally with automated assistance, because once we get these models right, they can help. Mm-hmm. Igor, I noticed you put up your hand about the AI diagnosis. I did not. I'm definitely not ready to trust it yet. But at some point, there will be enough data that you can say, not even necessarily you should do something, you should think about this. And at that point, and this is part of what our company does, you still need the plumbing that connects people up. The biggest problem in healthcare is a lack of education of patients, the ultimate consumers of healthcare. People don't react to things they should react to. They react too much to things that they shouldn't. And I see the solution as the same thing. Mm-hmm. More information, better models, and more data collection will create a point where people know what to do, are informed about what to do because there are devices on them that can provide some, verisimilitude and get the right outcome.
We're going to talk about data in a second as well, but Arber, what are your thoughts about the trends that will are going to drive innovations in healthcare?
So I'm going to keep it short and simple. I was talking to one of my friends here, Hakif, and it's like, what do you think should I say? It's like, keep it short and simple. It's like, okay, I will. But let's think in this way. So I'm going to ask you, how many of you have a smartphone right now? All of everybody. So we just need to put that health. You all have digital smartphones. We just need to add that health issue in that. However, it's more complicated in my opinion. So let's zoom out the problem a little bit. I believe that a world it's very chaotic in some part. In some part, it's very stable. Societies are living in very unprecedented time. COVID hit, and we all know that. And for some part of the world, digital health is very innovative, and I wish that that can come to this part of the world in more accelerated way. For other part of the world, digital health can be something that a new norm, but the digital health, it's not a new norm, so it happened a long time ago. And I remember in medical school when we learned something like, during the Greek and Roman Empire 5,000 years ago, maybe this is something that happened at that time, but maybe as a human, as a messenger. However, I believe that I'm a fan of the innovation, what you discussed. However, we have to be very careful because, for example, there is no doubt that one of the studies from the National Digital Medicine was published, which is one of the largest study actually collecting the systematic review, says that digital health has a lot of benefits. However, it will come with a lot of challenges. In my opinion, we have to welcome that, but somehow I believe that we are still in the early stage, but we have to move that early stage faster in this part of the world, considering the fact that we have to be careful on data collections, we have to be careful in the data presentation, and we have to be more prepared for the future because we already had one pandemic, but the pandemic is something that may come again, who knows? But this is not
Can
only...
happen anytime.
Can happen in any time, and a lot of other problems as well that Dr. Igor can mention in cardiology aspects. So if we welcome that in more accelerated way, I think that will be beneficial and cost effectiveness to this part of the world.
So Arbor asked you about your devices, your phones, but how many of you actually have like a watch or something where you collect certain data related to your health on a daily basis? Okay, quite a few. And how many of you actually do something about it? I mean, something with the data. Show it to your doctor or, anything really. Okay, 1, 2, 3, very few. So I think, there's room for that education that Dalibor was talking about. But, I have a problem. Are there any insurance companies here, by the way? Okay, nobody wants to admit. Okay, there's one. Okay, so I have a problem sometimes with insurance companies. I called mine up a couple of months ago, and I usually do an annual checkup. I want to see, what my body looks like really, and what I should act on. And so I said I would love to set up a checkup, and they said, well, but why? Is there anything wrong? And I said, no, I just want to do some sort of prevention. I want to make sure that I do things before it gets bad. What do you think how can digital health improve that area? Because, it's time for us to do more about prevention than treatment, right? Especially that we are getting older and older and
I'll just tell a very quick story. There is a company in Australia, and I've forgotten the name, I think it's Vitality. They work with insurers. One of our colleagues has it. You wear a smartwatch, and if you've jogged and run enough or your heart rate's been high enough, they lower your premiums because you're obviously healthy and going to cost less to insure. But it's an immediate incentive for the patient. It's interesting. They get little notifications. Hey, you ran more this week than last week. That stuff matters. It helps you engage with your care, and not your care, but this is what I was saying, from fixing to management. We have to understand that healthcare is a journey with a pretty ultimate ending, but whether that journey is rocks and mountains or beautiful beachside sunsets, that's up to how you live your life and what you do.
Andrew, before you go to the next checkup, you should think of what's the most exact definition of perfect health. Do you know who is a healthy person? Somebody who has been insufficiently examined. The more you look, the more you find.
But I would rather find it earlier than later, right?
That's a very valid argument. However, as I said, healthcare is something which should be shared between everybody. And this kind of checkups are raising the cost of healthcare immensely. And one should be very careful what do you examine, because the more you examine, the more you find. But the question is whether that will kill you, because that's why you're doing it, and whether we can do something about it. And to reply in my defense why I rose my hand, what I would believe into a diagnosis established by AI, well, AI at the moment in medicine is overpromised, underdelivered. In medicine, and especially in cardiology, we have guidelines. And we spend a lot of money in research, evidence-based medicine. However, nobody ever measured how often do we use these guidelines. So I think the first step in digitalization in healthcare would be to empower or embrace these guidelines. So we generate a lot of data. And as a doctor, I'm not interested in data. I'm interested in relevant data, because a tsunami of data will only bring us more work with useless data. Most of the data will be noise. So you need systems to filtrate, to triage this data. And this is something which is very much lacking, because most of the companies will try to sell you wearables, to sell you data, but after 5 times seeing how many steps you've done, or what's your heart rate, you know it, and you don't look at it anymore. So you have to attach relevance to that. And this is an important part of digitalization in healthcare, what we're going to do with this, all this data. Concerning the implementation, I see the data as the most valuable part at the moment with the current technology, is using this data as a cognitive assistant. When I have a patient who has chronic heart failure, the life is too short to look at their file. I mean, they come with files of 50 pages, and fortunately now digital. So there's no way I can memorize all the relevant data in their history. So for that purpose, I need a digital assistant which will scroll this. And when I prescribe a certain medicine, will be, Dr. Tulevsky, what you do is quite stupid, because this patient had this medicine 5 months ago, and it did him harm. So this is the way where we're using the digitalization, where to start using this data as a cognitive assistant. The next step will be machine learning, and we are there already. We do a lot of work with machine learning, and AI is something which is very, very tough in medicine. Why? Because of the unknown unknown. And that was the reason why you asked this question, would you trust this? There's so much unknown in this, and the problem will be the legislation. Because for the first time in history, we live in time where the research and where the developments, digitalization, goes much faster than the legislation. So the legislative organs have a lot of trouble to encompass and to embrace all the developments. And in our case, we were far ahead, and we had a lot of trouble with the Dutch healthcare authority implementing our e-health program, because they were not used to this. And they could not place it into their legislative space. And this is something which is a big hurdle, and medicine is very conservative. So I learned not to use the AI term. You're going to use it more often, but I try not to, because every time I use the AI term with our healthcare Ministry of Health or insurance companies, I get a punch in my nose, because they just don't want. There's nobody who is responsible for that. So that will be a challenge. So we have a lot of steps to pass, which are all positive and good, and AI will be probably the frontier, which is mind-blowing.
So we've been talking about data, and there is this sweet spot between innovation and security, right? You need data to drive innovation, but you also need to make sure that all the data is secure. What I like about there's actually a very interesting project in Poland right now, driven by the Association of Hospitals, as far as I remember correctly, where patients can actually donate their data. So it's anonymous, so nobody knows whose data that is, but they can donate the data. So Arber, where do you see this kind of sweet spot between security and innovation?
Yeah, Andrew, great question. Actually, before moving to that topic, because a rector is here, right, of the university, I would like to say that education is very important, and I'm glad that 3 of us are here, and you live in Australia, you live in Netherlands, I live in the United States, right? Nobody. So, you live in Netherlands, right? I live in the United States. So, I believe that bringing awareness started with the family and education, but when I completed medical school in Kosovo, I can say like medical school sometimes is very boring. Why? You study a lot, and if you don't read any novels in your high school, you don't have time to do that in medical school. And sometimes medical school just teach you in a very traditional way. So before I fly to the United States, I met with one of my professors. Currently, I'm doing an MBA at Hopkins. And then she's a co-director for the digital health. So they immediately implemented the new curriculum to their university about the digital health. So this is what should happen in the universities and high schools here, because students who are going to be the leaders of Macedonia or Kosovo or Albania, and you name it, they have to have a knowledge about the digital health. Because I can fly here once, twice per time because I trust, for example, Gazi, who invited me here, and Nikita, so I'm here because of trust. However, we need people like young generation here to learn more about the digital health, and they to advocate for bringing the awareness and preventing the disease. It's not about just bringing young generations or bringing people from all over the world, and it's great to share experience, but I think they should start for changing the curriculum in the medical school, in high school, in nursing school. This is how it starts to bring innovation in this part of the world. Talking about the
data, but Dalibor wanted
just
to
let me
add
interject
something.
very quickly, Albert. I want to fully echo and support what you're saying. It has to start with education. And Igor, what you were saying about cognitive enhancement. Once upon a time, in ancient Roman and Greek times, as you were saying, the physician would put their ear on the patient's chest. Then they have the stethoscope. This is the next thing, and I don't think it's being treated that way. So often we deal with digital health as I need this for administration, or so I can register records to get paid by the health fund. This stuff can be of huge use, and the next generation shouldn't just learn about it, they should help design it. That will give them the power to do so, as Albert is saying. Sorry, let's get back to security.
Thank you for that. Sorry, go on about the
talking
data.
about the raw data that you mentioned, I think that this in developed countries, it's not a new thing, it's not a new norm. It's normal that you have an official raw data and you sell it to a company and they use it to conduct some models for their future businesses, or you name it. However, with the digital health, we have to be careful, because this is one of the challenges that the society will face in the future about the data leak, data breach, because people can steal your identity. And then if you don't work closely with different stakeholders, including governments, which they can put a lot of regulations and policy in the good way. Also, you have to work with the private sectors as well in order to protect this data, because someone can steal your identity and just claim a lot of health issue to the insurance, and they can start to make illegal money because of data leak. So we have to build this raw data, selling in a legal way, that's normal, but we have to be very careful on that.
Australia's largest electronic prescription provider was hacked this morning in a huge ransomware attack, and the whole system is down. This is like hours ago. This is the 5th or 6th major incident in Australia in the last year. It's a constant risk.
Well, in medicine, we live with data, and when I treat a patient, I'm required to treat the patient according to the guidelines, and the guidelines are generated by evidence-based medicine. However, it's very challenging to get all the data, and especially in Europe, and I think that's a big disadvantage of a society which is overregulated, like the Dutch environment, because we're a too rich country and we have too much money and time to find 3 problems for every solution, and not that it's inefficient in a way. But for us, it's very tough to, even if the patients are willing to donate their data voluntarily, it's very tough to use it in studies. Because the studies, they have the ethical committees, and they will never allow you to use a data with a general yes. You have to have a specific approval to use your personal data to a specific study. So we do see about 300,000 patients annually, and they're all structured in a database. But to generate a study out of it is quite challenging.
I see a role of digitization here too, because one of the problems is when the records are paper, and a lot of the thinking has been around that, a general yes would mean you hand someone a file and the patient doesn't know what you can see. If it's digital, it should be possible to make a power tool to make it easy for a patient to comply with the rules, almost like a supplement to the legislation, and unlock these things.
No, that's
I have a very interesting question from the audience. Why the Rolling Stones members have better health than most of the other people their age, having in mind their way of life?
Survivor bias and expensive medicines.
Anything to add, Igor? That was an interesting question, wasn't it?
These guys are genetically different than the rest in many ways. So 25-30% of your outcomes is determined by genes, and 75 is by your behavior. And these people did everything which was wrong, but they're still there alive. And this is not the first time I'm facing this question, because when I ask a patient to stop, to quit smoking and do quick, healthy stuff, they look at me like, why? Look at Rolling Stones. So I'm still working on that answer.
Arbor? You're going to pass this one. Okay. So we are obviously in Macedonia, and we know that there's been quite a few things going on here. And taking into account the size of the country, I believe this could be a perfect place for pilot programs. How do you, in obviously digital health, how do you feel about that?
I should probably start because we're active with the ministry and the state health system. There are two gaps here, and there was recently an event by the American Chamber of Commerce where some of this is on the agenda, and I hope we will get a hearing from the, now that there's a new government to be formed with the ministry. There is a fountain of data here. It's a colossal piece of national wealth that is completely underutilized because there's no system in place yet to utilize it. Some of this is historical regulation, to go back to the problems that the other panelists have mentioned. Another part of it is that there is inadequate infrastructure in place to do this. As a functional organ within the ministry. So possibly the answer is a public-private partnership or something like this. For 12 years, as I mentioned, everybody in Macedonia has had their public, healthcare registered. This is something that, most digital health providers would dream of as a data set, and you can build services and tools on top of this if there is a mechanism for this to happen. The biggest problem in healthcare, as I see it, for the last 50 years has been funding and funding models. This has affected how healthcare has developed, the way healthcare research is conducted. There were probably better ways to do it. It's too late now. Now we have enough of there's enough great and innovative stuff going on globally. There is an opportunity to either collaborate with international companies, grow local companies. We're essentially something like this, despite our kind of connection with Australia. In many ways, we're a local company. And there's so much that can be done if there is a mechanism put in place to allow either public-private partnerships or private companies to come in and basically propose a way to work with the government, fund it, or for them to fund it with patient approval and do something together with citizens.
And are you aware of any solutions that have been developed here in Macedonia and have been sort of applied, elsewhere around the world?
Other than ours, no. Ours and Igor's, which I only found out about last week to my great distress. We should have been talking for years. It's a missed opportunity.
The program, the HEAL program, which we use in the Netherlands, is fully developed in Macedonia. Mm-hmm. We're the biggest provider of e-health, telehealth care in cardiology. We serve whole Europe, Canada, and Australia with ECG services. So we receive about 50,000 data points every week worldwide. To my big frustration, this program doesn't work yet in Macedonia. It works in the Netherlands, in many other countries around the world, but not in Macedonia. So this is the introduction why. I hope there are no people from the Ministry of Healthcare, because there is no Ministry of Healthcare. We're in the transition. And I'm going to be very blunt and politically incorrect with this. But I do believe that in Macedonia we have to start thinking of healthcare as not a business, but as a service to the people of Macedonia. Just to give you an example, is that we have enough cardiothoracic surgery capacity to serve all Eastern and Western Europe probably. All our cardiothoracic surgeries are working with 10-20% of their capacity. And what we're going to do now, we're going to build another clinical center, which will cost probably 1 billion or something, and we're going to build more bricks. But my friends, the future in medicine is not in bricks, it's in clicks. We have, in parts of Macedonia, we don't have bandages. We don't have the essential helping tools in healthcare. And in Skopje, we're building yet another clinic with cardiothoracic surgery or whatever. So I think that we have to really start thinking about how do we want to see our healthcare in the future? And I do believe that Macedonia is a small country. We have a huge potential. You just saw these 19 brilliant students, Dalibor, Arber, and we have a potential to become a pilot, worldwide pilot as a small country, but we have to be smart on this. You asked about, you mentioned your watch. The company which is in Macedonia is one of the 25 companies worldwide which is working with Apple exclusively on the research in healthcare. I mean, how cool is that? We have a full integration with Apple healthcare kits, fully 100% Macedonian product. So we do have everything here, but we need some sense of social behavior where we're really going to start looking at medicine as a social right. And I do believe that every company in healthcare as well has to make profit. But if you want to make 50, 60% profit, you should go and start selling tires or oil. Do not go to medicine. Medicine is a different economical part of the society, and you have to have a different standards.
Armer,
Yes.
do you want to?
So I believe, like COVID shows that a lot of things. One of the things that I want to mention is all the world leaders failed to put more resources and prevent different diseases at that time and in the future. So even for Macedonia, for example, even though we are like a small country, I truly believe that we have to leverage more digital health in this part of the world. However, we have to do that very cautiously. Why? Because we don't consider it being just an experiment country without following specific rules and regulatory. If we have more resources allocated in this regard, I truly believe that this country will be a great hub and great initiative to expand actually the digital health knowledge globally. However, considering the fact that I'm always a fan of that, I don't want to compare apples with oranges. There are a lot of factors here. You have to talk about economical factor, geopolitical factor. People are eating and behaving differently. I think that if we have some results and outcomes from one study in Macedonia, this doesn't mean that the same study will be replicated in the United States or in the part of Africa or in Japan because of a lot of factors. So, but if we can do that cautiously and replicate that to the same territory, I think that we will have a lot of benefits. Considering the fact that if we use a lot of data to leverage digital health and not causing harm to the society, I believe that this is the road that we should follow.
I have one question from the audience that I'm gonna, change slightly. Oh, yes. What kind of health insurance system, if any, would support digital health solutions?
Well, in the Netherlands, I'm very proud to be a part of the society where 17.5 million people are fully entitled to a healthcare system. So we never build a patient, we build an insurance company. But it's a very costly system. It costs 120 billion euros per year on 17.5 million people. And I believe, and it was mentioned before, the private-public partnership is probably the best way to work because the private companies will always have the incentive to increase their profit. And the public organization will always have the incentive to bureaucratize. So a combination of both worlds would probably be the best. But to come back on the pandemic, I mean, you mentioned COVID a few times, and that's quite frustrating for me. Are you aware that smoking, diabetes, hypercholesteremia killing threefold, fourfold of people who died on COVID every year? So if we want to talk about pandemic, this is the pandemic we're facing every day. We do not have to wait for another pandemic to talk about pandemics. And all these diseases, and these are the hypertension, smoking, and dyslipidemia are the mother of all the bad things in cardiology. And they're fully preventive.
That is true because I don't want to mention that. He was going on the end. He was going to mention that on the end.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
But isn't it because COVID was such an unexpected thing, and it's like last week I was in Atlanta in the U.S. and another shooting happened, and if you looked at the news, it was like little tiny font nobody really cared about because everybody has gotten used to it. So isn't all the disease, or aren't all the diseases that you mentioned kind of, like shooting in the US?
Well, these diseases are 100% preventable. And what really frustrated me about COVID is that all of a sudden we had something which made us aware that we are mortal.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're probably aware that a roundabout is probably one of the most unsafe part of the traffic. And every roundabout on this planet can be 100% safe. But the congestion will be immense, so nobody wants to use that. So there is a certain level of uncertainty in life, also the checkups as well. And this is something where we have to learn to cope and live with. But in cardiology, all these risk factors are 100% preventable. COVID is not, or wasn't.
Just to go back to your question about the insurance companies,
sure.
I'm not really into the insurance companies' policies. However, I think that they have different premiums, and depends on the insurance companies what kind of premiums they want to use it. So this depends, like which location they are, what kind of patients you have. So they can use the different business analytic models to predict the future of, if you're getting sick or not. So this is something that insurance company will decide, of course, in cross collaboration with the government or not, or if they are totally private. But to go back to yours, I totally agree, but we discussed that offline, that he will mention that in the end.
Oh. I just want to quickly mention, and this is good learning for Macedonia potentially, although I think this is still a nascent area. In New Zealand, they're experimenting with some interesting funding models. There are other countries doing the same, but we have direct experience because our software is administering these programs. And they are deliberately funding programs to do pre-hospital care. One of them is to do with hypertension. They call it POAC, Primary Options for Acute Care, which is a very long phrase that just means you don't have to go to the hospital for this thing, go to the GP. And this is where patient education comes in. So the net cost of treating some of these things preventatively or with a smaller clinic, or as you were saying, this distributed model, is vastly lower than big facilities and big hospitals. There's no need for this. And it's net saves the system enormously. Whether that's just a renovation of public rules or a public-private partnership that connects to these things is something that can be experimented with. But this idea that healthcare should be management, and it ties to, I think you were saying about the social right. If we treat healthcare as a fundamental investment in society that allows the economy to work, people to thrive, right? The idea is to stop people being unhealthy, because then everybody benefits. And that philosophy is a big change in healthcare and a big change in how it's done. But it doesn't need to be so hard to implement. And this is where Macedonia, because of its size, can also move quickly. We can skip a few steps,
We only have literally 20 seconds, but I want to ask you one final question, which is about the challenges of the future. We mentioned, COVID happening anytime soon, or something similar to COVID happening anytime soon. What is the biggest challenge that will need digital innovations, digital solutions, literally right now? Please provide a very short answer because we're running out of time. So Dalibor, go ahead.
In Macedonia?
Sorry?
In Macedonia?
No, in general. But you can relate to Macedonia if that.
Legislation.
Yeah, legislation and funding models, and they always go hand in hand.
Arbor?
I'm not very familiar with the legislation in Macedonia, but I believe so as well. But I think, to go back to your point, non-communicable disease such as cardiovascular disease, it's something that Nikita should consider that in Macedonia 2035 or 2045. It's like mental disorders, non-cardiovascular disease, as well as climate change and health. These are all things that we can use and leverage digital health in order to provide better outcomes for the patient and society. Because one thing we should consider, healthcare is a national threat if we don't invest in that.
So let's stay with that thought for the rest of the sessions today. Thank you guys for joining me on, for this particular session, and a round of applause for them. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
I've got a couple quick announcements before we have our final session of the day. First and foremost, I want to announce the winner of the watch. I'll do my best to the name, Radovan Spiridonov. Please head down to the first floor to claim your free watch. Look for a tall guy. His name's Peter. He's an AC member of Macedonia2025. Also, for the next three in order, I swear this wasn't rigged, some person named Mike Z, Dan Cunningham, and Anonymous. So if you're anonymous in the poll, go down and see if you can get your free strap as well. It's hard to believe that we've come to the last session of the summit, but don't worry, we have one more fascinating discussion for you. The final session is titled Data Symphony, Analytics, and Intelligence for Business Success. Before I give the floor to speakers, I want to ask the crowd to do one last thing. We want your feedback. As you've seen from the conferences over the last few years, anything you guys tell us is what you want to see for speakers, topics, different pieces. Obviously, AI was a big piece this year. That came from you guys. So you're going to get an email following the summit. Please make sure you send your ideas for things we did well, things we should improve. Hopefully you'll have me back. If not, I promise I won't be offended. And just make sure you give it back to us because we want to take your feedback as seriously as possible to make sure this is an enjoyable 2 days for you all as well. Last one is after this, if you want a drink or something afterwards, we have drinks sponsored by Battle and Smidgen on both the second and first floor. So enjoy that. With that, I'll lead to our last panelist to come on up, and let's get this going.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, a warm welcome to today's last panel discussion. Before we start, I would like to take a short moment to reflect on these insightful sessions that we had today. It was a day filled with learning, knowledge and inspiration, and I'm really thrilled to continue and close the summit with one final closing engagement and discussion. Today, in an era dominated by digital transformation, we will discuss about data symphony, analytics and intelligence for business success, and we'll delve into the crucial role of data analytics and business intelligence in steering companies towards unparalleled growth and efficiency. We will explore innovative strategies that leading firms implement to harness vast amounts of data, turning them into actionable insights that drive decision-making and operational effectiveness. Joining us are esteemed experts, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience to our conversation. So it's my pleasure to introduce the panelists. First, we have Mr. Dusan Mitrev, General Manager of Pivara Skopje, leading the FMCG beverage company in North Macedonia. His prior experience is in consultancy and audit companies, various finance positions in Pivara Skopje, expanding his professional journey as a sales manager, key account in Pivara Skopje, and sales manager for Coca-Cola HBC Bosnia and Herzegovina. Next, we're honored to have Mr. Hasan Yasin, co-founder and chief product officer at Earnest, a Series A startup building and AI-powered modern construction company. He previously was the first hire at LME, a health tech unicorn which provided in-home healthcare services to children with autism throughout the States. At LME, he was the product manager building the software and data analytics stack from 0 to 1, and also scaled growth and operations, customer operations, leading a team of 50 plus from 0 to greater than $25 million in ARR. And last but certainly not least, we're honored to have Mr. Jagdish Ramaswamy, a seasoned digital transformation advisor with more than 38 years of industry experience across telecommunications design, networking and data communications with Motorola, having worked in Singapore and China, international sourcing with Tyco Healthcare in USA, etc. Now that we set the stage and our panelists are ready to share their expertise, let's dive into the heart of the panel. So I'll begin with Mr. Mitrev. As General Manager of Pivara Skopje, how have you integrated advanced analytics into your strategic planning? Can you share an example where data-driven decision-making had a significant impact on your operations or market strategy?
Thank you, Maria. Good day to all. It's a wonderful opportunity to be here. Kudos to Macedonia2025 for the amazing organization and for raising the bar even higher. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. When you think that you are the last panel on 2 days, you would expect a half-empty room. But looking at the packed room right now, we realize that probably this is one of the most interesting topics. I mean, otherwise, why would the room would be so full, yeah? Right. Good. Now on the topic, some would say it's strange for me in a company selling Coca-Cola and Skopsko to talk about data, yeah, and what it has to do with it. If you bear with me, I hope that I will prove you wrong. In a nutshell, I can say that we at Pivara Skopje, first, we love data, we love insights, we constantly search for and explore data, we embrace, we check relevance, and we adopt it to make use out of in our daily operations. So we fully embrace data, insights, and analytics. In fact, we consider data and data approach one of our core competencies, something that enables us to continue creating value for us and for our customers, particularly in top-line acceleration and streamlining efficiencies. Many of you know that Pivara Skopje is part of two global organizations, Coca-Cola HBC and Heineken. This puts us in a unique situation where we can explore solutions provided by our corporates that are proven, tested, developed, and we can deploy them into capturing, digesting, and maximizing use of data and insights into our business. We can look in a nutshell how we approach to this topic. One area is we can actually now personalize how we sell. That means we can tailor shape our approach and our order and delivery of products to each and every customer, regardless of how different and unique they are. We can furthermore personalize how we serve our customers. We can look into different solutions, different models, different assets that we deploy in order to execute our strategy and to win together in the market. We can also see how much we invest and to maximize profitability, both for us and for our customers when we look at promotions. So let me just portray you our context in our business where we stand and to bring some examples on data and data usage. We are a FMCG company, fast-moving consumer goods, so that means a mass-scale business. For example, Coca-Cola HBC, one of our corporates, operates in 28 countries. Currently, it has active over 2 million customers, served in average weekly. It has a portfolio of almost 400 different product types in different categories. And let's say on group level, we process over 100 million customer orders and deliveries per year. So that's 100 million actual physical deliveries, not clicks. Yeah? So at the same time, on the other hand, we also have a complex supply chain that makes things happen, meaning that we can have available high-quality products every day for our customers. So how we use data, how we use advanced data, how we use analytics, how we use algorithms. One simple example of data-driven functionality for us is what we call suggested sales order taking. It's a functionality based on numerous variables and developed algorithms with inputs such as sales transactions, customer history, customer profile, dimensions like customer location, type of shopper that he has in his outlet, urbanicity or rurality, micro-location, complementarity of shopper behaviors and other categories next to ours. We use algorithm that helps every day to our sales force into the process of order taking, suggesting what the customer should order and what the customer should order more or less in the portfolio, depending on all these algorithms. That is to avoid out of stock, to make sure that the stocks are available, and to maximize revenue opportunities. This is a functionality that we use several years now. We come to version 3.0. We are yet growing it because, like every algorithm, the machine learns by itself. The more we use it, the more we apply it, the more learnings we apply as well, and we move further. Another example, let's say in a different function, for example, finance function, we have something called robotic, so algorithm that is designed to help people that work in credit control in processing customer orders and looking at credit history, payment history, and managing cash flow and receivables. So based on, again, customer previous behavior, credit rating, payment history, segment, and channel, the robotics actually not just suggest, but do more than half of the work automatically, meaning release or block orders for sales, in that way making it more efficient, streamlined, and enabling us the employees to focus on business partnering, talking more with customers. There are many examples of database solutions. I'm sure we'll come to touch upon in the session
That's
forward.
enough until now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mitre, for these wonderful examples. And Mr. Yasin, could you discuss how artificial intelligence and analytics are transforming the construction industry? What unique challenges have you faced in this sector until now?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me come speak on this topic. Very excited about it. Before going into answering the question, I think it's important to understand some numbers about construction. Construction is a $10 trillion a year industry. About $300 billion a year are spent on lack of coordination, causing rework. 96% of data generated in construction is totally unused. And so when going into the space and designing a better way to basically build construction projects, the first thing that we needed to do was figure out how to use data better. The first element of our business strategy and how we use data is to basically build a unified data platform that tracks everything that happens on the construction site, what progress to measurable goals are actually occurring on a day-to-day basis, how day-to-day changes impact the schedule. Future things with AI that we're incorporating are things like multimodal communication. So what this means is typically we all use software by interacting on a user interface, clicking around, clicking a like button on social media, et cetera. People in the field use software very differently. They often do their best to avoid using software, and so we're creating interfaces where you can do things like, instead of ordering materials and filling out like an e-commerce checkout cart, they're able to write and speak in a voice message and say, hey, I need these materials on site, which replicates their current workflow. We are able to use commercially available AI APIs that anyone can use right now. If you look at ChatGPT, just released a new model where anyone can have a full conversation with it. You can incorporate it into your software in 30 seconds. And so we're able to take voice messages, convert them into a structured list of, hey, I need this material. We're able to store that, and the person in the field is able to interact and create structured data in a way that they previously couldn't, and we're bringing down that number of 96% to a much more usable number. As you can see with the dollar amounts that we're talking about in the field, in the specific fields, there's a lot of value to be captured, and then we basically take that value and invest it into new features like computer vision. We just brought on a product manager who led Amazon's basically grocery store technology, where you could go out in the store, bring a bunch of items into your cart and just leave the store, and the AI would basically figure out what you bought, what you did, and charge you automatically. And so we want to do that on the construction site, so we can track who did what, were there any safety issues, do we need any more materials, and automatically replenish that. So those are some of the ways that we're trying to incorporate AI into construction.
That was a fascinating perspective for the beginning, Mr. Yasin, thank you. And now, Mr. Ramaswamy, drawing from your wealth of experience in digital transformation leadership, I'd like to explore some different aspects. As a seasoned advisor in digital transformation, could you share a pivotal strategy or initiative from your tenure at Hindalco Industries that significantly enhanced operational efficiency? How did you leverage data analytics in this process?
First of all, Dravo, I learned a few Macedonian words, okay? And thanks to Macedonia2025 Summit, and Nikita in particular for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, and it's been great, wonderful meeting all you people, and I was just telling that culturally we are very similar in India and Macedonians, very similar, which I saw in the flight from Frankfurt to Skopje. Okay, so great to be here. I will answer that question. I know you are under time pressure, but let me take a few minutes to build the foundations so that we do not just think that digital happens by magic. I think we talked about it yesterday about AI, machine learning, deep learning, Gen AI. Those to me are still at 30,000 feet level. I think we all should come down to 5,000 feet level. In terms of the basics, I think there are, if you can just get the slide up. So we have got a framework of what you call as a future smart factory. Okay, so I want to just touch upon a few important things and then tell you 2 or 3 examples of what can be done, what has been done. One most important thing is, do you have the infrastructure? I mean, it is very easy to talk about, doing all AI and ML, but in factories, especially when you are in remote locations, the infrastructure, basic infrastructure of getting data onto the people is so important. So you have to spend time in putting the infrastructure. Number 2, do you have data and is it meaningful and the right quality? That's the second focus. So if you know, we have 100% of data. Today, the world uses only 15%. We all use, organizations, only 15% of data. Out of that, you get insights only out of 1% of data. So that's the truth of where we are today in terms of using data to generate insights and actions. So the second focus for us was get the data basics right in terms of getting the data, plus, more important, connecting the data to what is the problem you're trying to solve. Because I don't think anybody does digital just because they want to do digital. What's the problem you're trying to solve? And when you talk about manufacturing, the third and most important part is you have operators in the manufacturing or the supervisors who do not understand AI. So how do you translate digital in the language that the person on the shop floor is able to understand and adopt? So these are very 3 key pillars, I would say, very important for you to build the foundation for what we call as digital transformation. Now, having said that, if you look at manufacturing, there are 4 areas which I see and all of us agree. One is safety. The second one is quality, which is directly impacting the customer. Third is your plant availability or uptime, 24/7, is it available? Fourth is, if everything is available, are you productive in terms of cost? These are the only 4 things that matter. And, I have learned this from the likes of Mike, having worked in GE and Motorola. This is what we learned, right? What are the 4 things? Be focused. Quality, cost, plant uptime and efficiency, and safety. Just focus on these 4. When you look at these 4, what are the examples, for example, right? Can you make sure that you're using digital to ensure the workplace safety is ensured? How do you do it? You can monitor people in the plant where they are working, what they are doing. Are they going to unsafe places? Are they crossing the lines in terms of without helmet? So that's the first thing. We have all the factories today have, if somebody doesn't wear a helmet or the jacket, safety jacket, you get an alert. Now that was not possible in a pre-digital era. Now the question is, how do you use it? It's about culture. So I want to just integrate the digital technology with the culture that we need to adopt. If the manager has a lot of signals, but he ignores the signals, people get the messaging that's saying it's not important. So while the data throws up that safety is important, the action matters. When the data is thrown at you, how do you act? Second example on quality. Now, we do manufacture, what the soft drinks that you have in the aluminum can. That can body stock, which actually that is manufactured by my company where I used to work. Now, how do you ensure that when that coil stock goes to the person who is making the can, he doesn't find defects? So can you predict the quality of the can, which the customer is going to inherit, and prevent it in your factory? And that's why we use the machine learning to prevent quality issues being passed on to the customer. So you can use digital for improving your in-process, replace that by your old SQC, which is your SPC charts, and use digital to predict future failures. And by doing this, we have now got our error rates, the rejection rate from 5% to 1%. That's a big thing, right? The other example I'll give you on uptime. Identify your critical assets which are prone to failure. And all of us have that data in some form or the other, right? So what are your most critical assets that is prone to failure, or the assets which are really critical for you from a perspective of production getting shut down? So on that, we have done preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance. How do you do it? You actually take the data which is available, and many of the times, if you go back to your old records, you will not have the data because someone has written in some Excel sheet and it's not there. So never mind, just start putting your sensors on the critical assets, start capturing data, and build a model basically for maintenance of those assets. And we have done it for many equipments, and it gives you huge impact immediately. Second is, it helps you, for those of you who are running factories, you know that we do maintenance by time-based maintenance, right? Now, by using digital assets for predictive maintenance, you can move from time-based maintenance to condition-based maintenance. And that saves you money in terms of maintenance cost. That helps you to consolidate spares, which you hold in all your factories. It's a lot of money to be had in terms of efficiency of shop floor. So if you get your quality right by using predictive models, if you get your critical equipments under predictive maintenance, if you get your skilled operators, I think your utilization of the factory and then put on it the safety, I think the people aspect is all taken care, and that's what you have done. So if you look at this model is what we use for smart factories. I just summarized it to you. Before we go into AI and ML, I think it's important for you to have a visibility of what's happening in the operations. So today, in our plant, a shift report that takes 8 hours, today it takes 1 hour. You have the shift report of what happened in the last hour, what happened in the last shift. A senior manager today gets that report in a fraction of minutes. He doesn't need to wait for 5 people churning out Excels and then giving the report. So that's what brings transparency, visibility, end-to-end visibility, and using the 3 critical: quality, asset maintenance, cost, and safety. I think you can do wonders. Before you move to AI and ML, that's the next step.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. And back to Mr. Mitev. Having in mind Pivara Skopje diverse beverage portfolio, how does your company use consumer and customer data analytics to tailor product offerings and marketing strategies to meet changing consumer preferences?
Thank you. We are a customer-centric organization, as we call it. What does it mean? That means that we put customers in the center, in the heart of whatever that we do. Data insight and analytics are integral part of approaching those customers, understanding them, and creating tailor-made solutions that, together with our diverse portfolio, satisfy their needs. Now, if you look at our brands, for example, Coca-Cola celebrated 138 years last week. Heineken celebrated 150 years last year. And this year we have a 100-year celebration for Skopsko, our pride and joy. The question is how these brands stay young, relevant, innovative for the next 100 and 200 years and years to come. Well, data has a big part of the answer to that question. And data, insights, and analytics enable us to move forward and to understand our customers today, but also to understand our customers and shoppers for tomorrow. Now, in the previous session, several times it was mentioned relevance. And in the sea or the ocean of data, not everything is relevant, of course. And we use the same approach like in other areas, and also when we talk about data, we focus and we prioritize. Internally, we have selected 4 cases, areas where we are advancing on data insights and analytics. I will start with probably the most important one when it comes to customers. I will skip the part for shoppers, because shopper and marketing and Coca-Cola, we should pick one day. So when we talk about customers, the first pillar is what we call segmented market execution, or segmenting the way how we approach to customers. All data that we gather, digest, analyze, and deploy, and algorithms that we develop enable us to build further our capabilities to segment our customers from their unique point of stand. Meaning we don't approach our customers one size fits all, but we understand them and we shape our approach based on their specifics. That's the concept of S equals 1. So if you remember, I mentioned 2 million customers in the group level, 12,000 customers only in Macedonia, but we treat each and every one of them as unique. The model works quite complex and it constantly learns. There are a lot of dimensions taken into consideration. Some of them I mentioned before. We add not just dimensions that give us information that are specific for the customer, but also for the shoppers visiting the HoReCa outlet or visiting the supermarket or the L&T store. We add also information of customer reviews. We know which hour of the day traffic is peak, which cuisine is served, complementarity of our products, which is the occasion and the revenue pools. So in order to know how much and in which form to invest to maximize output on our side and also for our customers. In this area of segmented market execution for customers, I will bring you an example of what we use already several years. We call it image recognition and video recognition functionality. So what does it mean? When our sales force, our sales guy enters an outlet, through his iPad, he has a functionality where by taking a picture of the cooler or on the shelf or on the beverage section, or now, as of last year, even taking a large video with a phone, within seconds, he can get data, but also the company can get data. What is the position of the cooler? Is it stocked enough or there is gap to be filled? What is the ratio of brands filled into the cooler, etc.? And immediately it goes both ways. It gives a recommendation what actions should be taken, but also it gives us back in the office to know how we stand real time, every day, with each and every single customer. So that is, we really believe that data is a treasure, and this is how we use it. When we talk about coolers further, we have a functionality combined with these two that is something is called connected coolers. So through technology, we have real-time data of coolers that are connected through beacon and through mobile networks, ship us real-time data, how many times the cooler is opened within the day, which are the peak hours of the cooler, how much electricity does it use, when it makes sense to be operating and to chill the products, and when perhaps it should be shut down. It connects with working hours. So I'm bringing all these elements to picture to everybody how we leverage and how we use data. Other areas I would highlight is promo management. So whoever is in FMCG understands that it makes a difference how much you give for a shopper offer on promo deal and what you get in return, what's the break even, what's the payback, etc. Advanced machine learning and a lot of dimensions as inputs enable us to understand how much, how long, in which channel, what we should promote and what we should not promote in order to maximize return on investment of what we put. And briefly, areas, not everything to be on customers and shoppers, we were discussing. So on the supply chain side, you can understand the forecasting accuracy needed in order to have fresh products every day. We don't get orders, order Coke today and get it in 2 months. So we get the order today and we deliver tomorrow. That means we should have products available, already produced, even before knowing how much we will have as orders. So big data advanced analytics helps in the area of demand forecasting, both on the demand and the supply side. And this is already launched and deployed in our operations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Yasin, can you share insights on how data analytics help you scale customer operations growth at LME? What metrics were most crucial for driving decisions and achieving over $25 million in ARR?
Thank you for the question. Just for context, LME was an in-home autism therapy business. And what we did was we matched children with autism in the United States with therapists who could go into their homes and provide them with high-quality clinical care. In the US, believe it or not, despite all the money we spend on healthcare, nobody has a great experience with their insurance company. And so we took that on ourselves to basically facilitate matching and working with your insurance company. So when scaling from 0 to 25 million in revenue, and we did that in about 18 months, and you know, with good quality operations, it's really about asking questions. So the first question are, what are my variables? And my variables are, how many people want my service? How many people are there to provide that service? So children and families that need care, therapists, people who are either willing to be trained or can provide the service? And lastly, how many people do I need in my company to help support this? And as a business, as we grow, we try to continue to optimize that, each of those variables. So with the first variable, we measure every step of the process from when a potential family first reaches out to us all the way into starting care with us. So key metrics there are who's in each step of this, how many people are in each step of that process, what percentage of them move from what's each step of the process, and how much time it takes. Then we instruct basically our operations teams to convert more, move faster, because we're trying to provide a good quality experience. We then use those numbers to say, how many clinicians do we need on our platform and where do they need to be geographically, since we're going to their homes? So same metrics there. We have a projected demand of this many families in this particular area. We need to onboard 100 therapists in, say, Miami, Florida. We look at, say, okay, it takes us on average 3 weeks to recruit an individual therapist and vet them and train them. So we need to proactively recruit this many people in this particular region. And then lastly, in operations, you need a fixed, or basically start with a fixed ratio of how many people do I need to support. So customer service people, insurance people, and so if I have 10 people that support one person that supports 10 families, if I expect to onboard 100 families, I need to hire 10 people. And then as business scales, you continue to try to increase your efficiency. So you need to have technology, processes, et cetera, to continue to improve that. And you measure how well am I doing. All of those metrics ultimately lead into how much revenue and how many families I'm able to help provide clinical care. The last thing I'll say is when we started with a Google spreadsheet. And in 3 months, we built a data analytical data warehouse, BI tool to automate all of that. But just to make it more applicable to everybody, you don't need complex data often. Simple data, as long as you're asking the right questions, goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy, in your experience, what are the key data-driven practices that lead to operational excellence in heavy industry like aluminum and copper production? Could you provide an example of how analytics play a role in cost reduction or maybe quality improvement?
Sure. So I did provide 2-3 examples, but let me specifically give you 2-3 very examples which you can take back into your own operations. One, all of us talk about digital twin, right? So just imagine your entire end-to-end value chain. Today, if you have to improve the productivity, let's say by 20%, what would you do? You would actually do a time study, time and motion study, right? In the old world, you will go and do a time and motion study. You will put 3 engineers to do that for over 3 months. By the time the processor got changed, and you have no view of what you got into, right? Just imagine a world where today, if you can capture real time exactly what's happening on a daily basis in the production floor, I have my entire value stream mapped in terms of data in a matter of days. So what we did in a factory is take the data out of the entire end-to-end in terms of when the raw material got fed, when did it move to the next stage, what is the wait time, what is the queue time, what is the processing time, and you just look at it, your entire value stream mapping is done, real time, okay? And then the second part of looking at is variability, Are you consistent every day? Are you able to turn around, let's say, 2 days is our coil turnaround time. So we looked at every coil, are we able to turn around in 2 days? Or some coil takes 2.2, some coil take 1.8. This data also gives you the huge ability to reduce your variation. So this is what we call as very simple, build a digital twin of your process. And when you have a process flow, it's so easy to improve your process almost on a daily basis. And when that process flow gets disturbed, the manager gets an alert that today something is not right. And that's what we call takt time in our lean days, right? Takt, when Toyota called this takt, that's nothing but is the shop floor running in the rhythm that it's supposed to run. Today you can convert the entire shop floor into a digital twin and get a rhythm of whether everything is okay or not okay. This is one example. What does it give you? It gives you consistency. It gives you opportunity for improvement on where exactly is the problem. Data throws up that opportunity. You don't need people to go and figure out what's happening because you have the data, real-time data of every operation. This is one example. And by this, the turnaround time reduced by 35% just by doing a digital twin of the process. The second is, in our industry, and you know, steel, aluminum, or copper are very intensive on power. They consume a lot of energy. And we have been talking about ESG for the last 2 days, but your entire money is on how you are able to save a few dollars in consuming less energy. And so you build a digital twin of the entire power plant to basically tell you whether the power plant is running reliably or where are the opportunities for improvement. What is the efficiency of the power plant? So you build a digital twin which gives you real-time view of efficiency of the plant, and then you build a real-time twin of your most critical process. In our case, in copper and aluminum, we have something called a smelter, which actually converts the powder into the final metal, right? So build a digital twin of your critical processes, and then you can simulate. The advantage of building the digital twin is that you can simulate an experiment offline. You don't need to do experiment online. So this is a great advantage of building digital twins. So by building digital twins of processes, digital twin of a critical process parameters. Third one is build a digital twin of your operators. And when I say that, if I put a set of operators on a line on a particular day and the crew changes the next day, are they able to give you the same productivity? Why are they different? Is it skill level? Is it the way, the discipline? So if you can convert everything that you do in operations, critical operations, into data and build digital twins, I can tell you it will give you huge benefits. So we have got benefits in improving quality. We have got benefits in reducing downtime of plants when we build the predictive maintenance on critical assets. We have got benefits on turnaround time by building a digital twin on end-to-end process. We have got benefits also on areas where normally you would not try to do. For example, smelter is very, very mechanical and metallurgical. If you take pharma industry, for example, there's a lot of science, which we call as models built on first principles. Now, the question is, can I build a digital twin on a first principle model? The answer is yes. So the first principle model and the digital database model can live together and give you great benefits if it helps any of you here in the audience. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. As we near the end of the discussion, let's broaden our perspective by hearing from Mr. Yasin again. Looking ahead, how do you envision the use of predictive analytics in enhancing productivity and efficiency in the construction industry? What new developments in AI should companies in this field be prepared to adopt in the next period?
Thank you for the question. I'd say, thinking about this, the most important thing that comes to mind is really the balance between design of construction, so your architects, engineers, and execution of construction. Historically, the two, you designed in a corner and you executed in a corner. So if you ask an architect a question like, if I replace this light with this light, how much does it cost? The answer is, I don't know. They'll go, but this light looks better, so we'll go with that one. What we are excited about with our basically purview into construction is once you digitize and create a structured data repository of, let's say, thousands or hundreds of thousands of construction projects, and we have those numbers across all of the world, you can feed that back into design decisions you make upstream when you have no idea about the costs and you're designing in a vacuum, or you have little idea. And when you layer on technologies like computer vision, for example, you look at a piece of a construction plan and say, well, if I change this, how much is it going to cost? If I change this, how much is it going to cost? Because when you're dealing with the physical world, you have physical costs associated with those decisions. Secondly, you can identify things that are likely to clash with each other based on your structured data. So, for example, if you have this light post too close to this other object, how likely are you going to have problems when you actually execute? that historically has just been learned by people who've been doing this thing for a very long time. And mind you, construction is probably one of the oldest industries in human history, right? We've been building things since we were first on this planet. I think the other things that are really interesting are things around communication. The reality of the construction world is those that are often building don't speak the language of those who decide what is being built, especially in the United States. So real-time, basically translation technology exists. It's commercially available. You can download it on your phone. We're going to start using that. We're going to break down barriers. Going back to that number I mentioned in my first question, where $300 billion a year is just lost on people not being able to talk to each other at the right time. For numbers, that's like a pretty significant amount of money that's just wasted for no reason. So those are some of the things that I think I'm excited about.
Thanks. Mr. Mitrov, with your expertise in consumer behavior insights, what emerging trends in data analytics and business intelligence do you see as transformative for the FMCG sector? How is Pivara Skopje preparing to adopt these innovations?
So the last 2 days was a lot discussed on what is coming in terms of artificial intelligence, and apparently FMCG, or a beverage industry, is not immune, but on the other hand, very much affected. It's not a question of if we are going to use these functionalities that are already here. It's a question on when and how. When, I can say that we are already heavily working on how to embrace, first to understand what is it as a functionality, to do our homework in terms of do's and don'ts, to put a framework or governance, how we will use it, and to maximize benefit. And there are many, many areas where we can see benefit even as of now. So just imagine shooting a video commercial. In reality, up till now, you need a serious production team, you need actors, if any, you need scenes, preparations, etc. It can take up to millions of euros or dollars. Functionality of artificial intelligence to create videos today actually almost mirrors the quality of a real shoot commercial. So both in quality and in speed. Imagine customer care, scaling customer care for each and every customer real time. Imagine planning, imagine other areas. So really we see quite a lot of benefits, and we are working first by ourselves to increase our capabilities and understanding, but also with partners and alliances so that we create common solutions for mutual benefit.
Thank you. Last question from Mr. Ramaswamy. What do you see as the next big trend in digital transformation for an industry like yours? How should companies prepare to integrate upcoming technological advancements into their daily operations?
So let me just add on to what I already said about the individual pieces of the puzzle. The quality, the uptime and downtime, and safety, and plus productivity, right? So first build these basic fundamental blocks where you have a data-based models of this. And the emerging trend that I see is, just go back to the last panel discussion where they talked about health indicators, right? Just imagine that AI is going to predict a health of a plant from the data. You don't need to go and take a walk around. It just tells you, okay, your quality pulse is all fine. Your equipments are all in good shape. They're not likely to fail. You have all the raw materials available. Inventory is in good shape. You have productivity, people are all there, and you're very likely to meet the customer shipments today. And Mr. Plant Manager, you don't need to go to the plant for the next 3 days because everything seems to be in good order. That's the way I see the manufacturing AI evolving into an indicator at a plant level to see health of your operations, is it good? Plus, it also gives you, we are not there yet, but just imagine that something that is wrong, exactly like the way the body functions. When there is something that is abnormal, but you do not know it, right? A data-based digital twin has that opportunity to tell you that, look, while the plant is running today, there's something abnormal. I don't know what it is. So this is an indicator that the manufacturing is going in that. The second thing that I see as a trend is we did discuss yesterday, today we are just talking about my plant. But imagine that I'm going to connect my plant to my customer's plant and to my supplier's plant. And that's the world, where there are no boundaries between you, your suppliers, and your customers, and everybody works on data to improve the entire end-to-end value chain. It's no more about me, it's about collaboration, right? So that's the trend I'm seeing, how AI can be leveraged if you want to win in this digital battle. If you're going to just do transformation within your plant and not include your customers and the key suppliers, I think the win will not be there. That's what I see as a trend.
Thank you. Now I will ask the question that we received from the audience, and the first one is from Mr. Dushan Mitrev. What is the percentage of robotic usage in factory compared to human labor?
Thank you. I have to say that applying data and algorithm and robotic usage, we don't see it to trade off people and human touch at all. So that's number one. We see it as addition for things that can be automated, operated, and supported by algorithms. We have deployed across functions, I believe, up to 20 robots, what we call it. We have around 5 or 6 in finance, 6 or 7 in supply chain, the rest in commercial. It's not easy to call out the ratio because it's a ratio of processes, not outputs, but we're still people manage business. Thank you.
Thank you. Hassan, can you tell how do you encourage a data-driven culture within your organization?
That's a good question. A very valuable question. I'd say that if you're in charge of your organization's culture, it starts from the top, right? How do you communicate and what you communicate about to, no matter where you are in the organization, if you're using metrics and asking for metrics, that creates the culture. So when I speak to my employees about a process or a product that we're creating, it's all about what metrics are we moving. They will follow kind of your lead. Secondly, I think it's a culture of collecting data based on the questions that are critical to your business. So if you're producing items in a factory, right? What are every step of the production, measuring every item, every time in step, et cetera, and using that on a daily basis. I think you mentioned, for example, that if you're collecting data, asking for data and not using data, it gets lost, right? Or it's just alerting, so you actually have to use it.
Okay, we have the same question for Mr. Dushan Mitrev. Should I repeat it or you can answer? Yeah, how do you encourage a data-driven culture within your organization?
In short, because we are nearing our time, so I will simplify that strategy and implementation equals data usage, and data usage is actually how you design your strategy and implement it. So it starts from strategy, understanding that you can run your business through data-driven platforms. Data is crucial and important to understand your shoppers and your customers, to stay up to date in order that you know that you are up to date and you create meaningful solutions that address their needs. And bear in mind that this is a dynamic component. So customers and shoppers today are not the same as customers and shoppers tomorrow. So it's not a question whether you will lose it or not. It's simply you need it to run your business and to achieve your strategy and mission. It's important to put governance around it. Whoever works with systems and processes understands the saying garbage in, garbage out. So quality of data, importance of data, and governance around it, discipline, if you will, is crucial so that you have a relevant, up-to-date, clean, true, accurate data in order to deploy it for decision-making and for operations.
Thanks. And Mr. Jagdish, do you use any particular software for creating a digital twin?
Okay, before I answer that question, I want to just add to the previous question, because I think that is the crux of digital transformation, that if you just do not get the culture in terms of people, all the technology that we spoke about is absolutely no use. So I want to add a few of what we have done, which is benefit to the audience here. One, I think give this digital transformation to your young digital natives in the organization, because they are savvy, they run fast, and then make them as reverse mentors for your senior managers. Number two, translate whatever you're talking about technology to what it means to the shop floor operator on the shop floor, right? And in the Indian context, it could be very different in your context, but your ability to translate the adoption to a level that that person can understand is very important, right? So how do we do it? So for example, you have the morning meetings every day, right? So you just say morning meetings do not happen on paper anymore. You just have the big dashboard and people discuss about what happened not yesterday. They discuss what happened the last hour. So this practice has to change and it has to come from the top. You know, you cannot say, okay, all of you look at data, but I'm the plant manager, I don't need to look at data. That culture won't change anything on the ground. The third one is very important, is spend a lot of time in educating your people, of course, but most important is, in our experience, the middle management. Why? Because they all think that we, the people who drive digital, believe that they know what is digital, but actually they don't know what is digital. So in a digital transformation, it's okay to accept that I don't know anything. Right? So you have to create an environment where people are open to saying, I do not know, and then spend time in educating them, change the practices to database practices, and make sure people actually do that as a routine every day. Then only it's a culture. Otherwise, it will just become a few top people discussing in the boardroom, but nothing gets translated on the ground. So culturally, that's very important. For me, I think that brings the change. And just to come back to the question on digital twin, I think I spoke a lot on how digital twins can be applied. And with now the Gen AI, which is now becoming the next big thing, probably it will predict what is going to happen to your factory. It will give a note to the operations manager as to what he should do tomorrow to make sure the factory runs well. So digital twins we use all over the place, and it's up to you to decide where it is relevant. It's not about just building digital twin because everybody is doing it.
Thanks. And Hassan, what's the best first step into AI for a business? Can you tell us from your point of view?
So I think when thinking about where to apply AI into your business, it goes back to, what is the biggest business problem you're trying to solve? I think, when AI, I think, the most popular form, easiest to implement, is probably chat-based large language models for productivity improvements. I think there was, yesterday's session showed co-pilots in PowerPoint, Excel, et cetera. Those are the quickest to implement, easiest to show lift, and often get employee buy-in because you're eliminating things they don't like to do. I think when you get to more mature or complex processes that are probabilistic, you need to make sure you have enough data to support those processes, and especially around the fault tolerance of those processes. So I would say introduce co-pilots, large language models, or chat-based large language models. You can apply them to, generally speaking, any form of knowledge work, everything from software engineering to writing emails in a consistent format to just formatting spreadsheets, et cetera, which are very common, annoying tasks to get that organizational buy-in. But I think large lift is really using your company's repository of information to tackle probabilistic business processes.
Thank you. As we approach the conclusion of our panel discussion, I'd like to invite each of you to share with us some final remarks. This is an opportunity for you to provide any closing thought or reflection that you had on the topic that we've discussed today. I suggest to start with Mr. Ramaswamy, followed by Mr. Mitrev, and closing with Mr. Yasin.
Okay, my comment is just going back to the previous panel where they discussed that it is over-promised, under-delivered. We are currently there. I think the technology pieces, people have figured out how each of the technologies work, how AI works, how ML works, how Gen AI and co-pilots. We know all of this, how it works. But I think the most important is to align it to your business context, Make sure you are not too ambitious to transform. In manufacturing, it's not very easy to transform. Culturally, depends on how old you are. So be patient, spend time with your people, educate them, and make it as a way of life. If you want the transformation to really, truly stay, make it way of life, take one step at a time, and keep educating people. And as senior manager, when I say people, it includes senior managers. So I ask my people, what did you learn new in the last 30 days? That's the question that you have to ask people.
Thank you. Yasin?
Okay. I would say, I think I have two sort of reflections to share. I think one is around the case for optimism with AI. I think there's a lot of discussion around, will it take my job? Will I lose my job to a robot? I think the case for optimism is AI brings us to a universe where what matters most is not what you know right now, but the type of questions you ask, your work ethic, your ability to creatively problem solve. And what that means is we're actually at a huge area for opportunity, especially from those that come from less than privileged backgrounds, whether it be a byproduct of where you were born or where you're from. You can learn how to do anything now. You can ask ChatGPT, how do I start a business? And then be like, here's a five-step business plan. You can go execute it against it. And I think that's kind of amazing. I think people should look at, what opportunities can I get from it? And I think the world will be transformed because it matters less what you know now, what you've studied, and more about your ability to pick up and learn, and you have an endless repository of information. The second reflection, I feel a lot of gratitude for being invited to speak at this conference, and the irony of thinking about data and statistics with respect to business, and I was reflecting on, by virtue of my upbringing, I'm a Pakistani American living in Miami, speaking on data and AI at a conference in Macedonia, and I think that is a case for optimism. So, thank you.
Mr. Mitrev, before we hear your final thoughts, I have just received another question for you. Given your focus on ESG initiatives, could you discuss how data analytics supports your sustainability goals? How do you measure the effectiveness of these initiatives in your operations?
Okay. I will answer the question valid for all industries and businesses. Who is into ESG probably understands the biggest pain point into making the efforts come into life is the complexity in quantifying what is going on. It's like how you measure your carbon footprint, yeah? And not just looking at yourself in your organization, but looking in your entire supply chain, if you will. Big data, advanced analytic, insights, computing, algorithms, and even artificial intelligence now plays a crucial role into this. So in order to claim if you are successful at what you say, whether you walk the talk, is actually key enabler to do that is data and insights and analytics, and this is how it's related and how it contributes.
It's nice to hear that, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the conclusion of this panel discussion, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our estimated panelists for their insightful contribution and thought-provoking dialogue. The wealth of knowledge and expertise shared by our panelists has provided us with valuable insights and perspectives that will undoubtedly resonate with us long after today. As we prepare to depart from this session, I encourage you to reflect on the insights gained and continue the conversation beyond these walls. Let today's discussion serve as a catalyst for further exploration, collaboration, and action in our respective fields. Once again, thank you to all of you. Thank you to the audience for your attention and your active participation. And I really hope so that we will have an opportunity for further collaboration.
I've tried to keep everybody on time, but the Prime Minister is doing a media hit. We'll be up here in 2 minutes, so I urge you to stay in your seats. I could tell jokes, but most of you don't like me very much, so I'll sit over here, chat amongst yourselves, and when they come on in, we'll be quiet and listen to the speech they have. So I'll save you all from the jokes until later tonight when I see you somewhere. So no, I'm good, thank you.
While we're waiting, the next address will be in Macedonian. So if anyone needs translation, please raise your hand and our team will give you headsets. Yes, right here. And here too. ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Prime Minister-designate of Macedonia to give the address before the closing of the 2024 Macedonia 2025 Summit. Profesor Dr. Christian Mickovski, povedete.
Добар ден на сите и некако мене ми е, би рекол, чест и задача да еве некако го преку завршно обраќање да го поздравам овој собир, иако може би требаше да посакам добре деде на самиот почеток, но некако времето е такво да сега имам таа можност. Да ви се заблагодарам на можноста. Би сакал да на сите овде присутни им порачам дека идната влада во Македонија, на коалицијата Твоја Македонија, предводена од ВМРО-ДПМН, има намера како главен приоритет да го има бизнисот и економскиот развој на Македонија како држава и да работи за доброто на граѓаните. Немаме никаква поинаква цел, бидејќи поддршката која што ја добивме на овие избори од граѓаните е нешто кое што не обврзува, но исто така не охрабрува да сето тоа кое што го зборувавме и во оваа кампања, но и годините наназад, сега го примениме на дело. Може би овој пат не беше лесен, беше тежок, траеше неколку години, но уште од самиот почеток зацртавме дека ќе биде тешко, но да не биде срамно. И кога ќе си имате таква заклетва пред себе, тогаш очекувате и многу предизвици. Ги решававме систематски, еден по еден, тие предизвици, на наше задоволство успешно. И дојдовме до ова кое што на 8 мај се случи, а тоа е дека се постигна историски резултат, може би за прв пат во независна и демократска Македонија како држава. Јас за тоа сум им исклучително благодарен на граѓаните тука во Македонија, но и на македонците надвор од Македонија за поддршката која што ни ја дава и очекувам македонците надвор од Македонија, успешните, помалку успешните, но и оние кои што не се бават толку со бизнис, да знаат дека Македонија е нивната татковина, дека се секогаш тука добре дојдени и дека сега е моментот да направиме нешто за нашата заедничка држава, да направиме нешто кое што може би правилен збор на македонски јазик, не знам како би бил, но јас би го кажал тоа на англиски, нешто tangible. Нешто кое што граѓаните ќе го почувствуваат. За жал, повеќе од овие 3 децении во Македонија се зборуваше за fairy tale, се зборуваше за нешто кое што не зависеше само од нас, а многу малку се зборуваше за нешто што зависи од нас. Целта на идната влада на ВМРО-ДПМН и коалицијата Твоја Македонија ќе биде да зборуваме за работите кои што зависат од нас, односно да ја донесеме работата на идната влада пред сечи дом на секој еден граѓанин, да биде свесен што е тоа што работи идната влада. Ние немаме намера да зборуваме за бајки, немаме намера да зборуваме за чуда, тоа се невозможни работи, а ние не сме чудотворци. Тогаш би биле како сите останати и не би го заслужили она што го добивме пред неколку дена како поддршка од граѓаните. Ние ќе зборуваме за реални работи и ќе зборуваме за реалноста која што треба заедничко да ја градиме со нашите македонци од светот, чија што заедничка татковина ја имаме единствено оваа. Тоа е нашата Македонија. Ние како ВМРО-ДПМН свесни сме за ситуацијата која што ја наследуваме, обременета со многу скандали, со исклучително високо ниво на криминал и корупција, и политички, но и поинаков. Свесни сме за лошата економска состојба на централниот буџет и предизвиците со кои што ќе се соочиме за да можеме да обезбедиме елементарна ликвидност на истиот, за да може да ги финансираме тековните трошења и дел од капиталните инвестиции. Како професор сум свесен за големиот brain drain, во вистинска смисла на зборот, некако што тоа беше употребувано од некои поранешни политичари. Младите мозоци за жал си заминуваат. Децава мои на факултет 8 од 10 одлучуваат да заменат од Македонија затоа што не гледаат надеж, не гледаат перспектива и иднина во нивната татковина. Свесни сме и за тој притисок кој што ќе ни биде реален, за состојбата во другите сектори, но тоа беше до 8 мај. Сега треба заедно да ги засукаме ракавите и за сето тоа за кое што бевме свесни да понудиме решение и да го решиме. Деновиве многумина ми викаат, луѓето имаат големи очекувања. Јас сакам кога имаме таков притисок на големи очекувања, но никој нема да ви се лути ако ве видат како го оставате срцето на терен и како гинете за вашата татковина и за вашите сограѓани и давате не 100% и повеќе од себе, за да ги решите тие напластени проблеми, па дури ако ви е потребно повеќе време од тоа што некој очекува. Јас само тоа можам да го ветам пред вас овде и пред граѓаните на мојата татковина, дека како прв во овој систем ќе го оставиме срцето на терен, заедно со луѓето кои што ќе соработуваат со мене, ќе бидат дел од овој систем и се што е во наша моќ ќе направиме за да ја направиме нашата татковина Македонија држава онаква каква што мојата генерација сонуваше оние рани 90-ти години кога стануваше независна. Од нас нема да очекувате разговори позади завеса, олеснувачи кои што за ситен интерес и провизија ќе бидат solution провайдери, директно ги кажуваме работите и директно очекуваме од бизнисот да ни ги кажува работите. Ние сакаме само да помогнеме. Не сме во политиката за да се наплатиме, имаме свој живот прилично успешен и претходно. Во политиката сме да го заслужиме нашето место во таа историја, па колку и да сето тоа чинело, колку и да требало енергија за сето тоа се постигне. Затоа реков уште на самиот почеток, подобро да биде тешко, отколку да биде срамно. До сега не сме се засрамиле, ниту пак од сега во иднина. Ве молам да не гледате како партнери. Нашиот прв приоритет е интересот на граѓаните, економската состојба. Ако некој имал било какви пречки да реализира своја инвестиција, свој бизнис предлог изминативе години, поради многу причини, дел ги знаеме, дел можеби ќе заминат и со нас од овој свет, па никогаш нема да ги кажеме, иако јас ги охрабрувам сите отворено да зборуваат. Дел можеби ги шепотиме, па не сакаме јавно да бидат кажани, но јас би ве замолил да бидеме отворени едни кон други и да си помагаме, затоа што, за жал, ако тоа не го направиме, можеби Македонија 2025 ќе нема можност во оваа Македонија каква што ја знаеме да има некоја од следните своји вакви изданија, блескави, гламурозни, продуктивни, успешни, како што беше во годинишното издание. Иако јас би посакувал тоа да трае со децении заедно да носиме успеси не само со Македонија 2025, бидејќи овдека има многу луѓе кои што се дел од бизнисот во Македонија, заеднички сите ние да се мобилизираме и да носиме успеси. Со еден соговорник денеска зборувавме како дел од неистомислениците не ни дале шанса, уште работава не е почната, тие веднаш критикуваат по едно моје интервју дадено за еден национален медиум, дека очекувам првите 5 вести на медиумите да бидат добри, позитивни, да зборуваме за инвестиции, да зборуваме за културни успеси, да зборуваме за спортски успеси, да зборуваме за убави работи, ние зборуваме за лоши работи. Го разбрале тоа како враќање на некаков режим и притисок врз медиумите. Јас му реков, нити некогаш сум имал намера, ниту пак ќе ми падне на памет да бидам уредник на некој од медиумите. Но како прв во системот ќе бидам најсреќен ако самите уредници на тие медиуми во првите 5 вести бидат дел од нашата желба да ја вратиме надежта дека може да не биде, да успееме заеднички. Тоа беше мојата намера. Немав никаква лоша намера да бидам нечи уредник, цензор или пак да правам нешто што е надвор од моите демократски сваќања како треба мојата татковина да изгледа. Како човек, родител, сопруг, ценам дека семејството ќе биде еден од главните фокуси на нивната влада на ВМРО-ДПМН, демографијата. Зошто? Затоа што поради ниската стапка на фертилитет, денеска во километри се бројат празните училници во Македонија, а ако немаме полни училници, тогаш логично е дека во еден момент, колку и да имаме блескави бизнес идеи, ќе нема со кого тие идеи блескави да ги реализираме. Реков на самиот почеток, борбата со криминалот и корупцијата ќе не биде врвен приоритет и тоа знам, сега ќе си речете, дојде уште еден од овие кои што се изредија изминативе децении и сега полна му е устата, ќе се борел против криминалот и корупцијата. Но јас го верувам дека ниту имам браќа, ниту братучеди кои што се бизнисмени, имам една сестра, доктор е по фармацевски науки и ако не се занимавав јас со политика, немаше ни да знае што е политика во Македонија. Нашиот заеднички интерес, бидејќи зборувам за семејството, е да застане и конечно престане да се занимаваат луѓе со политика за да се наплатат и да ставиме крај на тие политички криминалци. Затоа што се додека тие постојат, за се ова што јас денеска зборувам, ќе биде невозможна мисија. Тука главен предизвик, сакам да кажам, ќе бидат реформите во Судскиот совет и во Советот за јавни обвинители. Многумина ме прашуваат, добро, вие ќе ги распуштите тие две тела за да предложите ваши луѓе. Не е тоа нашата цел. Нашата цел е да ги распуштиме овие кои што довербата во правниот систем ја сведоа на едноцифрена бројка проценти и наместо нив самите суди и обвинители да си ги изберат своите представници преку тајно гласање. Немаме ние намера да предлагаме преку измени во законот, нити имаме намера да се мешаме. Исто така наша врска ќе биде да обезбедиме независен буџет, врзан со проценти од централниот буџет, за да бидат целосно автономни, да не бидат послем тоа политичарите изговор на некој од тие корумпирани поединци во обвинителството и судството, дека тие им правеле притисок. Самите да си се изберете, самите да функционирате, а ние ќе правиме оверсайт на вашата работа преку собраниска комисија во која што ќе има представници и на власта и на опозицијата. Комплетна автономија во правниот систем, тоа е нашата цел, но истовремено, ако забележиме било какво влијание од поранешни политички елити или од други точки на влијание, тогаш ќе има озбилна кривична одговорност. Немаме намера тука ниту милиметар да отстапиме. Понатаму, образованието и вложувањето во образованието и науката ќе не биде еден од главните приоритети и во процесот на реструктурирање на владиниот кабинет планираме она што беше предшколско образование, кој што сега беше дел од едно Министерство за социјала и труд, да го вратиме онаму каде што припаѓа, тоа е во Министерството за образование, затоа што цениме дека првите 6-7 години од образованието на секоја индивидуа се многу важни и тие понатаму имаат влијание до крајот на животот на таа индивидуа, затоа цениме дека тој процес треба да биде заокружен целосно. Планираме нов ресор, затоа ни се потребни 2/3 во парламентот, тоа е ресорот на дигитална трансформација, нешто за што представниците на бордот на директори на Македонија2025 веќе во една наша неформална средба пред неколку месеци ги информиравме и за тоа предвидуваме посебно министерство кое што ќе се занимава исклучиво за дигиталната трансформација на Македонија. Како инженер лично ќе го следам овој процес. Цениме дека во рамките на 6 до 8 години, ако успешно го работиме и сме посветени, можеме да го затвориме овој процес и на тој начин да влијаеме пред се на отчетноста, на транспарентноста, но исто така тоа да го користиме како алатка во борбата против криминалот и корупцијата, и политички, но и поинаков. За жал, денеска ние сме во една ситуација во која за да извадите извод од матичната книга на родените треба да платите 500 денари за да сте на брза трака, инаку нема да ви дозволат. Таква е реалноста. Колку повеќе игнорираме реалноста, толку ќе биде потешко за нас самите. Нема да подпишуваме понижувачки договори за овој мал народ во срцето на Балканот, а со тоа да не биде параван да се додвориме и да коленичиме на црвените килими кај нашите стратешки партнери. Немаме таква намера. Имаме намера да го повратиме чекор по чекор достоинството на овој мал народ, на оваа мала нација во срцето на Балканот, разумно, паметно, да не влегуваме во непотребни конфликти, но истовремено секоја педа од нашата територија поврзана со нашиот идентитет како еден од најмалобројните народи на Балканот и во Европа да си одбраниме, затоа што тоа нити ни е од Бога дадено, туку за тоа некој живот и остава во минатото. За разлика од ситуацијата до сега, каде што тој е еден нов пристап на водење политика како до сега, кој што ќе го напуштиме, нема да биде како до сега, а тоа беше од една страна вовлекување и коленичење со подпишување на договори на штета на идентитетот на овој малуброен народ, а од другата страна ограбување на истиот тој малуброен народ. Таа стратегија и тој начин на водење политика како и на влада нема да го правиме. Подготвени сме со секого да разговараме, да ги вкрстиме аргументите, не се и наетиме, едноставно ако аргументите на нашиот соговорник преовладаат, ние сме подготвени да ги прифатиме. Но никако по цена на работи кои што одат спротивно нашите вредности и нашите аргументи. Можам уште многу да зборувам, ќе кажам уште една работа која што ценам дека ќе биде голем предизвик и тука ќе завршам, сигурно имате многу попаметна работа од мене да ме слушате, а тоа е главниот и крупен проект кој што представува основен предизвик за нашата држава, а тоа е проектот за реализација на делови од коридорите 8 и 10D. Цениме дека под условите под кои што ние ги имавме во вид, не знаеме дали се тие официјални, допрева ќе ги видиме, е подпишан воени услови кои што се целосно асиметрични на штета на интересот на нашата држава, на Македонија како држава и на граѓаните. И сега имаме два предизвика. Едниот е да го раскинеме истиот и завршиме на арбитража, да плаќаме стотици милиони евра и да немаме ништо, а другиот е да седнеме, да разговараме со компаниите, да ги понудиме нашите аргументи и истиот тој проект да го оптимираме. Но заедничко и за двете работи се парите. За жал тој е подпишан без да бидат обезбедени пари, односно парите се трошат од државниот буџет и на тој начин остануваат многу помалку средства во државниот буџет со кои што ќе бидат покриени тековните трошења, но инвестиции во капиталните инвестиции. До сега се потрошени повеќе од 250, можеби веќе 300 милиони евра. За жал можете да видите дека ниту шајка не е закована. Затоа наша цел беше да обезбедиме средства, мислиме дека успеавме да обезбедиме солидна бројка на средства со кои што би го изолирале овој оптимиран проект, оптимирана верзија на овој проект, а парите кои што ќе се во буџетот, кои што ќе останат во буџетот, ќе бидат наменети за капитални инвестиции, односно да се вратам на почеток од ова мое денешно излагање, капитални инвестиции со кои што ќе се решаваат основните суштински проблеми на граѓаните. Ние денеска зборуваме за ферител, зборуваме за басни и сказни, луѓето во центарот на Скопје газат кал, луѓето во центарот на Скопје немаат питка вода за пиење и луѓето во центрите на нашите поголеми урбани средини се уште немаат централни канализациони системи. За жал, имаме основни проблеми за решавање, колку побрзо тоа го сватиме, толку побрзо ќе си развиеме Македонија. Колку повеќе фантазираме, толку повеќе ќе тонеме во нашата фантазија, граѓаните ќе си заминуваат без надеж и Македонија, за жал, ќе остане празна држава, држава во која што ќе нема надеж и ќе нема развој. Уште еднаш сосема на крај, сакам да ви се заблагодарам за оваа можност. За мене представува голема чест да бидам последен говорник на овој настан и привилегија се разбера. Вие сите сте ултра успешни луѓе овдека. Мојата маленкост само може да ве покани да дојдете и како една влада да помогнеме заедно со вас на граѓаните на оваа држава, да можеме заедно да се развиеме оваа држава и како што кажав пред неколку минути, да ја направиме онаква каква што нашата генерација сакаше да види. Ви благодарам и Бог да ни ја благослови Македонија.
That was fantastic. Thank you for being here. Luckily for all of you, this is the last time you'll see me, so I'll make this short and sweet. Mike Safrowski, one of the founders of Macedonia2025, please come up and deliver your speech.
Благодарам, Чирко.
Каква радост и задоволство е што сум тука повторно. Ова 13-та конференција, мислам дека пропустив само 2 презентации заради средби со премиерот или со министри на претходните сите беа одлични. Може би сум непристрасен и би рекол дека оваа досега беше најдобра. Содржината на дискусиите, квалитетот на говорниците, технологијата, како што рече Кирк, значи користевме ваши препораки од претходно, така што апсолутно бесме импресионирани и многу сме горди што сме дел од ова. Никица ќе биде последен што ќе се обрати, ќе даде различни перспективи за сите вас. Се надевам она што ќе го понесеме од овие сесии, не само она што ќе го направат другите, туку и што мислите, кои се вашите обврски и што можете вие да направите. Потоа имам задоволство да го најавам следниот председател на Македонија 2025 година. Тој ќе каже неколку зборови пред Никица, едногласно беше избран. Премиер иден, сакам да ви кажам дека Македонија 2025 од прв ден има за цел да помогне да се изгради посилна нација. Немаме други цели, немаме одговори на многу прашања, имаме препораки и мислења што ги даваме за да имаме посилно управување и да ги поддржиме малите, средни и големите бизнеси. Академијата имавме задоволство да им дадеме почит на 25 добри студенти. Значи единствената цел ни е едноставно да помогнеме. Тоа да не се буни. 12 дена бев тука, најдолго во последни 50 години, се сретнав со пријатели, роднини во земјата. Значи имам многу обврски кога почнав со оваа работа, имав многу среќа, моите 3 сина беа многу продуктивни, имам 9 внуци, сите под 9 годишна возраст. Имав навистина големо задоволство што сум тука. 2 големи негативни работи е сонот. Значи, малку спие по овие последни 12 денови, но причината беше добра. Имавме состаноци. На втората работа е разочарувањето на македонците. Но позитивните страни се многу поголеми. Првиот е оптимизам, предпазлив оптимизам, а другото е да се соочиме со реалноста. За прв пат отворено се дискутира за проблемите. Некои од членовите на одборот претходно не беа расположени да дискутираат за корупцијата. Значи, но во целиот одбор слушнав од вашите коментари, утрово ги препознавате кои се проблемите, дека не станува збор за бајка, но само зборовите нема да постигнат многу. Многу луѓе, Стопанската комора, имавме задоволство да се запознаем, да се сретнеме вчера и со председателката имавме еден час средба, прв пат ја запознава, навистина ми остави добар впечаток, но ова е еден краток документ за тоа како беше кандидатка за канцеларија и наведува 11 проблеми. Значи, на првата страница наведува зошто се кандидира да биде председател на земјата. Државата се распаѓа пред наши очи, дојде до колапс на владењето на правото, демократијата е во длабока криза, не го одразува волјата на народот. Значи, корупцијата е навлезена во сите простори од земјата, владата е неодговорна, и се надевам дека ќе имаме подобро утре. Мислам дека ова е позитивната страна, дека дискутираме за проблемите. Не може да ги решиме сите одеднаш, може би и никогаш, но важно е да дискутираме за најважните и да имаме очекувања. Како што слушнавте вчера, засипнав навивајки за македонската ракометна репрезентација. Еве, ќе ви дадам еден слика. Нивото на песимизам, еве сум. Ова беше на крајот. Еден од моите колеги ја сликаше ова, направи ја слика од телевизија. Надевам дека ќе продолжувам и натаму во иднина да ги прославувам сите успеси на репрезентацијата. Живко Мукаетов ми рече дека 7 гола е значителна предизвик што треба да се надмине. Значи, како самиот да сакаше да се убеди да не очекува многу, кога ме повика да одиме на надпреварот, но, значи, ќе се трудиме, но најверојатно нема да успееме. Што е потребно на еден бизнисмен, политичка страница, коледж и така натаму, за да бидете успешен? Треба да верувате, да имате стратегија и ресурси да го направите тоа. Ние победивме на надпреварот, бидејќи бевме подготвени од она што научивме од поразот на гостинската утакмица. Значи, 7 гола бевме во загуба, не е малку, но беа потребни и луѓето на стадионот, во салата. Атмосферата беше неверојатно, водителот ја повикаше публиката да викам Македонија и затоа јас засипнав. Значи, луѓе со потеа, го бришеа подот, за да некој не се повреди. Значи, тој оптимизам владееше, имаше дека сите зборуваа, дека сите се против Македонија. Значи, гледавте дека и во публиката сите си мислеа or whoever, there's our neighbors or against us. The team came through. I mean, they never gave up. And winning is, if you lost by 7 to go to the World Championships, you have to win by at least 8. And we won by 8. What a fabulous outcome. And hopefully, we're going to be 1, 2, 5 years from now, celebrating the kinds of things that we have ahead of us. We know what good looks like. We think there's some answers, and again, you can count on us to play our part. And Nikita is going to give a closing talk, but I want to give 3 quotes, and hope you're going to keep those in mind. A few of you have heard those in the last couple of weeks.
But the first one, if you have a problem, but not a solution, you don't have a problem. It's a fact. So you can talk about it, you get angry about it, but again, if you have a problem, but you're not committed to a solution, why even waste your time talking about it? Again, that's number one. Second one, it is probably from my favorite professor, very popular person here, Harry Kramer, the most popular professor at Kellogg, teaches values-based leadership. He still gets 30 emails a week or a month from Macedonia based on his leadership talk. People that go to Kellogg listen to him. But he always talks about, quote-unquote, those guys. And this is not a male term per se. This is generic other people. So it's always easy to expect the government, you expect the CEO, your manager, your mom, your dad, whoever to be taking care of the problems. Very rarely you put yourself in the situations, what are you going to do about it? In the third quote, again, from my favorite...
Третиот цитат од мојата милена книга Библијата за оно што се дава многу.
You're here, you're privileged. Now I'm using that in the most positive sense of that word, not because something's been given to you, but very likely you're very successful, good education, you know what has to happen. There's no reason for not all of us here to be, quote-unquote, one of those guys. Whether you lead, you support, or you partner. I think the opportunities are endless, and you can all count on Macedonia2025 to play a very constructive role. We've prepared one vision for accelerated growth. The Chamber of Commerce has prepared it. The President has. I'm sure that you'll keep working on your agenda. But what is in the best interest of the country? We're a very small country, under 2 million people. Although we may have some different interests at times, that conflict with one another if you're in business against a competitor and things of that nature. If your political parties, you do have some natural points of tension. Again, the urge to all of you, the appeal is to try to put the country first in all of your decisions. So I can go on forever, but I'll stop at that point in time. And right now, just we're going to make introduction to a person that I know for a fact he's, quote-unquote, one of those guys. He was born in Ohrid. He was educated locally, but he also got his college degree at the Rochester Institute of Technology. He got his business degree at Harvard Business School. He had some great jobs at companies like Magna, General Electric, and McKinsey. Then he came back here to give back to the society. Very important jobs. First of all, he's the CEO of Invest in Macedonia. I worked with him closely when he was there as part of my initial genuine attempts to help the country. He was the CEO of the Free Zones. After he stepped down, he really thought he was going to leave the country. Within the first week, he had 5 job offers. One of those to be the CEO of Coastal Macedonia. Recently, he was promoted, keeping that job, but also being promoted to be taking care of all the legislative activities for Coastal globally. So anytime you have a new facility, expansion, or to enter a new country, Coastal, a $5 billion company, is looking at Victor Mizo to be the person leading those efforts. And again, I have the utmost respect for Victor. Now the full board does as well. Again, it gives me great privilege to ask Victor to come up, and please let's congratulate Victor as the new chairman of Macedonia 2025.
Thank you, Mike. Благодарам, Mike. Пред се, благодарност до сите вас што во овие 2 дена бевте тука на ова, се согласувам со Майк, најдобра конференција од сите 13 досега, иако јас вчера немав можност да сум тука присутен, бидејќи сопственикот на нашата компанија беше тука после 8 години од отварањето, за прв пат не посети и навистина имавме 3 напорни дена, но пред се прво сакам да му честитам на Майкл Чкламовски. Тој во изминатите 3 години на вистина одлична работа, одлично лидерство како председавач на бордот на директори на Македонија 2025 и на вистина мислам дека со секој нов председавач на одборот, ние како организација растеме, одиме напред и навистина се трудиме на еден или друг начин се повеќе и повеќе да ја помогнеме на државата. Она што е важно е прво да изразам најголема можна благодарност на сите други 17 членови на одборот на директори на номинацијата и на она што од мој лично име ја прифаќам номинацијата да председавам со одборот во следните неколку години и истовремено да сум првиот председавач на одборот кој е лоциран во Македонија. Предходно сите председавачи беа или во Соединетите Американски држави или во Канада, но ова значи дека од нашите 18 члена, 6 од нив ние сме тука во Македонија, 12 се во странство, се надеваме дека во блиска иднина многу повеќе луѓе активно ќе се приклучат. Македонци низ светот, но и македонци во Македонија од бизнис заедницата на еден начин врз основа нашето искуство, знаење, контакти, како и на кој начин можеме да допринесеме во економскиот развој и во подобрување на животот тука, но истовремено да размислуваме дали некои луѓе можеби тука може да се вратат својата иднина, својот просперитет и проширувањето на бизнисот не само на корпоративна, туку и на лична основа да го направат токму овде во Македонија. Не сакам да должам, мислам дека Никица и нејзиниот тим се најзаслужни за она што се случи во изминатите 2 дена. И навистина целата организација на овој настан подлежи на нејзиниот труд и на трудот на целата канцеларија на Македонија 2025 овде во Скопје, но можам во името на бордот и на целата организација да кажам дека заедно ќе се трудиме да креираме подобра и просперитетна иднина за сите. Ви благодарам.
Знаете, во мојата титула стои извршен директор, меѓутоа, како што свативте, имам 18 директори над мене. Да. Виктор, честитки за новата функција. Секако дека редовно соработуваме со сите членови на одборот на директори, меѓутоа, многу повеќе со оној кој што е председавач. И се надам дека успешно ќе соработуваме и ќе се навратиме на еден убав период за Македонија. Тоа беше периодот околу 2005-2006 година. Јас тогаш работев во Министерството за финансии. Мислам дека сум заслужна делумно и зошто Виктор дојде или работи во Македонија, бидејќи за да добие дозвола за престој, беше повикан од владата да помага, за да добие дозвола за престој мораше да покажеме дека неговото враќање тука има економско значење за Македонија. И јас како раководител на сектор за макроекономска политика морав да кажам дека Виктор ќе дојде, ќе привлече инвестиции и така натаму. Шалата на страна, имавме многу убави години на соработка со Виктор, со тимот на Министерство финансии, во тоа време со тимот на Народната банка, секретаријатот за европски прашања. Тоа беа златни денови на Македонија во смисла на нашите надежи, аспирации и патот за пристапување кон ЕУ. Тогаш ја подготвивме првата предпристапна економска програма, го започнавме економскиот диалог, бевме Македонија, Хрватска и Турција, која што така беше безнадежен, да кажам, иден член или на Европската унија. Меѓутоа, за жал, потоа ситуацијата со пристапувањето кон ЕУ, така да кажам, почна да забавува и денес се наоѓаме онаму каде што сме. Инаку, морам да се заблагодарам на сите што сте тука, да се заблагодарам на партнерите, на спонзорите, на гостите, на панелистите, на пријателите, бизнисите кои што се тука, да ви се заблагодарам што поминавте или би рекла инвестиравте доста време, енергија, бевте активни за време на самитот и се надам дека тоа инвестиција во вашиот приватен развој, во вашиот професионален развој, во развојот на вашите бизниси, меѓутоа и сите заедно дека придонесуваме кон развојот на Македонија, меѓутоа и регионот на Југоисточна Европа. Одржавме 15 панели со над 15 панелисти. 50 панелисти. Во рамки на самитот имавме 15 дополнителни средби, подпишавме меморандум за соработка за Центарот за дигитална трансформација, кој што е основан од Македонија 2025. Следните денови ни следа уште малку работа, односно средби со работилници, би рекла, со Стопанската комора на Македонија и со тимот на партијата ВМРО ДПМНЕ. Сето со надеж заеднички да се обединиме и да помогнеме во просперитетот на Македонија. Секако имаше и забави. Мојот глас е делумно ваков заради навивањето за ракометот, меѓутоа исто така заради прекрасната забава која што се одржа вчера. Инаку, иако беше спомнато, сепак јас многу морам да се заблагодарам на мојот тим, само 6 лица, кои што го организираа самитот, се погрижи ова да изгледа одлично, кои што паралелно работат на уште 40 други програми. Да, заслужувате еден голем аплауз. Мислам дека и водителите или мастерите на церемонијата Галена и Крк или Кирчо се дел од тимот. Да. Инаку, председателе, само да ви кажам дека Кирчо навистина се плаши да изговара македонски имиња, ги греши. И ако приметивте, не го кажа вашето име, меѓутоа со многу добра намера случајно да не го сгреши. Тимот амортизираше многу работи во текот на овие 2 или 2,5 дена. Ке спомнам само некој од денешниот ден. Најпрво, еден од панелистите не дојде бидејќи жена му се породи пред време вчера вечерта и не го фати авионот. Еден од модераторите, член на нашиот одбор на директори, доцнеше со авионот и влезе во салава во 9:59, а требаше да модерира панел кој што започна во 10 часот. Меѓутоа, сето тоа е нешто со што сме научени да живееме. Не дојде денес ниту Ека Галури, се извинувам, презимето го сгрешив, Ека, која што требаше да дојде од Грузија, која што требаше да биде во панелот за корупција. Не дојде бидејќи, знаете, за Грузија секогаш велиме дека е одличен пример на земја која што спровела многу силни реформи, особено во областа на економијата и намалување на корупцијата, меѓутоа земја која што е слична на Македонија, односно мала економија, која што на вистина се соочува со големи геополитички и геоекономски предизвици, односно онаа поделба исток и запад. И за жал земјата не може да напредува. Многу голема благодарност сакам да искажам до одборот на директори, 18 се надевам и повеќе, не ми пречи што имам толку директори, бидејќи се прекрасни, кои што навистина одвојуваат многу време, енергија, финансиски средства, за да ја помогнат на организацијата, за да ја помогнат на државата. Само минатата година, ова е моја слободна проценка, потрошиле над 5000 часови. Меѓутоа, тоа е инпут, нели, сакаме да има и резултат или аутпут и се надевам дека во соработка со новата влада, во соработка со другите стратешки партнери како што е Стопанската комора, ќе успееме да направиме многу повеќе. Почитувани, самитот ние го дефинираме како, велиме, динамична платформа за размена на знаење, поврзување на организации, бизнис и индивидуи и инспирирање на промени. Пред да завршам со својот говор, сакам само да прикажеме резултатот она што беше вашето гласање или кои се вашите впечатоци од самитот, бидејќи колку и да се обидувам да сумирам, резимирам, сепак вие сте тие што го давате резимето, односно вие сте тие што сте ги примиле пораките, што сте се инспирирале, се надевам, и што од денес или од утре ќе работите да ја подобриме Македонија и да го подобриме регионот. Дали може само... Да. Значи, она што е главно е дека самитот е инспиративен. И тоа е одлично. Меѓутоа, очигледно, дека дури изборот Македонија ви доаѓа постојано или ви остави впечаток дека веројатно зборуваме за иднината на Македонија и сакаме сите заедно Македонија да напредува многу повеќе. Има одлични впечатоци, одлични коментари, секако дека јас ќе ги впијам оние кои што се најдобри за нас, а тоа се перфект или совршено. Ми се допаѓа и тоа дека ви ги отворило очите за некои работи, бидејќи навистина тоа сакаме и да го направиме. Сакаме да зборуваме за различни теми, зборевме за лидерство, за фамилиарни бизниси, зборевме за digitalizација, дигитално здравство, зборувавме за слобода на говор, демократија, корупција. Значи, сето тоа со цел да ги кажеме отворено работите, да се обидеме да се подобриме и секако секој еден од нас од тука да излезе со некои нови идеи, со нови контакти, нови познанства, за да можеме да напредуваме. Така што ова е одлично сумирање на сето она што се случуваше досега. Друго нешто што можам да кажам е дека многу е очигледно дека сите тука делиме силен ентузијазам. Знаете, доаѓа период на промени или започнува период на промени. Спомена и председателот на ВМРО и лидниот мандатар, вели ентузијазмот е добар. Меѓутоа исто така и одговорноста е огромна, не само на носителите на политиките, не само на идната влада, туку и на сите нас, да се обидеме заеднички да направиме нешто добро за нашата земја. Ние неодамна, и ја спомнавме и во ведното излагање, излеговме со платформа наречена Една визија за забрзан раст и навистина веруваме дека сите треба да споделиме една визија, бидејќи сите ние сакаме да живееме во поубава земја, да имаме повисок животен стандард, подобар квалитет на живот, здравство, образование и така натаму. Сите делиме една визија. Може би имаме различни начини или идеи како да се стигне до таму, меѓутоа визијата е иста. Се надевам дека со силно државно водство и државен врв сите заедно ќе придонесеме и ќе одиме кон тој пат. Ние како Македонија 2025 планираме да го зголемиме нашиот тим, планираме да инвестираме повеќе финансиски средства, да воведеме нови програми, меѓутоа и да ги шириме нашите програми, се со цел да го зголемиме импактот. Секако со надеж дека сите ќе следат, со надеж дека повеќе членови на диаспората или селениците ќе се вклучат во развојот на Македонија и дека ќе можеме да се пофалиме веќе следната година на самитот со некои резултати и да сумираме оно што сите сме направиле. Би завршила со една реченица која што најчесто мајки ја кажува, среќа овој пат не ја кажа, па можам јас да бидам мудра. Тоа е дека развиена демократска Македонија е добра за нас, за граѓаните, за бизнисите, за нашата држава, за регионот, меѓутоа и за целиот свет. Да работиме заедно, да придонесеме кон создавање на развиена и демократска Македонија. Ви благодарам.